Hello everyone, welcome to our audiobook channel. If you enjoy this story or want to hear more exciting content, don't forget to like, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment. Your feedback helps us improve and bring even more captivating stories. Enjoy listening. Prologue. Drums beat back the stillness of the winter's valley, snow etching the landscape in silver. A hawk screeched a protest at the interruption of its nighttime nesting. Errol leaned his knuckles on the crumbling sill and craned his neck out the inn's third-story window. The valley floor was dotted with the fires of the men who still followed the way of the order. So few campfires, he thought. He watched the black shadows bustling around the firelight, arming themselves. They, too, knew the meaning of the drums. The night breeze carried snatches of shouted orders and the scent of oiled armor. Smoke from the fires reached toward the heavens, carrying the prayers of the soldiers down below. And beyond the fires, at the edge of the valley, massed a darkness that ate the stars. The hawk screeched again. Erril's lips thinned to a frown. "Silence, small hunter," he whispered into the moonless night. "By morning you and the scavengers will be feasting your bellies full. But for now, leave me in peace." Gresham, the old mage, spoke behind him. "They hold the heights. What chance have we?" Errol closed his eyes and let his head hang lower, a sick tightness clamping his belly. "We'll give him a bit longer, sir. He may yet find a weakness in their lines, but the dreadlords mass at the entrance to the valley. Listen to the drums. The Black Legions march." Errol turned from the window to face Gresham with a sigh and sat on the sill, eyeing the old man. Gresham's red robes hung in tatters on his thin frame as he paced before the feeble fire. The old mage, his dusty hair just wisps around his ears, walked with a bent back, his eyes red from the fumes of the hearth. "Then pray for him," Errol said. "Pray for all of us." Gresham stopped and warmed his backside by the fire while frowning back at him. "I know what's working behind your gray eyes, Errol of Standy, hope. But both you and your Standy clansmen are clutching empty air. What would you have us do? Bow our heads to the dreadlord's axes? It will come to that soon enough." Gresham rubbed the stump of his right wrist, almost accusingly. Errol remained silent, his eyes caught by the sight of that smooth stump. He should not have pressed the old man some 6 moons ago. Errol remembered the Gulgothal dog that had trapped the two of them and a handful of refugees in the field of Alicia. Gresham seemed to notice his stare. He raised his stump toward the flickering flame. "Listen, boy, we both knew the risks. I panicked. You were frightened for the children, what with your niece among the townspeople. I shouldn't have pushed you. You told me what would happen if you tried to renew." Errol bowed his head, picturing the late afternoon sunlight slanting across the fields of Talak. He again saw Gresham raise his right fist to the heavens, begging for the gift of chi, his hand vanishing in the fading sunlight as the ritual began. But this time, when the old mage pulled his arm back down, instead of his hand reappearing richly coated in red Kyric power, Gresham pulled back only a stump. "It was my choice, Errol. Put this aside. It was you who saved all our hides that day." Errol fingered the scar on his forearm. Perhaps, after Gresham's, he had lunged at the Gulgothal beast, tearing the creature to bloody ribbons. Even now, he was unsure if rage or guilt had driven his wild stabs. Afterward, he had been covered in steaming blood and gore. The children had shied from him in fear, even his niece, as if he were the monster. Gresham snorted. "I knew it would happen." The same fate befell the other mages of the order. He shoved the sleeve over his stump, hiding it away. "She has abandoned us." Errol raised his eyes. "Not everyone has suffered the same fate. Only because they have held off renewing." Gresham sighed. "But they will. They will be forced to try. Eventually even the hand of your brother, Shorkin, will fade. When I last saw him, the rose had already waned to a feeble pink. Barely enough power for one decent spell. Once that is gone, he will be forced to reach into chi himself, to try to renew, then he, too, will lose his hand. Shorkin knows this. The academy in the neighboring valley. Foolish hope. Even if he should find a student who is still blood-red, of what use is one child's fist? It would take a dozen mages fresh to the rose to drive off the force out there. And what of the other 100 battles going on across our lands? We're besieged by the Gulgothal dreadlords from all fronts. He has a vision. Posh. By now, Gresham had returned to face the fire. He held silent for several breaths, then he spoke to the embers. How could 3 centuries of civilization vanish so quickly? Our spellcast spires that once reached to the very clouds have toppled to dust. Our people rage against us, blaming us for the loss of chi's support and protection. Cities lie in ruin. The feasting roar of the Gulgotha echoes across the countryside. Erril remained silent. He had squeezed his eyes closed when a horn suddenly trumpeted across the valley, a standy horn. Could it be? Erril swung to the window and almost fell through as he leaned out into the night, one ear cocked to listen. The horn blared again, and even the distant drums of the Black Legion seemed to falter a beat. Erril spotted a commotion by the northern campfires. He squinted, trying to pierce the night's blanket. A roiling of activity disturbed the fire pits, then for just a heartbeat, outlined by the camp's cooking fire, he saw the rearing of a chestnut stallion. It was Shorkin's steed. The dark swallowed away the sight before Erril could tell if the horse was mounted by 1 or 2 riders. Erril struck the sill with his gloved fist. Gresham was already at Erril's shoulder. Is it Shorkin? I believe so. Erril pushed away from the window. Hurry below. He may need assistance. Erril did not wait to see if Gresham followed as he rushed from the room and pounded down the wooden steps of the inn, leaping from the last landing to the main floor. Once his feet hit the planks, he charged across the common room. Makeshift beds lined the wall, with bandaged men occupying nearly all of them. Normally, he would stop beside a bed and place a hand on a knee or exchange jokes with one of the injured, but not now. Healers stepped aside as he burst across the room, and a posted guardsman swung the door wide to allow him outside. The frigid night air burned his lungs as he flew through the portal and across the inn's porch. As he reached the icy mud at the foot of the porch, he heard the thundering of heavy-shod hooves approaching fast. Flickering torches around the entrance did little to illuminate the horse's approach. No sooner had he sighted the flaring nostrils and wild eyes of the stallion than it was upon him. The rider yanked back the reins. The steed buried its forelimbs to the pasterns in mud as it heaved to a halt. Foamy spittle flew from its lips as it shook its mane, and huge plumes of white blew into the black night from its feverish nose. But Erril gave no more than passing notice to the savagely exhausted horse. Where he might ordinarily blast the foul rider who would so poorly treat such a beautiful beast, tonight he knew the rider's urgency. He raised a hand to his brother. Shorkin shook his head and slid off the horse, landing with a groan but keeping his feet under him. He clapped his brother on the shoulder. Well met, brother. Give me a hand with my friend. For the first time Erril noticed the small second rider who had been mounted behind his brother. The small figure shivered in a borrowed coat over a set of nightclothes. Blue-lipped and pale-faced, the towhead boy could be no older than 10. Erril helped the boy off the sweating horse and half-carried the trembling child up the steps to the porch. We've a warm room and hot cocoa on the 3rd floor, Erril said over his shoulder to his brother. Shorkin was passing the reins of his stallion over to a groomsman. Erril saw the pain in his brother's eyes as the horse limped away. Both brothers bore the gray eyes and thick black hair of their Standy heritage, but Shorkin's face, even though he was the younger of the two, wore deep-etched lines of worry at the corners of his mouth and eyes. Erril wished he could shoulder more of his brother's burden, but he was not the one chosen by Chi to bear the gift of the rose. Erril could only offer the strength of his arm and the edge of his blade to aid their cause. Quick then. Up to the room. Shorkin tipped his head, listening to the drums from the heights. We've a long night ahead of us still. Erril led the way inside and to the stairs, the boy stumbling beside him. At least some color was returning to the child's face as the heat from the fireplaces warmed him. His pale thin lips reddened, and his cheeks bloomed with a rosy warmth. From under straw-colored hair, his blue eyes, rare for these parts, stared back at Erril. Shorkin studied the number of beds as they passed through the common room. More injured? Skirmishes at the valley ridges, Erril explained. Shorkin merely nodded, but a deeper frown buried his lips. He gently nudged Erril up the stairs faster. Once in the room, Erril found Gresham where he had left him, still warming his backside by the fire. Shorkin stalked into the room. "I'm surprised to find you still here, Gresham." The older man stepped aside to allow room for Shorkin by the fire. "Where else would I be?" Gresham said. "You've boxed us into this valley, trapped us. You've followed me this far, Gresham, on blind faith of my word. Trust me a little farther. So you keep saying." The old man pointed with his chin. "Let's see your hand, Shorkin. If you must." He shoved his right hand toward the old man. It had a slightly ruddy hue to it, like a fresh sunburn. The old man shook his head. "Your rose fades, Shorkin." Gresham eyed the boy who was sneaking closer to the warmth of the fire. He grabbed the boy by the shoulder once he was within reach. "So you found one of the students?" He reached down and lifted the sleeve of the man-sized overcoat to expose the child's right hand. It was as pale and white as the boy's frightened face. "What's this? You failed?" Shorkin gently freed the boy from Gresham and placed an arm around the child's shoulders. He positioned the boy closer to the fire and patted him on the head. "He's left-handed." Shorkin scooted the left sleeve of the coat up to expose the child's other hand. It glowed bright red, as if the boy had dipped his hand, wrist deep, into a pool of blood. Whirls and eddies of various red hues swam across his tiny palm and the back of his hand. Being left-handed saved his life. One of the dog soldiers made the same mistake and let him slip through the initial slaughter. He hid in an apple barrel. The rest of the academy is a slaughterhouse. So there are no others? Gresham asked. Of what use is one child's power against an army of the Golgotha? I was hoping you would have found a teacher still bloodied and fresh to the rose, someone with knowledge. None. Even the headmaster fled. That sounds like Master Rialto, Erril said sourly. I never trusted the weasel. Shorkin turned away from the fire. He nodded toward the window, where the drums could still be heard. It is of no matter. We will all be slaughtered by the morning. What? Erril stepped up to his brother. What of your vision? Gresham snorted. What did I tell you? He mumbled. Trust me, brother. Tonight doesn't concern our mere survival here. It concerns the fate of our future. What future? Gresham said. This child is probably the last full-blooded mage in all the lands of Odyssey. You speak the truth, Gresham. With this child ends the reign of Chi. The world is heading into a black age, a grim time where men will be forged in blood and tears. It was foretold by the sect of High Fai, those of the order who trace the paths of the future. Doomsayers. Erril said. Heretics. They were cast out. Bad news was never well received, least of all by those in power. But they spoke the truth. Shorkin pointed out the window. The drums announced the clarity of their visions. But we are still a strong people, Erril said. We can survive. Shorkin smiled thinly at his older brother. You also speak the truth, Erril. But Odyssey will still fall, and her people will be subjugated by the Golgotha. It is the time of darkness for the land. Like the cycles of the sun and moon, night must follow day. But with our actions here, we may create a future sunrise. We will not see it, nor will our great-grandchildren, but someday, a new sun will have a chance of rising. To ignite that future dawn, a piece of this sunlight must be passed down to our descendants, from us. But how? Ariel said, eyeing the small child. How? The High Fai sect foretold a book. Gresham retreated to the lone bed in the room. The book? Shorkin, you are a fool. Is this why you brought me along? They were your words, Gresham, when you once belonged to the High Fai. Ariel paled and took a step away from the old man. It was a long time ago, Gresham said. When I was still new to the gifts. I dismissed the sect ages ago. Yet I am sure you still remember the prophecy. Others in later years confirmed your visions. It is madness. It is the truth. What were your words? I don't remember. They were foolish words. What were they? Gresham covered his eyes with his one good hand. His voice seemed to come from far away. 3 will come. 1 injured. 1 whole. 1 new to the blood. There. Forged in the blood of an innocent. At midnight in the valley of the moon. The book will be made. 3 will become 1. And the book will be bound. Shorkin sat on the bed next to Gresham. We have studied your words. Now is the time. Gresham groaned. There's much you don't know. You're young to the blood. I have studied other scrolls, texts since burned when the High Fai were cast out. Not all was committed to parchment. Shorkin gripped the old mage's shoulder. Speak, Gresham. Free your tongue. Time runs short. Gresham lowered his head and mumbled quietly. Blood will call her. Book will bind her. Bound in blood. She will rise. Heart of stone. Heart of spirit. She will rise again. Silence blanketed the room. Only the crackling of the fire intruded. Ariel's hand drifted to the pommel of his sword. I thought her myth. Sisykofa, Shorkin said, releasing his grip on Gresham's shoulder, his eyes narrow with worry. The Witch of spirit and stone. Ariel began pacing the threadbare rug. Legend has her destroyed by Chi for daring to wield the blood magic. All women are cursed to bleed with each moon as punishment for her atrocities. How could this abomination rise again? Gresham shrugged. That's why we held our tongue. Not all visions surrounding the book are bright. A grim vision indeed, Shorkin said. Maybe with time, we could discern other prophetic visions to shed some light on your words. But midnight closes in on us. It must be now, or we will lose the chance forever. Gresham sighed. Yet dare we risk it? Even with visions, the future is blind to us. Shorkin stood up from the bed, the wood of the frame creaking in protest. We must work with the tools at hand. Our order is at its end. By creating this book, a small piece of our magic can be preserved. I say we still proceed. I'll follow your lead, Shorkin. What else can I do? The old man said, exposing his stump. Come then. Shorkin helped Gresham to his feet. By the fire. Ariel watched as his brother gathered the boy to him, and the 3 mages set up a warding circle of candle drippings before the fire, strong warding for strong magic. Ariel stepped back. Shorkin twisted his neck to acknowledge Ariel. You, too, will play a role in this venture, brother, a vital role. When we are finished, a bright flash of white light will burst forth, and wild magic will still be loose in the room. You must quickly close the book to end the spell. I will not fail you, Ariel said, frowning, a sick emptiness worming into his chest. But magic is your heart, brother. Why not close the book yourself? You know why, or at least suspect it. I can see it in your eyes, Shorkin said quietly. The forging of this text will destroy the three of us. We must become the book. Errol tensed, his suspicions realized. But midnight fast approaches, brother. I know the hour is late. But what of this child? Errol nodded toward the boy. You will sacrifice him. Does he not have a say? I was born to this, armsman, the boy said, speaking for the first time, his words calm and sure. Errol realized he still did not know the boy's name, though his accent suggested he was raised in one of the coastal townships. She guided me to the apple barrel to hide when the dreadlords attacked. This is meant to be. The boy and I have already spoken of such matters, Shorkin said, stepping from the circle and putting his arms around Errol. He squeezed him tight. Fear not, big brother. It must be done. Errol tightened his own arms around his brother and remained silent, afraid his voice would betray the depth of his despair. After too short a time, Gresham cleared his throat, placing his spent candle on the mantel. Errol released his brother after a final firm hug. What will act as the totem for the book? Gresham asked, wiping wax from his fingers on his robe. Errol noticed the old man stood taller, less stooped, almost his old self. It had been many months since the elder mage had wielded magic. The totem, too, must be warded by the heart of a forger. Shorkin pulled out a battered book from a pocket of his riding vest. Errol recognized the rose etched in gold-lined burgundy on its cover, the edges of the paint flecking away in places from age and tired use. It was Shorkin's diary. I have carried this at my breast for 3 years. He rested the book in the center of the circle and reached to his waist and removed a gilt-edged dagger, a sculpted rose prominent on the butt of the hilt. Gresham slipped a matching dagger from a fold in his robe. Then the older mages looked to the boy. I don't have mine, he answered their stares, eyes wide. It's back at the school. It's of no matter, Shorkin consoled. Any knife will do. These fancy blades are just ceremonial. Still, it would be prudent to maintain proper form, Gresham said. This is a powerful spell we weave. We have no choice. The night wears thin. Shorkin turned to his brother and held out his hand. I'll need your dagger, the one father gave you, but... With an emptiness still aching in his chest, Errol snapped the buckling and freed his dagger. He laid the ironwood hilt in his brother's palm. Shorkin gripped the knife, seeming to weigh its balance, then spoke firmly. Errol, step 3 paces back from us. Do not approach, no matter what you see, until the burst of white light. Errol did as instructed, stumbling back as the three knelt within the protective circle of wax. Shorkin passed his rose-handled knife to the boy, keeping his father's dagger for himself. Let us prepare, Shorkin said. Errol watched his brother slice a thin bloody line across his right palm. Gresham did the same to his left palm, holding the hilt in his teeth. Only the boy held his dagger still poised, unbloodied. Shorkin noticed his hesitation. The knife is honed fine. Cut fast, and only the smallest sting will be felt. The boy still held the dagger frozen. Gresham spat his own knife from between his teeth into his bleeding palm. This must be done by your own will, boy. We cannot take this burden from you. I know. This is my first time. Quick and clean, Shorkin said. The boy squeezed his eyes tight, face tensed in a wince, and drew the blade across his palm. Blood welled into his cupped palm. Eyes bright with moisture, the boy turned to Shorkin. Shorkin nodded. Good. Now let it begin. All three reached and placed bloodied palms upon the book, fingers touching each other, entwined like tentative lovers. Shorkin intoned, as our blood mingles, so do our powers. Let the three become one. Errol watched as the intense redness of the boy's hand spread to the other two mages, until all hands glowed a deep rose. A slight breeze began swirling through the room, stirring a few strands of Errol's black hair. At first, Errol thought it simply a wind from the open window. But this breeze was warm, like a whisper of spring. All three mages had heads lowered in prayer, lips moving silently. As they prayed, the breeze began whirling faster and faster, hotter and hotter. And as the wind swept through the room, it drained color from the circle, drawing substance from the wax ring. Errol could now see the sweeping wind buffeting him, swirls of hues mixing and gyrating. As the wind gained a richness of texture, the contents of the wax circle became duller, bled of their substance. In the fading ring, only the book itself remained substantial, still crisp with color as it rested in the center of the circle. Even the mages, crouching by the book, had become crystalline statues, translucent and vague. The wind grew fiercer. His eyes stinging, Errol had trouble standing before the gale as its hot breath attacked him in swirls of color. He leaned into the storm. Suddenly Errol saw his brother, still only a translucent figure, burst to his feet within the circle. "No!" Shorkin screamed at the ceiling. With his yell, the diary flew open, and a blinding light fountained upward from the pages, bright as a sun for a heartbeat, then collapsing back to nothing, swallowed into the pages of the book. Errol rubbed away the afterimages of the burning light from his eyes. The boy, who like the others was just a translucent outline, scrabbled away from the book, backing toward Errol. Shorkin spotted him. "Halt!" he yelled. The boy ignored him and continued, pushing to the edge of the wax ring. There, he met resistance, having to lean and shove against an invisible barrier. But he was stronger than the barrier, and as he pushed past the wax ring boundary, parts of his body became substantial again. But what was coming through wasn't human. As the boy crossed the warding, his body changed from a translucent figure of a boy to a hulking, shaggy-limbed beast. Shorkin called to his brother, "Stop him, Errol, or all is lost. We are deceived." Before Errol could react, a fiery gale exploded from the circle, flipping him across the room and onto the bed. The room plunged into darkness as the candles and fire were snuffed out by the force of the wind. After the burst, the wind instantly died away, as if someone had slammed a door shut on a winter storm. Errol searched the darkened room. He was alone. Suddenly the fireplace flamed back to life, a still-glowing ember reigniting the blaze. Blinking in the sudden light, Errol spotted his brother's diary, open on the rug. No light emanated from its pages. Where was the beast? Where was his brother? Errol scrambled up from the bed and cautiously surveyed the wind-ravaged room, clothes and traveling bags flung to all corners, chairs overturned. As he stepped from the edge of the bed toward the open book, something grabbed his ankle from behind and yanked, toppling him to the rug. Rolling onto his back, he blindly kicked at his assailant, a heel striking flesh with a satisfying thud. The grip weakened on his ankle, and Errol ripped his leg free. Leaping away from the hidden assailant, Errol rolled on his shoulder to face his opponent, pulling to a crouch as he swept out his sword. From under the bed, it crawled free, pursuing him, the beast that had once been a boy. Amber eyes, slitted black, spat hate toward him as the war-creature hissed. Straightening from a lumbering crouch to its full shaggy height, it stood easily as tall as Errol, but massed at least twice what he did. Mats of black fur hung from it like drapes of hoary moss. But its daggered claws and razor teeth drew most of Errol's attention. It lumbered toward him, its foul stench preceding it. Errol backed, raising the tip of his sword. As if his motion were a signal, the creature leaped at him. Errol dodged to the right, under one of its sweeping arms, and dragged the edge of his long blade across the beast's flank as he passed. Ignoring its howl, Errol leaped atop the bed, seeking a better position to attack. Whirling to face the monster, his sword ready to parry a second attack, Errol froze. No attack came. The beast lumbered away from him. It was going toward the book. No! Errol leaped toward the beast, sword aloft in both hands. He used the force of his plummeting weight to plunge the sword deep through the center of its wide back, driving the sword through to the wooden planks beneath the creature. The beast spasmed, its neck snapped back, and its mouth opened in a silent scream. The creature collapsed forward, Errol landing on top of it. Errol rolled clear and grabbed for his dagger. His hand froze on the empty scabbard. He had given Shorkin his knife. But the beast remained limp on the floor, dead. Breathing heavily, one eye on the monster, Errol crept around its limp bulk and stepped to the open diary. Shorkin had told him he needed to close the book to complete the spell. But after all that had occurred, had something gone wrong? Had the transformation failed? Errol knelt by the diary. He saw that his brother's scrabbly handwriting filled the exposed pages. The book had not changed. Errol felt fresh tears well up in his reddened eyes. Had his brother lost his life for nothing? Gently he reached down and touched the cover's edge, the only token of his lost brother, his lost family, his lost land. Closing his eyes, he flipped the book closed, completing his dead brother's wish. As the book clapped shut, a cold shock jerked through Errol's body and sprawled him across the floor. Lights danced across his vision for several heartbeats, and the room spun and tilted cockeyed. Finally, his vision focused again. The first sight was of the beast now transformed back into a boy. Errol's sword thrust up from the child's back as he lay in a widening pool of blood that reached to the diary itself. My gods, what have I done? Errol felt an icy claw around his heart. What trickery is this? Did I slay an innocent child? He scanned the room for some insight, panicked that some foul magic had deceived him into murdering the boy. His eyes settled on the book. Maybe. He reached, ever so slowly, toward the diary. His finger hovered above the cover, then quickly tapped at it, as if teasing a snake. Nothing happened. There was no shock this time. Biting his lip, he placed his entire palm down on the book. Still nothing happened. With a single finger, he flipped the cover open. A blank white page stared back at him. He knew his brother had crammed the diary from cover to cover with his scribblings. Again with a single finger, Errol fanned through the rest of the book. It was blank, all empty pages. Errol picked up the book, the boy's blood dripping from its leather binding, and flipped to the first page. As he stared at the white page, words coalesced on the paper, as if a ghost were scribbling across it in red ink. He recognized the handwriting. It was Shorkin's. Brother, do you hear me? Errol spoke to the empty air. The writing continued as if he had never spoken. Shorkin? Still no response. Errol read the words, and his fists clenched at the book's pages. And so the book was forged, soaked in the blood of an innocent at midnight in the Valley of the Moon. He who would carry it read the first words and choked in tears for his lost brother and his lost innocence. Neither would ever return. Dropping the book to the floor, Errol stared at the boy's blood coating his palms and crashed to his knees in bitter tears. And so the book was forged, by foolish men playing with powers they did not fully comprehend. Then again, I would do the same, so who am I to complain? Just a storyteller, spinning tales of times past. Now you know how and why the book was forged, out of prophecies, visions, and wild magic. Answers grow other questions. What is the book? What is its purpose? And what became of its blood-soaked pages? As I can testify, time marches forward, the past forgotten, the future dreamed. And questions are answered. The world spins, like a child's top, marking time. Centuries fly by like the fluttering of a frantic sparrow's wing until she appears. Then I place a finger on the world and slow its spin to a stop. There she is in the orchard. Do you see her? Now's the time for her story to be told, she who was prophesied by a one-handed mage, she who would devour the soul of the world. Book 1. First Flames. 1. The apple struck Elena on the head. In surprise, she bit her tongue, and her foot slipped off the next rung of the ladder. She fell the 2 yards to the hard ground and crushed a decayed apple, smearing sticky foulness over the seat of her new work clothes. Careful there, Elena, Joach called from another ladder, the strap from his apple basket digging into his forehead. The basket on his back was almost full. She glanced to her own basket, its contents spilled across the orchard ground. With her face as red as the apple that had dropped on her, she stood, trying to reclaim as much dignity as possible. Wiping her brow, she looked to the sun, which was low on the horizon. Late afternoon shadows stretched toward her. Sighing, she gathered her stray fruit. The dinner bell would be ringing soon. And her basket, even reloaded, was only a bit over half full. Father would be angry. Head in the clouds, he would accuse her. Always slacking from real work. She had heard his words often enough. She placed a hand on the ladder, leaning against the trunk of the tree. It wasn't as if she was purposefully avoiding work. She didn't mind working long hours in the fields or orchards. But the monotony of the chores did little to keep her attention from wandering to the numerous curiosities around her. Today she had found a kakora bird's tiny nest tucked in the crook of an orchard tree. The nest, long abandoned for the season, fascinated her with its intricate weaving of twigs, dried mud, and leaves. Then there had been the lacy spiderweb she had found, heavy with dew, like a jeweled drape. And the molted husk of a fiddler beetle glued to a leaf. So much to study and admire. She stretched the ache buried between her shoulders, staring at row after row of apple trees. For just a heartbeat, Elena felt a twinge of suffocation, the willies her mother called it. In the past, many workers had whispered of the orchard's smothering touch. The trees consumed the entire high country, blanketing hundreds of thousands of acres, spreading from the distant peaks of the towering teeth down to the lowlands of the plains. While the orchard wore many different seasonal faces, a spread of pink and white blossoms in the spring, an impenetrable green sea in summer, a skeletal tangle in winter, its very bulk had a constancy that ate the spirit, draining it. Elena shivered. The branches blocked all the horizons around her. The entwining limbs overhead kept even the sun's touch from Elena's face. When she was younger, she had played among the rows of trees. Then the world had seemed huge, full of adventure and new discoveries. Now, nearing womanhood, Elena finally understood the whispered words of the other workers. The orchard slowly choked you. She raised her face. Here was her world. A trap of trees, leaves, and apples. She could find no break in the view. The cloying smell of decaying apples lay thick on the air. The odor crept into one's pores, marking each person like a dog with its scent, claiming you as its own. Elena spun around, drowning in the beauty of the orchard. If only she had the wings of a bird, she would fly from here. Sail across the plains of Standy, wing over the Inova swamps, fly among the humped islands of the archipelago to the great ocean itself. She turned in circles under the boughs of the trees, imagining faraway places. When you're done dancing, sis, Joach called down to her, you'd better get back to work, but. His stern words clipped her wings and tumbled her from the clouds. She stared up at her older brother. His voice rang with echoes of her father. For a moment, Elena could even see her father in her brother's broadening shoulders and strong, sunburned face. When had that happened? Where was the boy who had run screaming with her in imaginary hunts through the orchards? She stepped back toward her ladder. Joach, don't you ever want to leave this place? Sure, he said, continuing to pick. I want my own farm. Maybe I'll stake out some land by the wild orchards near the Arry. No, I mean leave the valley, leave the orchards. Be a townie in Winterfell, like Aunt Fila? Elena sighed and mounted her ladder. The orchard had already swallowed her brother whole, his mind and spirit trapped in the tangle of branches. No, she said, trying again, I mean leaving the foothills, going to see other lands. He stopped, a ripe apple in his hand, and turned to her, his eyes serious. Why? Elena slipped the carrying strap across her forehead. Never mind. Her basket now felt twice as heavy. Nobody understood her. Suddenly laughter burst from her brother, drawing Elena's attention back. What? she said, expecting ridicule. "Elena, you're so easy to fool." Joach's face split with a mischievous grin. "Of course I want to leave this boring valley. Who do you think I am, some doddering farmer? Sheesh, I'd leave here in a bloody second." Elena grinned. So the orchard hadn't snatched her brother yet. "Give me a sword and a horse, and I'd be long gone," he continued, his eyes wide with his own dreams. They shared a smile across the row of trees. Suddenly a ringing clang echoed across the field, the dinner bell. "About time," Joach said, leaping from his ladder to land gracefully on the ground. "I'm starving." She grinned. "You're always starving." "I'm growing." Her brother's words were certainly true. Joach had spurted in size over this last season. His 14th birthday would come next week. Just a year older than she, he already stood a good head taller. She resisted the impulse to glance down at her chest. The other girls on neighboring farms were already sprouting in all directions, while she, if she took her shirt off, looked not unlike her brother. People had often mistaken them for brothers, even. They had the same red hair, tied in a ponytail and back, the same green eyes above high cheekbones, and the same sunburned complexion. While it was true she had more freckles, longer eyelashes, and a smaller nose, she was still almost as muscular as he. Working in the fields and orchards together since they were children had conditioned them similarly. But the farm work they did amounted to no more than children's chores. Soon Joach would join the men in the harder labors and grow the chest and arms of a true man, even as he grew in height already. Eventually no one would mistake them for brothers, at least she hoped not. Unwittingly, she found herself staring at her chest and thinking fervently, the sooner the better. "If you are done admiring those baby apples of yours," he teased, "let's get going." She plucked a fruit and threw it at him. "Get out of here." She meant to sound abrasive, but her laughter at the end ruined it. "At least I don't keep flexing in front of the mirror when no one's looking." It was his turn to go red-faced. "I wasn't. I didn't." "Go home, Joach." "What about you?" "My basket is far from full. I think I'd better work a little longer." "I could pour some of my apples into your basket. Mine's overflowing anyway. That way it'll look like we did the same amount of work." Knowing her brother was trying to help her, she still felt a twinge of annoyance. "I can pick my own apples." Her words came out more acerbic than she had intended. "Okay, I was only trying to help. Tell Mother I'll be back before sundown." "You'd better be. You know she doesn't like us out after dark. The Kuliga family lost 3 sheep last week." "I know. I heard. Now get going before they run out of mutton." "I'll be fine." She saw her brother hesitate for a heartbeat, but his hunger won out. With a wave, he headed away, marching between the rows of trees, back toward the house. Quickly swallowed up by the trees, even his scrunching footfalls faded to silence. Elena climbed to the top of the ladder and pushed her way up to the more heavily laden branches. In the distance, she spied the multiple trails of chimney smoke rising from the town of Winterfell, hidden deeper in the valley. Her eyes tracked the black, smudged columns until they faded to faint haze high above the valley, where winds blew the smoke toward the distant ocean. If only she could follow. As she stared, her father's words returned to her, his voice gruff, "Your head's always in the clouds, Elena." Sighing, she tore her gaze from the sky and leaned her belly against the ladder for balance. This was her life. Using both hands, she grabbed apples and dropped them over her shoulder into her basket. Experienced fingers judged if the apples were ripe enough to pluck, pausing here, picking there, until all the mature apples from the local branches rested in her basket. As she worked, her shoulders began to ache again, shooting complaints down her back. But she did not stop. Swatting at the flies that circled about her, she climbed up another rung to reach fresh branches, determined to fill her basket before sundown. Soon the ache in her shoulders spread like a weed to her belly. She shifted her position on the ladder, thinking the rungs were bruising her midriff as she leaned. Suddenly a sharp cramp gripped her gut. She almost lost her balance, but a quick hand on the ladder stopped her plummet. Eyes narrowed, she held on to the ladder, waiting for the pain to subside. It always did. For the past few days, she had been suffering from bouts of cramping. She had kept silent, attributing it to the number of blisterberries she had been consuming. The season was short, and the purplish berries had always been her favorite. Cramping or not, she couldn't resist their sweet nectar. Breathing sharply between her clenched teeth, she wrote out the pain. Within a few heartbeats, it faded back to a dull ache. Resting her forehead against her arm, she allowed herself a few deep breaths before continuing. Glancing up, she spotted a sight that made her forget about her belly. The late evening sunlight pierced the canopy of leaves and blazed on a beauty of an apple, exceptionally large, almost the size of a small melon. Ah, how her mother prized these large, succulent apples for her pies. Even her father would be doubly pleased if she returned with her basket full and this trophy of an apple. But could she reach it? Stepping up another rung, one more than her father normally allowed them to climb, she strained an arm upward. Her fingertips brushed the bottom of the apple, setting it to swinging on its stalk. Blast! If Joach were here, he could have reached it. But this was her prize. Pressing her lips together, she carefully eased herself up another rung. The ladder teetered beneath her. Hugging the trunk with one arm, she stretched the other toward the prize. Her hand inched toward the large fruit as her shoulder throbbed. With a triumphant grin, she watched her hand slide into the sunlight outlining the apple. Or at least she intended to. As her hand slipped higher, it vanished as it struck the edge of the sunbeam. Thinking the sundazzle had momentarily blinded her, she did not immediately panic. Instead, her stomach cramped viciously, her lower belly flaring with agony as if someone had dragged a rusty dagger through her innards. Gasping, she stumbled down a rung, clutching tree and ladder in a huge embrace. A hot wetness seeped between her thighs as she hung there. Believing the pain had loosened her bladder, she glanced down in disgust. But what she saw there caused her to slip down the length of the ladder and land in a crumpled pile at its foot. Rolling into a seated position, she again examined herself. Blood. Her gray pants were soaked in the crotch with seeping blood. Her first thought was that something had cut her up inside. Then it dawned on her, and a small smile played about her lips. Something she had heard about, had been hoping for, had finally happened, her first menstrua. She, Elena Morenstall, had become a woman. Stunned, she sat there and raised a hand to her forehead. Before she could touch her damp brow, her right hand drew her eyes. It was swamped in blood, too. A thick redness coated the entire surface of her hand like a ruby glove. What had happened? She knew she hadn't touched herself down there. Besides, she wasn't bleeding that much. I must have cut myself on a ladder nail during the fall, or maybe on a sharp broken branch, she thought. But there was no pain. Instead, there was an almost pleasant coolness. She wiped her hand on her khaki shirt. Nothing wiped off. Her shirt was still clean. She wiped harder. Still nothing. Her heart began to race, and stars danced across her vision as she started to panic. Her mother had never warned her of anything like this associated with a woman's first menstrua. Maybe it was some sort of woman's secret, kept hidden from men and children. That had to be it. She forced her breathing to slow. It obviously didn't last. Her mother's hands were normal. She took several cleansing breaths. It would be okay. Her mother would explain this nonsense. She stood up, and for the second time that day, righted her spilled basket and gathered her stray apples. The last apple she spotted was the giant trophy apple. She must have grabbed it before she fell. What luck! She touched her right earlobe in proper deference to the spirits for the spoon. Thank you, sweet mother, she murmured to the empty orchard. Here lay a good omen as she started her womanhood. Bending over to retrieve her prize, she watched her bloodied hand close upon it and remembered the moment when her hand had vanished, disappearing in a blaze of sunlight. She crinkled her brow and dismissed the thought. It must have just been the light playing tricks on her tired eyes. Her hand clamped on the apple. Mother would make a fine pie out of this. She pictured the warm apple and cinnamon oozing from a fresh slice of pie. As she lifted her trophy, the apple quaked in her palm as if it were alive, then promptly withered and dried to a wrinkled, parched mass. Pulling her lips back in disgust, she dropped it. As the apple hit the ground, it flashed up in a flame bright enough to blind her eyes. Elena raised her arm across her face, but the light just as quickly vanished. She lowered her arm cautiously. All that was left of the apple was a tiny mound of ashes. Holy Mother of Regalta! As she backed away from the black pile, the dinner bell again clanked from across the orchard, startling her but also setting her in motion. Abandoning her basket, she fled across the orchard. By the time Elena reached her family's farmyard, only the last rays of the setting sun still glowed in the western sky. Shadows lay thick across the packed dirt between the horse barn and main house. Leaping over the irrigation ditch, she burst from the last row of trees. A wagon loaded with day workers trundled toward her, heading for the town road. Raucous laughter carried across the yard. The mule driver, Horrell Furt, waved her out of the way. "Move it, lass," he called to her. "I've got a boot full of hungry men here needin' to get to their dinners. And our ale. Don't forget our ale." Someone called from the back of the wagon. His comment triggered another spate of laughter. Elena hopped to the side of the yard. The train of 4 mules leaned into their harnesses and pulled the creaking wagon past her. She began to raise her right hand to wave to the departing workers, then lowered it, hiding it behind her back, suddenly ashamed of her stained hand. If the red color was a mark of budding womanhood, she suddenly felt awkward at declaring her change before the rowdy men. She even found her cheeks blushing at the thought. As soon as the wagon lumbered past, Elena darted across the yard, but not before hearing one of the men declare to another, "That girl's an odd one. Always running about. Not right in the head, I wager." Elena ignored the insult and continued toward the back door of her house. It wasn't anything she hadn't heard before. The children at school were even crueler with their tongues. Elena had always been a tall, gangling child, dressed in old homespun hand-me-downs from her brother. She endured being the butt of much joking, often crying herself home. Even her teachers thought her somewhat slow, believing her daydreams to be evidence of a dull mind. This judgment hurt, too, but over time, Elena's heart had grown thick enough calluses. Isolated, with only her brother and a few youngsters from neighboring farms for companionship, Elena had discovered the joys of exploring on her own. She had rooted out many wonderful places in the surrounding foothills, a rabbit warren where the dozen bucks would feed freely from her hand, an anthill as high as her head, a lightning-struck tree that was hollow inside, a patch of mold-frosted headstones from a long-lost cemetery. She would often return exhausted from a day of roaming, bramble-scratched and muddy, with a wide grin on her face. Frowning now, Elena slowed her running as she neared the back door. As much as she enjoyed her explorations, she could not ignore that lately a certain discontent had crept around her heart. She found her eyes lingering on far horizons. Her hands itched for something she could not name. It was as if a storm were building up in her bones, waiting to burst free. Elena climbed the back steps. As she reached toward the door handle, her eyes caught the ruby glow of her stained palm in the last rays of the sun. And now this. What did it mean? Her fingers trembled as they hovered over the brass door handle. For the first time, she sensed the true depth and breadth of the strangeness that could lie beyond her orchard. She closed her eyes, suddenly fearful. Why would she ever want to leave her home? Safety was here, and all those who loved her. Here were lands as comfortable as worn flannel on a cold morning. Why seek more? As she shivered on the doorstep, the door burst open before her, startling her down a step. In the doorway, her father towered with Joach's shoulder clutched in his large hand. Both the men's eyes widened in surprise to find Elena on the stoop. "See," Joach said sheepishly, "I told you she'd be right in." "Elena," her father said, "you know you're not supposed to be in the orchards alone after dark. You need to think." Elena flew into her father's arms. "Honey?" he said as he closed her up in his thick arms. "What's wrong?" She buried her face into her father's chest, never wanting to move from his arms. More than the thatched roof and warm hearth, here was her home. 2. The twilight gloom deepened under the thick branches of the orchard trees. Rockingham pulled his cloak tighter around his shoulders and stamped his feet. The night always grew so cold in this cursed alpine valley. He hated this assignment from his superiors. Stuck in a backwater village of backwoods bumpkins, and these frigid winters. Nothing like the sunny climate of his island home. As a cold breeze bit at his thin cloak, Rockingham pictured his home in the archipelago. The beaches, the moist heat, the sunsets that took hours to dim over the ocean swells. As he remembered the home he had left so long ago, a trace of memory whispered at his ear, long blonde hair and laughing eyes, and a name. A woman's name. But who? He tried to grasp the memory firmer, but it fluttered away like a frightened bird. What was he forgetting? Then, a frigid gust snatched at his riding cloak, its icy touch distracting him from his reverie. Rockingham clutched the wind-whipped material to his exposed neck. Making noises of impatience in the back of his throat, he watched the near-blind seer swirl a finger in a mound of cooling ashes beside an overturned apple basket. The old man raised his nose to the night breeze that swept between the rows of trunks, for all the world like a hunting cur checking an invisible trail. He then raised the soiled finger to his crooked nose. "She bleeds," the blind man said, sniffing at his finger, his voice like old sheets of ice breaking and grinding against one another. "Of whom do you speak, Dismarum? Why did you force us from town?" "The one the master seeks, she has come at long last." Rockingham shook his head. "Not this nonsense again. A whole night's rest disturbed for this old man's fantasy. She's a myth," he said, throwing an arm up in disgust. "For how many centuries has the Dark Lord tried to imbue a female with his powers and failed? During my tenure at Blackhall, I saw the result of the Exalted One's effort, the misshapen creatures howling from the dungeons. It's impossible. A female cannot wield magic. Not impossible. She is here, dot." Rockingham kicked the basket nearby, scattering red fruit across the ground. "You said the same last year. We splayed that girl's entrails across the altar and found you were wrong. That is of no matter. Tell that to the townspeople of Winterfell." Her screaming almost set them to riot. "If it wasn't for the battalion of dog soldiers, they would have driven us to the fields. Thousands can die, as long as we catch the right one." Dismarum clutched Rockingham's elbow with a bony claw. "I have been waiting for countless years. Old prophecies, whispered from the past, told me she would come to this valley. I came here a young man, when your great-grandfather was still an infant in swaddling, and I have waited." Rockingham pulled his elbow free of the iron grip. "Are you sure this time? If you're wrong, I will personally relieve you of your tongue, so I don't have to listen to your lies anymore." Leaning on a gnarled poiwood staff, the blind seer turned his milky globes in Rockingham's direction. Rockingham jerked a step back. Those eyes seemed to penetrate to his spine. "She is here," Dismarum hissed. Rockingham cleared his throat. "Fine. I'll collect a squadron from the garrison in the morning and have her arrested." The old man turned those ghostly eyes from him, his ancient fingers pulling the cowl of his cloak over his bald head. "It must be tonight." "How? This girl's parents aren't about to let us drag her into the night. These farm folk are not as cowed as the rabble in the cities. They're still a damnably independent lot, dot. The master has granted me your aid, Rockingham. I requested you. You will be enough. Me? Are you telling me that you're the reason I was yanked from Blackhall and assigned to this blighted valley? I needed someone like you, prepared by the master. What are you babbling about? The soldier demanded. Instead of answering, the old man whipped out a long dagger, flashing silver in the moonlight, and stabbed it into Rockingham's lower belly, just above the groin. Stunned, the younger man fell back, but not in time to stop the seer from slicing clean up his belly, splitting him like a fish. Stumbling to his knees with a moan, Rockingham clutched his slit belly, trying to dampen the loops of his intestine. "WH, what have you done?" With one hand still holding the bloody dagger, Desmaram pointed with his other limb, an arm that ended in a blunt stump. "Go, my children. Seek her out. Be my eyes. Be my ears. Destroy those that stand in our way." Weakening, Rockingham fell to one hand, his other arm clutched around his belly. Something writhed in his gut, like coals stirred in a fire. His agony flared. He fell to his side with a squeaking cry, giving up his grip. As darkness began to blot out his vision, he saw them leave his belly, thousands of them, white worm-like grubs. As they poured and rolled into the night air, they seemed to swell and stretch until each was an arm's length long and as thick around as his thumb. They squirmed in a fetid mass over and around him, some burrowing into the soil and disappearing away. Blackness swallowed the sight from him as he died. Only the old man's words followed him into oblivion. "Seek her out, little ones. She will be mine." 3. Elena sighed as she sank into the hot bath, steam rising to the raftered ceiling, the scent of berries pungent in her nose from the crushed leaves mother had added to the tub. "The hot water will cleanse you, and the herbs will ease your cramping," her mother assured her as she poured another hot pitcher into the tub. "But you must stay here until the water begins to cool." "I'm not going anywhere," Elena answered. She rolled back and forth in the hot water, letting sore muscles stretch and relax. The strangeness of the day's events had faded, bled away by a meal of roasted duck accompanied by the dry mumblings between her parents across the dinner table on the best place to barter for a new bull. The revelation of her first menstrua had drawn far more attention from her family than her stained hand. It all now seemed like a bad dream. "Tomorrow I'll send Joach to announce the party," her mother said, her eyes adrift with plans. "I'll have your Aunt Fila arrange for the cake and send your father out for more cider. Do we have enough chairs? Maybe I'd better take the wagon to the Sontaks and borrow some of theirs. And then I should make sure." "Mother, I don't need a party," Elena said, but secretly she was thrilled. Everyone would know she had become a woman. Smiling, she slid down under the waters, then resurfaced, wiping water from her eyes. "Pish, we must have a party. You're my only little girl." A certain sadness crept into her mother's eyes. Elena remained silent. She knew her mother was remembering the stillborn girl birthed 2 years after Elena. Since then her mother had been unable to get pregnant. Now streaks of gray coursed through her auburn hair, and many wrinkles were etched where her skin was once smooth. For the first time, Elena realized that her mother was getting old. She would have no other children besides Elena and Joach. Her mother ran long fingers through her graying tresses and gave a soft sigh. Her eyes focused back to the present and on Elena's right hand. "Now, Elena, you're sure you didn't fool with any of Grandma Filbura's paints?" She picked up Elena's ruby-coated hand in her own and turned it back and forth. "Or maybe accidentally splashed some Ruggers dye from the workshed on it? You know I don't like you kids playing in there." "No, Mother," she said, pushing higher in the tub. "I swear." It just suddenly turned red. "Maybe some prank of Joach's." "I don't think so." Elena knew Joach well. The shock on her brother's face when he had first seen her stained hand had been genuine. Then maybe one of the neighbor's kids. Those Wacklands are always brewing mischief. Elena slipped her hand free of her mother's and picked up the horsehair-bristled brush. "So this isn't some women's mystery?" she said, scrubbing at her palm. Something secret to do with becoming an adult? Her mother smiled at her. No, my dear, it's just some prank. Not a very funny one. She continued scrubbing, but the bloody stain remained. They seldom are. Her mother brushed Elena's cheek with her palm, but her gaze remained on Elena's hand, small wrinkles of worry whispering around her lips. I'm sure it will fade. Don't fret about it. I hope it's gone by the party. If not, honey, you could wear my dressy gloves. Elena brightened. I could? She stopped grinding the brush across her flesh, her skin was beginning to burn. Maybe she'd just leave it be. She had always fancied wearing her mother's long satin gloves. They would look spectacular with her party dress. Just finish cleaning before the water cools. We'll talk more about the party later. Her mother stood and straightened her robe. It's getting late. Make sure you drain and rinse the tub before you go to sleep. Yes, mother, she said with an exasperated sigh. She wasn't a child anymore. Her mother kissed her on the top of her head. Good night, sweetie. I'll see you in the morning. Slipping from the bathing chamber, her mother closed the door on the animated ruckus coming from the main room. Joach was still getting a tongue lashing from father for leaving his sister in the orchard alone. Elena could imagine Joach's expression, dutifully subdued. She knew her father's harsh words breezed past Joach with hardly a sting. She smiled. With the thick oaken door shut, all she heard was a low murmur. She leaned deeper into the steaming water, content, her worry about the burning apple just a distant throb. It had to have been some sort of trick. Suddenly she was glad she had failed to mention the apple. It seemed so silly now that she was home, just some silly prank. Still. She held her hand up in the lamplight. The light seemed to absorb into her hand, and the color appeared to swirl in whirls across her skin. She remembered how she had been thinking about warm apple pie when the apple had suddenly heated up and dried to a wrinkled crisp. It seemed almost magical. She waved her hand across the steamy air, pretending to cast spells and perform evil magic. Grinning at her whimsy, she imagined herself one of the ancient dark mages from those old stories told around campfires, stories of times before Lord Golgotha came across the eastern sea to rescue her people from chaos. The mythical stories of the wild magic were whispered at night and sung in songs, of the silver-haired elven people and the giants of the highland, of Aloa Glen, the thousand-spired citadel of black magic sunk under the seas ages ago, of the Ojiras of the western reaches, who spoke like humans but burned with hatred for humankind, of the mere creatures that swam among the blasted shoals far to the east. Elena could recount hundreds of such stories told to her as she grew up. In her head, Elena knew it was all wives' tales and pure invention, but her heart still thrilled at the old stories. She remembered sitting in her father's lap, her tiny fists clutched to her throat, as her Uncle Bull recounted the battle for the Valley of the Moon. He had prefaced the story by telling her in hushed tones that this very valley was where the battle had taken place. And the town of Winterfell was only a small crossroads, he said in a furtive whisper, with a shabby stable and a drafty inn. She had laughed at such a thought. Only a small child at the time of the telling, not even yet allowed in the fields, she had swallowed every word from her uncle as if it were true. She smiled now at her foolishness. How the adults must have laughed at her gullibility. Well, she was no longer a child. She lowered her hand back to the water and blushed. She knew she was too old to be fantasizing about such follies. She was a woman today. These stories were all fantasy. Magic was not real. It was all the mummery of carnival tricksters and scoundrels. In school, she had been taught her land's true history. How, 5 centuries ago, the Golgotha had crossed the sea and brought civilization to her land and people. How they had brought reason and logic to destroy her ancestors' pagan rites. How her people had once practiced human sacrifice and worshipped invisible spirits. Then the king of Blackhall, the Lord Golgotha, had come. A tumultuous time followed as his lieutenants offered peace and knowledge to her barbarous ancestors. Blood was shed as the hand of peace was offered. But eventually truth and wisdom prevailed, and the trickster mages were destroyed. An age of logic and science began, wiping out myth and barbarism. Frowning, Elena rubbed the barley soap through her hair, tired of pondering dry lessons from school. She had more important things to consider. What should she wear to the party? Should she wear her hair up like an older woman? She pushed the sudsy locks atop her head. She hated it that way, preferring to let it flow free, but she was entering womanhood, and it was coming time to stop acting like a little girl. With soap trailing down her neck, she let her hair drape to her shoulders. And what about Tolel Manchin, the blacksmith's handsome apprentice? She pictured his curly black hair and ruddy complexion and his arms. The months of working the forge's bellows had grown muscles that the other boys were jealous of. Would he come to the party? Surely he would, wouldn't he? Elena felt her heart begin to beat faster. She would ask her mother to let her wear her grandmother's shell necklace. It would be grand with her green dress. Elena glanced down at her wet torso. Only the barest hint of developing womanhood interrupted the rivulets of bathwater draining across her chest. There wasn't much there to attract the eye of Tolel. Others in her class were already murmuring about underclothes and the tenderness of blossoming growth. Elena reached to her chest and pressed firmly. Nothing. Not even a hint of the ache the other girls whispered about. Maybe it would be best if Tolel didn't show up for the party. Maybe even best if the party was cancelled. Who was going to believe she was a woman? Elena suddenly shivered as a stray draft blew across her exposed back. The bathwater was quickly losing its heat. Elena sank to her shoulders, the tepid water still warmer than the chilly bathing chamber. Why couldn't the bathwater stay hot a bit longer? A twinge of ire flashed through her. Couldn't she at least have a few more moments of steamy bliss? She sank deeper into the cooling water. As she lay there, she pictured herself soaking in the hot springs of Kaltoka. She had read about them in a school text, volcanic springs deep in the snowy teeth. As she dreamed about their mineral-rich waters, her own soapy tub seemed to warm with her thoughts. She sighed, a smile playing about her lips. This was nice. As she continued to recline in the bath, picturing in her mind the steam-choked chambers of Kaltoka, her bathwater continued to warm, soothing at first, then becoming surprisingly hot. Elena's eyes fluttered open. Her skin began to redden from the heat. She sprang to her feet in the water. Bubbles started to rise along the edge of the tub. Her lower legs and feet began to scald. Elena leaped from the tub just as the water began to roil with steam and bubbles. As Elena backed away, the water erupted over the edge of the tub, hissing as it splashed to the oaken floor. The room swelled with choking steam. Elena's naked bottom bumped into the bathing chamber's cold door, startling her to action. She fumbled for the handle. What was happening? Swinging the door open, she stood in the doorway, a call to her mother frozen on her lips. At that moment, the remaining water blew from the tub in a final explosion of steam. Elena was thrown forward by a wall of superheated air and flung naked into the next room. She landed on a rug and slid across the floor, the loose rug bunching up under her. As she came to rest, she noticed she was not alone in the room. Her father had sprung from the couch where he had been enjoying his evening smoke. Her brother sat frozen in a chair by the fire, his mouth hanging open. As she sat up, her father's pipe dropped from his slack lips and clattered to the floor. "Elena, girl, what did you do?" he asked. "I didn't do anything. The water just kept getting hotter and hotter." Elena began to feel the sting of her scalded skin, and tears welled up in her eyes. Joach stood up and stomped out the burning tobacco that had spilled from his father's pipe before it scorched the rug. He seemed to concentrate fully on his chore, his cheeks blushing slightly. "Elena, don't you think you'd better grab a towel?" Elena glanced at her naked form, and now a sob of embarrassment escaped her throat. Just then her mother clattered down the stairs in only her nightgown, her robe clutched in one hand. What happened? I never heard such a noise. Her eyes settled on Elena's crumpled form and grew wide. She hurried over to her daughter. You're red as a boiled potato. We need to get some salve on those burns. Elena allowed herself to be bundled up in her mother's robe. But even its soft cotton was like coarse burlap against her tender skin. Wincing, she pushed to her feet. Her father and Joach had stepped to the bathing chamber entrance. The tub is cracked, her father said, his voice thick with shock. And the wax on the floor has bubbled up from the planking. It looks like someone tried to set the place on fire. He turned questioning eyes toward Elena. Whoa, Joach said, shaking his head, his eyes wide. You did some damage, sis. Hush, Joach. Her father turned to face her fully. What happened here? Her mother put a protective arm around Elena. Now, Bruxton, I won't have you pointing fingers. She's hurt. And besides, how could she do such a thing? Do you see any wood ash or smell coal oil? Her father grumbled under his breath. Elena is already shook up enough. Leave her be. We'll solve this in the morning. Right now she needs medicine. Elena leaned into her mother's arms. What truly had happened? How could one explain a tub of water suddenly trying to boil you alive? Elena had no real answer, but in her stomach, she knew somehow she was to blame. She remembered the burning apple, and her head began to ache. The whole day had been one mystery after another. Her mother gently hugged her. Let's go upstairs and treat those burns. She nodded, but already the worst of the stinging was beginning to fade. Glancing down at her palms, she noticed that the stain on her right hand had faded from a deep purplish red to a ruby color that hardly stood out from her singed arms. At least the scalding had boiled away a fraction of the dye, a small blessing considering her sore skin and the ruined bathing chamber. So what really happened? Joach whispered. He sat cross-legged at the foot of Elena's bed. He had snuck into her room after her mother had finished smearing her arms and back with medicinal balm. Clutching her pillow in her lap, Elena sat with her knees almost touching her brother's. I'm not sure, she said, keeping her voice quiet in the darkroom. Neither of them wanted to attract their parents' attention. Elena could occasionally hear her father's rough voice echo up from below. She cringed with each of his outbursts, shame burning her cheeks. They were not a rich family, and it would cost much to repair the ruined bathing chamber. Suddenly, her mother's voice carried up to them. They said she might be the one. I must tell them. Her father's voice rose higher. Woman, you'll do no such thing. That side of your family is daft. Fila and Bull. Joach nudged her with his knee. I've never heard them so mad. What do you think they're talking about? Elena strained to listen, but her parents' words had lowered back to a murmur. Joach shrugged. I don't know, Dot. Elena felt tears beginning to well in her eyes. She was thankful for the darkness that hid them. I'm surprised that cracking the tub got them so upset, Joach said. Heck, I've done worse than that. Remember when I fed Tracker that basket of hazelnuts Mother was going to use in Father's birthday cake? Elena couldn't stop a smile from coming to her lips. She wiped at her eyes. Tracker, their stallion, had suffered from diarrhea all night, and their father had spent his entire birthday shoveling the barn clean and walking the horse to keep it from getting colic. And the time I told the Wackland kids that you could touch the moon if you jumped from the top branches of a tree. He snickered in the dark. Elena punched his knee. Sambai broke his arm. He deserved it. No one pushes my little sister in the mud. Elena suddenly remembered that day 2 years ago. She had been wearing the flowered dress Aunt Fila had given her for the midsummer celebration. The mud had ruined it. You did that for me? She asked, her voice a mix of shock and laughter. What are big brothers for? Elena again felt tears beginning to threaten. Joach slid from the bed, then leaned over and hugged her. "Don't worry, El, whoever is playing these pranks on you, I'll find out. No one messes with my little sister." She hugged Joach back. "Thanks," she whispered in his ear. Straightening up, Joach slunk to the door. He turned to her just before slipping from her room. "Besides, I can't let this mysterious prankster get the better of me. I've a reputation to uphold." 4. Dismarum knelt in the damp weeds in the moonlit orchard, a culled figure, crooked as a rotten stump. Not a single bird called this night, not an insect word. Dismarum listened, both with his ears and with his inner senses. The last of the Mulgrady had snaked into the soil, worming their way toward the distant homestead. The ragged-edged wound in dead Rockingham's belly had long stopped steaming into the night as the carcass chilled. Pressing his forehead against the cold dirt, Dismarum sent his thoughts to his creatures. He received their answer back like the singing of 1,000 children's voices, a chorus with one message: hunger. "Patience, my little ones," he sent to them. "Soon you shall feast." Satisfied with their progress, Dismarum stood up and stumbled over to Rockingham, feeling with his one good hand, seeking his dead guide, his weak eyes of little use in the dark. His fingers settled on Rockingham's frozen face. Squatting beside the dead man, Dismarum unsheathed his knife. He tucked the hilt in the crook of his stumped arm, then pricked a finger with the dagger's blade. Ignoring the twinge from his sliced finger, he sheathed his dagger and turned to Rockingham. Using his bloodied finger, he painted Rockingham's lips with blood, like an undertaker preparing a corpse for viewing. Once done, Dismarum leaned over and kissed Rockingham's bloody lips, tasting salt and iron. He exhaled between the cold, parted lips, huffing out Rockingham's cheeks, then slipped his lips to the dead man's ear. "Master, I beg you hear my call," he whispered into the cold ear. Dismarum leaned back, waiting, listening. Then it came, the air grew frigid around him, he sensed a malignant, icy presence. A noise like a wind rushing through dried branches escaped the dead lips. Then words trickled up from Rockingham's black throat. "She is here?" "Yes," Dismarum answered, his eyes closed. "Speak." The word echoed, as if from a dank well. "She has ripened, bloodied with power. I smell it. Get to her. Bind her." "Of course, my lord. I have already sent the Mulgrady. I will send one of the Skeltum to aid you." Dismarum shivered. "That won't be necessary. I can. It is already on its way. Prepare her for it." "As you command, master," Dismarum said, but he could already sense the receding presence. The wintry orchard seemed sultry in the wake of its passing. Still, Dismarum pulled his cloak snugly around his shoulders. It was time to go. The Mulgrady should already be in position. Dismarum lowered his hand to Rockingham's belly, his palm sinking into the gelatinous wound, clotted blood slipping between his fingers. He sneered, revealing the 4 teeth still rotting in his black gums. Kneeling beside the carcass, he grabbed handfuls of dirt and hurriedly stuffed them in Rockingham's wound. After adding 13 handfuls, Dismarum used his good hand and the stump of his one arm to pull the edges of Rockingham's wound together. Holding the clammy edges, he whispered the words taught him by his dread master. An ache developed in his own belly as he recited the words. The last words were spoken in a push of agony, as if he were giving birth. He squinted at the almost unbearable pain as the last syllable stumbled from his tongue. His old heart hammered in his breast. Mercifully, though, the agony subsided with the last word. Leaning back, Dismarum ran a hand over Rockingham's wound. The edges were now sealed together, healed. He placed a finger on his dead guide's forehead and spoke a single word. "Rise." The carcass jerked under his finger, spasmed almost a handspan above the cold dirt, then settled to the ground. Dismarum listened as a single ragged breath escaped Rockingham's cold lips. After several heartbeats, a second rasping gurgled out, then a third. Dismarum pushed to his feet, struggling up with his staff gripped tight in a single fist. A cow lowed mournfully from a nearby field. He stood silently as Rockingham struggled, gasping and choking, back to this world. After several racking coughs, Rockingham pushed to a seated position. He raised a tremulous hand to his belly and pulled his ripped shirt over his exposed midriff. What happened? Another fainting spell, Dismarum answered, his attention aimed toward the distant dark homestead. Rockingham closed his eyes and rubbed at his forehead. Not again, he mumbled as he rolled to his knees, then slowly to his feet. He pawed at the trunk of a tree to steady himself. How long have I been out? Long enough. The trail grows cold. Dismarum pointed a finger toward the farmhouse. Come. The old seer began walking, thumping his staff with each footfall. Exhaustion from the use of his master's black art made his limbs as weak as a hatchling's. He noticed that Rockingham remained standing by his tree trunk. The night grows thin, old man, Rockingham called to his back. Maybe we should return to town and come back for the wench in the morning. Or at least let us ride, the horses are near enough. Dismarum turned his cowled face toward Rockingham. Now, he said with a hiss. With daybreak, we must have her shorn in trust. The master left explicit instructions. She must be bound while the moon still glows. So you say. Rockingham shoved off the tree like a boat leaving a safe harbor. He stumbled toward the seer as Dismarum turned to follow the trail of the Mulgrady. Rockingham continued to blather. You've been reading too many scribblings of madmen. Witchies are from stories to frighten children. All we'll find at this farm is a frightened farm girl, her hands thick with calluses from working the plows. I'm losing a night's slumber in this mad pursuit. Dismarum stopped and rested on his staff. You'll lose more than slumber if she slips our net tonight. You've seen in the master's dungeons how he rewards failure. The seer allowed himself a moment of satisfaction as Rockingham shuddered at his words. Dismarum knew that Rockingham had toured the nether regions of Blackhall and seen the twisted remains of those who once walked under the sun. His talkative guide now followed silently as Dismarum led the way. The seer appreciated the silence. He could have left the feeble man stiffening in the cold orchard, but besides harboring the Mulgrady, Rockingham still had many other uses. Back at Blackhall, the master had splayed Rockingham open upon his blood altar and imbued him with the darkest of his arts. Dismarum still remembered the man screaming that midnight, how he bled from his eyes in pain, how his very back broke as he writhed on the bloody stone. Afterward, the master had put him back together again, piece by piece, then wiped the fool's memory of the long night. Forged into a tool of the master, Rockingham had been granted to Dismarum to aid in his vigil of the valley. Dismarum glanced sidelong at Rockingham. He recalled one particularly odious rite, made at the stroke of midnight during Rockingham's forging, requiring the slaughter of a newborn babe. The infant's innocent blood bathed both the altar and Rockingham's exposed, beating heart. He remembered the tool imbued into Rockingham at that moment, something so dark that even the thought of it now sent a shiver through the milky-eyed seer. Somewhere over the hills, a dog howled into the night, as if catching a brief scent of the thing hiding inside Rockingham. Oh, yes, there was much more that Rockingham would yet do. 5. Elena could not sleep. Her burns chafed with every slight movement. Her mind still swam with the frightening events that had occurred in the bathing chamber. As much as she would like to believe herself blameless in the destruction of the room, in her heart she knew better. This concern, too, kept her eyes open, far from slumber. What had happened? Her mother's words kept running through her head. She might be the one. There had been fear, rather than pride, in her mother's voice. Elena slipped her hand for the 100th time from under her blanket and held it up. In the dim light, the stain on her right palm appeared darker. The salve her mother had slathered over her arms glistened in the weak moonlight sifting through her bedroom's curtains. The sweet scent of Whitch hazel drifted strong from the balm. Whitch hazel. The very air she breathed spoke her fears. Ch. Her Uncle Bull, always a storehouse of old stories and tales, had kept her and her brothers shivering in their bedrolls when out on hunting trips, tantalizing them with stories of witches, ogres, and the fairy folk creatures of both light and dark, fantasy and folklore. She remembered the serious set to Uncle Bull's lips and his intense eyes, highlighted in the cooking fire's glow, as he spoke his tales. He seemed to believe what he was telling and never winked slyly or raised his eyebrows in exaggeration. It was the earnest way he spoke, his voice low and rumbling, that was the most disquieting aspect of his stories. "This is the true story of our land," he would say, "a land once called Alasea. There was a time when the air, land, and sea spoke to men. Beasts of the field were the equals of those who walked on two legs. The forests to the distant west, what were even then called the western reaches, gave birth both to creatures so foul as to turn you to stone dare you see them, and to creatures so wondrous you would fall to your knees just to touch them. This was the land of Alasea, your land. Remember what I tell you. It may save your life." And then he would talk late into the night. Elena struggled to conjure up some of Uncle Bull's humorous stories to ease her worries, but her troubled mind kept dredging up darker tales, stories with witches. Elena rolled to her side in her tiny bed, the soft cotton ticking scratching at her legs. She pulled her pillow over her head, trying to block out the old stories and new fears, but it didn't help. She still heard the hooting of a barn owl from the rafters of the nearby horse barn. She threw her pillow back from her face, clutching it to her chest. The barn owl repeated his protest, and a heartbeat later, the flutter of heavy wings could be heard flapping past her window as the owl began its nightly foraging. Nicknamed Pintail, the owl earned its lodging by keeping mice and rats out of the grain bins. Nearly as old as she, Pintail had roosted in the barn's rafters for as long as Elena could remember and began his hunt at the same hour every evening. Though the bird still hunted, age had dulled the poor creature's vision. Worried about the bird's well-being, Elena had been sneaking scraps out to the old owl for nearly a year. Elena listened as Pintail flapped past her window, finding some small solace in this familiar ritual. She let out a rattling sigh, releasing the tension from her body. This was her home, here she was surrounded by a family that loved her. In the morning, the sun would shine, and like Pintail's, her own daily routine would begin again. All these wild happenings would fade away or be explained. She closed her eyes, knowing now that sleep was possible this evening. Just as she started to drift off, Pintail began screaming. Elena bolted up in her bed. Pintail continued to scream. Not a hunting challenge or a territorial warning, this was a wail of agony and fear. Elena flew to her window, pulling the curtains wide. A fox or bobcat might have caught the bird. She clutched her throat with worry as she scanned the farmyard below. The horse barn stood just across the yard. She heard the mare and stallion's concerned nickering. They, too, knew this owl's screeching was cause for alertness. The yard below was empty. Just a wheelbarrow and a stone-chipped plow her father was repairing stood on the packed dirt. Elena pushed open her window. Cold air swirled her nightclothes, but she hardly noticed as she leaned out. She squinted and tried to pick out movement in the shadows. There was nothing. No. She took a step away from the window. Just at the edge of the empty pen that housed the sheep during shearing season, a shadow moved. A figure, no, two figures, stepped from the darkness under the branches of the orchard trees into the feeble moonlight that limned the yard. A cowled man with a crooked staff and a thin man who stood a head taller than his bent companion. Somehow she knew they weren't lost travelers but something darker, threatening. Suddenly Pintail flew screeching into the empty yard, just a handspan above the head of the taller man. The man ducked slightly, raising an arm in alarm. Pintail ignored him and swooped across the open space, banking sharply as he struggled with something caught in his claws. Elena felt a moment of relief that Pintail was all right. Then the owl twisted in midair, flailing, and tumbled toward the ground. Elena gasped, but before the bird hit the hard dirt, Pintail spread his wings and halted his fall, sailing upward again right toward her. Elena stumbled a few steps back from the window as the bird swooped to the windowsill and landed hard, his beak open in a scream of rage. Elena thought at first that the owl had caught a snake, but she had never seen a snake so sickly white before, like the belly of a dead fish. It writhed within the grip of the bird. Pintail was obviously struggling fiercely to restrain the creature, and from the bird's screeching, the fight was obviously causing the bird harm. Why doesn't Pintail just drop the foul thing? She thought. Why keep carrying it? Then Elena knew. She saw the snake thing worm itself deeper into the owl's chest. Pintail wasn't carrying the thing, he was trying to dislodge it. Pintail's frantic claws were trying to stop it from burrowing deeper inside him. Pintail rolled a huge yellow eye toward her, as if asking for help. Elena rushed forward. Pintail teetered on the sill, trying to balance with one claw, struggling with the loathsome creature. Just as her hand reached out to her friend, it became too late. The snake broke free of Pintail's claws and drove the rest of the way inside the bird. The owl froze, its beak stretched open in agony, and fell backward, dead, out the window. No! Elena lunged to the window, leaning on the sill, searching for Pintail. Below, she spotted his broken body collapsed on the packed dirt of the yard. Tears rolled down her face. Pintail. Suddenly the ground beneath his body churned like quicksand. Elena screamed as hundreds of the monstrous snake creatures writhed in a mass up from the dirt and swallowed the bird. Within 2 heartbeats, all that was left was a scattering of thin white bones and a skull whose empty eye socket stared back at her. Her knees weakened as the worms disappeared back into the soil. Somehow she knew they were lying in wait, still hiding and hunting for more meat. With tears in her eyes, she again spied the 2 travelers on the far side of the yard. The cowled one, using his staff as a crutch, began to hobble across the treacherous yard, apparently feeling no threat from the foul beasts that lurked beneath the dirt. Then he stopped and raised his face toward Elena's window. Shivering, she bolted from the opening, suddenly fearful of those eyes settling upon her. The fine hairs on the back of her neck tingled, sensing danger. She must warn her parents. Elena ran to her bedroom door and threw it open. Her brother was already in the hall. Joach rubbed at his bleary eyes, dressed in only his underclothes. He pointed toward the farmyard. "Did you hear that darn screeching? I must tell father." She grabbed her older brother's arm and dragged him toward the stairs leading back to the first floor. "Why?" he said in protest. "I'm sure they heard it, too. It's just O.L. Pintail tangling with a fox. He's tough enough for 10 foxes. He'll be fine." "No, he's dead." "What? How?" "Something bad. I don't know. Elena continued to pull Joach with her down the stairs, afraid to let go of her brother, needing his touch to help control the screaming in her chest. She rushed down the stairs and through the den toward her parents' room. The house was dark and hushed, the air heavy, as before a summer storm. Panic welled in Elena, her heart thumping loudly in her ears. She pushed Joach toward the table. "Light a lantern. Hurry!" He ran to the tinderbox and obeyed her order. She flew to her parents' bedroom door. Normally she would knock before entering, but now was not the time for manners. She burst into the room just as Joach ignited the oiled wick. Light flared, casting her shadow across her parents' bed. Her mother, always a light sleeper, awoke immediately, her eyes wide and startled. "Elena! My dear, what's wrong?" Her father pushed up on one elbow, squinting groggily in the lantern's light. He cleared his throat, a look of irritation on his face. Elena pointed toward the back door. "Someone's coming. I saw them in the yard." Her father sat straighter in the bed. "Who?" Her mother laid a hand on her father's arm. "Now, Bruxton, don't think the worst. It might be someone lost or needing help." Elena shook her head. No, they mean us harm. How do you know that, girl? Her father said, throwing back the sheets. Dressed in only his winter woolens, he clambered from the bed. Joach stepped to the doorway, a lantern in his hand. She says Pintail's dead. Tears welled up in Elena's eyes. There's some sort of creatures. Horrible things. Now, Elena, her father said sternly, are you sure you didn't just dream? Suddenly a pounding erupted from the back door. Everyone froze for a heartbeat, then her mother spoke. Bruxton? Don't worry, Mama, her father said to her mother. I'm sure it's just like you said, someone lost. But her father's light words did not match his lowering brows. He pulled hurriedly into his pants. Her mother slipped from the bed and into her robe. She crossed the room and circled Elena in an arm. Your father will take care of this. Joach followed her father with the lantern as he crossed the den. Elena, trailing from a safe distance with her mother, noticed her father pick up the hand axe they used to shave logs into kindling for the fire. Elena leaned closer to her mother. Her father passed through the kitchen and approached the back door with Joach beside him. Elena and her mother stayed by the kitchen hearth. Her father hefted the axe in one hand, then yelled through the thick oaken door, "Who is it?" The voice that answered was high and commanding. Somehow Elena knew it was not the cowled one who spoke, but the other man, the taller figure. By order of the Gulgothal Council, we demand access to this house. To refuse will result in the arrest of the entire household. What do you want? The same voice came again. We have orders to search the farmstead. Unbar the door. Her father turned a worried look to her mother. Elena shook her head, trying to warn her father. He turned back to the door. The hour is late. How do I know you're who you claim to be? A sheet of paper was shoved under the door at her father's bare feet. I bear the proctor's seal from the county's garrison. Her father signaled for Joach to pick it up and hold it in the lamplight. From across the room, Elena saw the purple seal on the bottom of the parchment. Her father turned and whispered toward them. It looks official. Joach, leave the lantern and take Elena upstairs. Both of you stay quiet. Joach nodded, obviously nervous and wanting to stay. But as always he did as his father directed. He placed the lantern on the edge of the table and crossed to Elena. Her mother gave her a final squeeze, then pushed her toward her brother. Watch after your sister, Joach. And don't come down until we call you. Yes, ma'am. Elena hesitated. The flickering lantern light skittered shadows across the wall. It was not the speaker that gave her pause, but the other, the cowled man who had yet to speak. She did not have words for the cold sickness around her heart as she remembered the face that had tried to spy her in the window. So instead she stepped back to her mother and gave her a longer hug. Her mother patted her hair, then pushed her back. Hurry, sweetheart. This doesn't concern you. Now you and Joach scoot upstairs. Her mother attempted a reassuring smile, but the fear in her eyes destroyed the effort. Elena nodded and back to her brother, her eyes still on her parents in the kitchen. Joach spoke behind her. Come on, sis. He placed a hand on her shoulder. She shivered at his touch but allowed herself to be led away. They backed across the den to the shadowed foot of the stairs. The lantern in the kitchen, like a lonely beacon across the dark house, highlighted her parents. From the stairway, Elena watched her father turn away and begin to lift the rusted iron rod that barred the door against brigands. But Elena knew that what stood outside the door was much worse than thieves. It was this fear that kept her bolted to the foot of the stairs. Joach tugged at her arm and tried to coax her up. Elena, we have to go. No, she whispered. They can't see us here in the shadows. Joach didn't argue, obviously wanting to watch, too. He knelt beside his sister on the first step. What do you think they want? He whispered at her ear. Me, she answered, also in a whisper, without even thinking. Elena seemed to know this was true. All of it was somehow her fault: the change in her hand, the burned apple in the orchard, the exploded bathing chamber, and now this midnight visitation. There were too many strange happenings to be mere coincidence. Look, Joach whispered. Elena focused back to where her father swung the kitchen door open. He continued to block the threshold, the axe still in his hand. She heard their voices. Her father spoke first. Now, what is all this commotion? The thin man stepped to the doorway, now highlighted in the lantern. He stood just a few fingers shorter than her father, but not as broad in the chest, and he had a small paunch of belly protruding from a torn ruffled shirt. He wore a riding cloak and black muddied boots. Even from across the house, Elena could tell the cloak was from an expensive clothier, not something purchased in the village. He rubbed at a thin brown mustache under his narrow nose, then answered her father. We've come concerning an offense. One of your daughters has been accused of a foul deed. And what offense might that be? The speaker glanced over his shoulder and shifted his feet, as if needing assistance. The second figure now approached the doorway. Elena saw her father stumble back a step. The lantern light revealed a figure cloaked in a coal-black robe topped by a dark cowl. A staff was planted in the dirt beside him. Using a skeletal hand, the occupant of the robe kept the edge of the cowl pulled between his face and the lantern light, as if the brightness stung. His voice creaked with age. We seek a child. He held up his bony hand. With a blood-stained hand. Her mother let out a sharp gasp that was quickly stifled, but the old man's face twisted toward her, the lantern light now shining into the cowl. Elena suppressed a gasp herself as those eyes turned toward her mother. They were dead eyes, like the dull globes of stillborn calves, opaque and white. We don't know what you're talking about, her father said. The cowled one collected up his staff and retreated to the dark yard. The younger man spoke. Let us not disturb your entire family. Come out here where we can talk in private, perhaps settle this matter without a fuss. He bowed slightly and extended a hand toward the farmyard. Come, it's late and we could all use sleep. Elena watched her father take a step toward the door and knew what awaited her father in the yard. She remembered Pintail's body being torn by the beasts that lurked under the soil. She darted up and meant to run to the kitchen, but Joach caught a fist in her nightclothes and yanked her back. What do you think you're doing? He hissed at her. Let go. She struggled with Joach, but he was much stronger. I must warn father. He told us to stay hidden. She spotted her father stepping to the doorway. Oh, dear goddess, no. She ripped out of Joach's grip and ran to the kitchen. Joach pursued. The three adults turned to her as she burst into the lantern light. Wait! She called. Her father had stopped at the threshold, his face reddening with fury. I thought I told you. Behind her father, the younger intruder grabbed her father's shoulders and shoved him outside. Elena screamed as her surprised father flailed and toppled down the 3 steps to the hard dirt. Her mother rushed the man, a kitchen knife raised in a fist. But her mother was too old and the man too quick. He snatched her mother's wrist and wrenched her around. Joach yelled in fury, but the man sneered and shoved her mother through the door to land in a crumpled pile beside her father. Joach, spittle flying from his mouth, flew at the intruder. The man swung a cudgel from inside his cloak and clubbed Joach on the side of the head. Her brother collapsed to the wooden floor with a crash. Elena froze as the man's eyes settled on her. She saw his eyes twitch toward her right hand, the one stained red. Then his eyes grew wide. It's true, he said and took a step away through the door. He glanced out to the cowled one in the yard. She is here. Her father had struggled to a standing position by now. He stood guard over his wife as she nursed her left arm and pushed to her knees. Don't you touch my daughter. Her father spat at the intruders. Joch, his forehead bloody, rolled to his feet and stood between Elena and the door, swaying slightly. The old man hobbled toward her parents. "Your daughter or your life," he creaked, his voice like serpents in the dark. "You're not taking Elena. I'll kill you both if you try." Her father stood firm under the old one's gaze. The robed figure simply raised his staff and tapped the ground twice. With the second strike, the dirt at her parents' feet erupted explosively, the cloud of mud obscuring her parents. For the first time in Elena's life, she heard her father scream. The dirt settled, and she saw her mother and father coated in the white worms that had attacked Pintail. Blood flowed freely from them. Elena screamed, falling to her knees. Her father swung toward the doorway. "Joch!" he screamed. "Save your sister." Further words were choked shut as the worms climbed in his mouth and throat. Joch backed into Elena, pulling her up. "No," she said, a mere whisper. Then louder, "No." Her blood ignited with fire. "No." Her vision turned red, and her throat constricted shut. She flew to her feet, quaking, her fists clenched. She was dimly aware of Joch, wide-eyed, stumbling back from her. All of her attention was on the yard, on her parents writhing on the churning dirt. Suddenly she screamed, sending all her rage out from her. A wall of flame burst forth and blasted into the yard. The two foul men tumbled out of the fire's path, but her parents could not move. Elena watched it envelop her mother and father. Her ears, still humming with energy, heard her parents' screams end as if a door was shut upon them. Suddenly Joch grabbed her around the waist and propelled her back from the kitchen into the dark den. The kitchen wall was on fire. Elena collapsed into his arms, spent, a mere rag doll now. Joch struggled with her weight. The room filled with smoke. "Elena," Joch said in her ear, "I need you. Snap out of it." He began coughing in the oily smoke. The fire had spread to the curtains in the den. She labored to get her feet under her. "What have I done?" Joch stared at the flames behind him, tears shining on his cheeks in the firelight. He looked forward, searching. Smoke choked the air. Elena coughed. Joch took a step toward the front door, then stopped. "No. They'll expect that. We need another way out." He suddenly pulled her toward the stairs. Elena felt pinpricks returning to her numb limbs. She started to shake with silent sobs. "It's my fault." "Hush." Upstairs. Joch pushed her to the staircase, then prodded her up the steps. "Come on, Elle," he whispered urgently in her ear. "You heard them down there. They're after you." She turned to him with tears in her eyes. "I know. But why? What did I do?" Joch didn't have an answer. He pointed to the door to his room. "In here." She spied the window at the end of the hall and shook free of Joch. "I didn't see what happened. I need to see." She stumbled toward the window. "Don't." Elena ignored her brother's urgent whisper. She reached the hall's end. The thick-paned window did not open but had a wide view of the farmyard below. She leaned her forehead against the cold glass. Below, only steps from the rear door, lit by the flames, she saw what was left of her mother and father. Smoke billowed across in waves. Two sets of scorched bones, entwined in each other's arms, lay on the brown dirt, skulls touching each other. The old man stood a few paces away. The fringe of his robe smoldered. He had an arm raised, pointing toward the front of the house. Joch stepped behind her and pulled her from the window. "You've seen enough, Elena. The fire spreads. We need to hurry." "But..." "Mother and father," she looked toward the window. "We'll mourn for them later." Joch helped her to his bedroom. He pulled open his door. "Tonight we need to survive. His next words were ice. Tomorrow is soon enough for revenge. What are we going to do, Joach? She said as she entered his room. Escape. In the shadowed room, she could still see the firm set to his jaws. How could her brother remain so hard? A few tears had escaped him, nothing else. We need warmer clothes. Grab my wool overcoat. Her brother slipped into his pants and a thick sweater her mother had knitted him for last winter's eve. She remembered that holiday night, and fresh tears began to flow. Now, Joach said. She grabbed his long coat off the hook in his closet and pulled into the thick warmth. She hadn't realized how cold she was until the warmth of the jacket embraced her. Her brother stood by his bedroom window. Elle, how's your balance? I'm doing better. Why? He waved her to the window. The view looked out on the side of the house. A huge chestnut tree spread its thick branches far and wide, tickling both the eaves of the house and the roof of the horse barn. Her brother pushed the window wide. Do as I do, he said, as he climbed onto the sill. He leaped out, caught a thick branch in his hands, and swung up onto a thicker limb. He had obviously done this before. He twisted around and waved her forward. She climbed onto the narrow sill. Her bare toes clung to the wood. She looked down at the dirt far below. If she should fall, a broken bone was the least of her worries. It was what lay under the dirt that made her teeter on the sill. Her brother whistled like a warbler, drawing her attention back to him. She leaped out the window and caught the same branch he had. Joach helped pull her onto the thick bough beside him. Follow me, Joach said, his words low, fearful of drawing the others' attention. She heard voices from the front of the house, followed by a crash of glass. She followed him through the limbs of the tree, ignoring the tinier branches that snatched at clothes and flesh. Through the branches of the tree, they crossed the treacherous yard. As they reached the smaller branches, the limbs began to bend under their weight. Joach pointed to the open door of the barn's hayloft. Like this. He ran down a thin branch and jumped across the empty space. He landed with a roll on a tufted pile of hay. Instantly on his feet, he was at the door again. Hurry! He hissed toward her. She took a deep breath and ran. She must do this. And she might have succeeded if a branch hadn't snagged a pocket as she leaped. The coat ripped, spinning her in midair. She flailed as she flew and could not suppress a scream. Still yelling, she collided with the barn just below the door to the loft. Before she could fall, Joach had a handful of the overcoat's collar in his grip. She hung in the coat from his arm. I can't pull you up, he said, straining. Reach up and grab the edge. Hurry! They're sure to have heard you. With her heart clamoring in her ears, she struggled to grasp the edge of the hayloft opening. Only her fingertips reached the wooden lip. But it was enough. With her fingertips pulling and Joach yanking on the coat, they managed to haul her into the loft. Both winded and gasping for air, they pushed through the hay to the ladder leading down. Elena paused at the top rung and pointed to the dirt floor of the barn. What if the worms are down there, too? Joach pointed to the stallion and the mare in their stalls. Look at Tracker and Mist. The two horses, agitated from the commotion, eyes white and rolling with fear, were still alive. Come on. Her brother led the way, scrambling down the ladder. Elena followed, piercing her right hand with a thick splinter as she slid down. She picked the piece of wood from her palm, noticing that the ruby stain had faded to a slight pink, almost the same color as her other hand. Joach had already thrown the stall doors wide, and the two horses snorted warily as they stepped out, upset at the smoke. Her brother tossed her a set of reins and a bit. She ran a fast hand down Mist's neck, calming her, and slipped the bit and reins in place. They didn't have time for saddles. Joach leaped atop Tracker and sidled over to help pull her onto Mist's bare back. Once seated, he crossed to the door at the rear of the barn and used his toe to kick loose the latch. The doors swung open, facing the edge of the orchard. Joach held the door wide to allow Mist passage. As Elena guided Mist outside, she scanned the dark space between the barn and the trees. Clouds had masked the moon, and the air was thick with smoke. Just as she was turning Mist toward the trees, light bloomed from behind Joach. Elena swung in her seat and gasped. Behind her brother, at the corner of the barn, the cowled man stepped into the rear space. His partner held a lantern high. "Elena, go." Joach swung his horse to face the two men. "I'll hold them off." Elena ignored him and watched the old man raise his crooked staff and strike the packed dirt. With this sharp impact, the ground swelled around the two men and spread in a wave, like a pebble dropped in a pond. The wave of churning soil raced toward Joach. Momentary glimpses of thick white bodies roiled in the dirt. "No! Joach, run!" Joach saw what sped toward him. He yanked on Tracker's reins, twisting the horse's neck around. Tracker whinnied in panic, fighting for a moment, then danced in a circle and began to leap away from the pursuers. But the horse moved too slowly. The advancing edge of the corrupt wave swallowed the mount's hind legs. Elena watched as the rear of the horse sank into the soil as if into mire. The mud turned black with blood. Tracker reared up and screamed in pain, his eyes bulging. Joach held tight to the reins. The horse crashed to the ground. The hooves of his forelimbs dug deep into the packed dirt, trying to drag his rear limbs out. Joach urged the horse on, but Elena knew it was futile. The predators in the soil could rend flesh from bone in mere heartbeats. Elena raced her steed toward the struggling pair. She pulled up fast in front of Tracker. With an arm wrapped in the reins, Elena had to fight to keep Mist in place before the panting, wild-eyed stallion. "To me!" she screamed to her brother. Joach recognized the futility of his position. "Leave me." "Go." "Not without you." Mist skittered back a step. The wave, momentarily delayed by the kneel of the horse, now rolled toward her. Tracker's forelimbs became trapped in the churning soil. "Jump!" she yelled to her brother. Joach clenched his fists on the reins, frozen in indecision. Then, with a shake of his head, he fought to his feet on the bucking horse. Cartwheeling his arms for balance, he leaped from Tracker's back and landed hard on his belly across Mist's rump. His sudden weight set fire to the horse's legs. Mist leaped away as if struck by a whip. Elena let Mist run, only guiding her enough to point her toward the dark orchards. Elena was busy with her other arm, trying to keep her brother on horseback. The three plunged into the grove of apple trees. 6. The juggler, bare-chested, wearing only his baggy traveling trousers, stepped to the edge of the stage and set down his pan. Each town was the same, one blurring into the next, the same vague faces staring up from the audience. He had been on the road now for 8 years, alone, with only his memories for company. And still those memories crowded him too closely. A few in the audience mumbled and pointed fingers toward him. He backed a safe distance from the edge. He knew the fingers pointed to his right shoulder, where his arm should have been. The juggler tossed his 4 knives in the air, slicing the pipe smoke of the room into thin ribbons. He watched the first tumble back toward his left hand and, with practiced indifference, snatched the hilt and returned the knife aloft with a flick of the wrist. He sent the remainder chasing after the first. The spinning blades caught the flame of the torches and blazed back to the audience clustered up to the inn's rickety stage. Appreciative oohs and ahs echoed thinly from some in the audience, but most of their attention was on the quality of the ale being proffered by the inn and the promptness of the service. With one eye on his knives, the juggler watched a harried barmaid wallowing through the crowd, a platter laden with sloshing glasses balanced about her head. She wore the plastered smile of the overworked. He nodded briefly to acknowledge the clink of a coin in the pan at the foot of the stage. It's how one earned a living on the road. "Hey, buddy!" Someone yelled from the stage's apron, his voice slurred with a generous lubrication of ale. "Careful there with those fancy pig pokers, or you might lose your other arm." Someone else cackled from near the back of the room and answered the drunken man. "Careful there yourself, Bryn. You're standing awful close to those whirling knives. He might just clip off that ugly woolly worm under your nose you call a mustache." The audience roared at the jibe. The insulted man, who was balding and had a thick, curled and waxed mustache, pounded a footboard of the stage. "Oh, yeah? Well, Streefan, at least I'm man enough to grow one." This was not a good sign. Not that the juggler expected this altercation to worsen into anything more than an exchange of insults. But when the audience found more entertainment among the tables than on the stage, he would catch few coins in his pan. He needed to gain their attention. These days, even a one-armed juggler sometimes warranted no more than passing interest. He let a knife fall to the floor, feigning loss of control. The blade struck into the wooden stage with a thunk and sank deep into the board. This caught the audience's eyes. Nothing like failure that could be ridiculed to draw attention to oneself. He heard the beginning of derisive laughter bubbling from the crowd. Then each knife, one at a time, supposedly toppling uncontrolled, landed its blade tip into the hilt of the one below it, thunk, 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 ending up with all four knives stacked in a row on top of each other. The tower of knives waved slightly back and forth in front of the stunned guests of the inn. A smattering of claps spread into a moderately enthusiastic applause. The tinkle of a few coins in his pan accompanied the acknowledgement. Each copper bit, which could otherwise be spent on ale, was hard-won. If he wanted to purchase dinner tonight, he still needed more of a take. He seldom earned enough to put a roof over his head in the evening, but he was used to sleeping under his horse. He swung to the side of the stage and opened his satchel. He retrieved his next trick, a set of oiled torches. He grabbed the three in his fist and lit them from a flaming brand in a brazier. They flared to life. The audience responded with a hush when each torch burned a different color, a deep green, a sapphire blue, and a red deeper than ordinary flame. He had learned this trick, which used an alchemy of special powders, during his years in the Southlands. A few claps erupted behind him. He turned to face the audience with the torches raised high and flung them upward, almost to the rafters of the inn's common room. As they cascaded down, showering a trail of light, he caught them up and returned them toward the roof. The applause was now vigorous, but his ear still only heard a few coins tapping into his pan. So he sent the torches even higher, his biceps bulging with the effort until his body shone under a thin oil of sweat. A few women oohed to the left of the stage, but he noticed from the corner of his eye that they were staring at his physique and not the cascading torches. He had learned that there were other ways to earn a living on the road, and he was not above showing his wares. As he worked the torches, he flexed his shoulders, displaying his wide chest and ample musculature. Black-haired and gray-eyed, with the ruddy complexion of the plainsman of his home, he had been known to juggle more than knives and torches to earn a room and a bed. More coins were flipped into his cash. With a final flourish, he bowed with all three torches still aloft. The audience gasped, as usual, as the torches tumbled toward his bowed back. He noticed one of his buxom admirers raise a concerned hand to her mouth. Just as the torches were about to hit, he performed a standing flip and caught each torch one at a time, sailing the torches into a waiting bucket of water. Each sizzle of vanquished flame accelerated the clapping. When he was done, the audience was on its feet clapping and thumping tabletops with mugs. He noticed his pan was still filling with coins. He kept bowing until the audience calmed and the coins stopped flowing. With a final wave, he collected his knives and pan and leaped from the stage. The crowd still murmured appreciatively, and a few patrons patted his back as he moved through them. He pulled on his leather jerkin, still too heated from his performance for the thick cotton undershirt he normally wore. By eyeballing the pile of coins, he knew he would eat well tonight, and with luck, he might just have enough left over to pay for a room at the inn. If not, he spotted a few ladies who still had an eye fixed on his bare chest. There were other options. The innkeeper slid his fat belly down the bar toward him, his chubby face pinked by the heat of the room to the color of a pig's rump. He wore the wine-stained smock that seemed the usual attire for the owner of an inn of this quality. Pushing back the 4 hairs that still adorned his head, he swung his wide nose to the juggler and plopped his thick paw on the scarred wood of the bar. "Where's my cut?" he said in a wheeze. The juggler counted out the proper percentage of coins to pay for his use of the stage. The innkeeper's eyes watched each copper descend into his meaty palm. The juggler expected him to begin licking his lips at any moment, the lust was so evident in the keeper's eyes. "That's all?" he said, shaking the fistful of coins. "I saw those coins filling your pan. You're holding out on me. I assure you, your percentage has been met." The juggler stared the innkeeper square in the eye. The innkeeper backed down with a grumble and swatted a barmaid out of his way as he returned to his post farther down the bar. Another barmaid, a comely lass with thick blonde hair and braids, slipped a glass of ale in front of him while the innkeeper had his back turned. "Enjoy," she whispered to him with a slight smile and lowering of lash. "Something to cool the fire in you until later." She continued to the next customer with only the briefest glance back at him. No, his horse would definitely be sleeping alone tonight. He collected his glass of cold ale and twisted around to lean on the bar and watch the next performer mount the stage. This was a tight crowd, and after his performance, he pitied the young boy he saw climbing the steps to the stage. Not boy, he realized once he saw the performer straighten from placing a pan by the apron of the stage. She was small, and the gray trousers and plain white shift she wore did little to highlight her feminine attributes, the few that there were. At first he thought her barely past her first bleed, a sapling of a woman, but once she sat on the stool and faced the crowd, he knew he was wrong. Her face, young with a buttered complexion and a rosebud for lips, belied the look in her violet eyes, a sadness and grace that could only come from the passage of many hard years. The crowd, of course, ignored her as she slipped a lute from a cloth case. The tables grew raucous below her with the din of wine orders, friends carousing, the clink of glasses, the occasional guffaw. Pipe and torch smoke thickened the air. She seemed a petal amidst a raging storm. The juggler sighed. This was not going to be a pleasant sight. He had seen other performers pelted from the stage with soiled napkins and the crusts of bread. But the small woman positioned the lute against her belly, leaning over the instrument like a mother with a child. The wood of the lute was thickly lacquered, almost appearing wet in the sheen of the torches. It was the reddest wood he had ever seen, almost black, and the grain of the wood whirled in tiny pools upon its surface. This was an expensive instrument to be carting through the backwoods. The crowd still ignored her. He heard an argument break out concerning who would win the cider contest at the local fair next month. Fists flew and a nose was broken before the combatants were pulled apart all over cider. Well, he supposed that during his travels he'd witnessed other ridiculous fights that had ended worse than a split lip and a bloodied, battered nose. He sipped from his ale, letting it slide down his throat. He allowed his eyes to close halfway just as the woman on the stage strummed her first chord. The music, for some reason, seemed to cut right through the chatter and settle in his ear like a nesting bird. She repeated the chord, and the crowd began to settle, the voice of the lute drawing eyes back to the stage. He widened his own eyes. The bard's woman looked out, not to the crowd but farther, somewhere other than here. He watched her shift her fingers slightly on the neck of the instrument and saw the nails of her other hand strum down the strings. The new chord was a sister of the first. It echoed across the room as if searching for those first notes. The crowd settled to a silence, afraid to disturb this quest. With the lull, the woman began to play. The sweetness of the music spread across the room, speaking of happier times, brighter times than the cloudy day that had just ended. The juggler watched her fingers dance across the wood in strings. Then she did the most remarkable thing, she began to sing. Her voice started low, barely detectable from the honeyed chords, but as she played, her voice raised as a harmony to the other. Though he did not understand the tongue she sang, he sensed the meaning. She sang of years, of the turning of seasons, of the cycle that all life followed. The crowd sat stunned in their chairs. One man coughed, and his neighbors glared at him as if he had spat the foulest offense. But the rest ignored him and stared slack-jawed toward the stage. She continued, oblivious to their reaction. Suddenly her voice changed, and the chords began to moan more than sing. She now warned of danger, of the time when the cycles of life are threatened. She sang of beauty destroyed and innocence shattered. Drums could be heard behind her voice and the strike of her chords. The juggler found himself wanting to console her, to tell her all was not lost. He watched her fingers slow on her lute as her song again shifted to a new rhythm, the beat of a fading heart. Slower and slower the chords stretched across the aching room. Patrons leaned toward the stage, trying to keep her from stopping. But stop she did, a final brush of nail on string, then nothing. Only a single note of her voice hung in the air. Then this, too, faded with her breath. The room was deathly still, no one wanting to be the first to move. The juggler inexplicably felt a tear roll down his cheek. His hand did not move to wipe at it. He let it fall. Many other eyes in the room were wet and cheeks damp. He expected this to be the end, but he was mistaken. A whisper of a chord began to drift again from her lute. Her fingers did not seem to be even moving. It was as if the lute itself were singing. The music wafted through the room, brushing the many moist cheeks. Then her throat sang the final passage of One Alone, the last of the brightness standing among the ruin. Her music drew further tears from the juggler, as if her song were specially for him. But he was also aware of the many others in the room touched by her music, other souls attuned to her rhythm. Then with her final chord, firm and clear like a bell, and with the last whisper of her song, she offered them all one consolation, one word, hope. Then it ended. He watched her shift from her stool and stand. The crowd took the breath it had been holding and released it in a single gasp. A murmur of surprise followed by clapping ensued. There was a rush to the stage to rain coins into her pan. Before he knew what he was doing, the juggler found himself standing before her pouring the coins from his own pan into hers. He glanced up to the stage and found her violet eyes staring back at him. She was cowering at the back of the stage, apparently intimidated by the frenzy around her and the calls of praise. She held the lute clutched to her chest. Suddenly there was a commotion from the door to the inn. A man burst into the common room. "There's a fire burning at Bruxton's place," he yelled to the crowd. "The orchard's afire." The audience erupted in response. But the juggler ignored this all, his eyes still fixed on the lute player. The fire was of no concern to him. She darted to the front of the stage, to him. The bard's woman knelt until she stared directly into his gray eyes. "I need you, Erril of Standy." 7. The fires lit the horizon behind Elena. Smoke blacker than the night rolled toward them between the rows of trees, and a crackling roar growled down the ridgeline. She tried to urge Mist to a faster pace, but the horse began to founder, sweating fiercely from its panicked run. "We need to rest her, Elle," Joach yelled from behind her. "Mist can't keep up this pace." "But the fire. We've a good lead. The winds here will slow the flame." He reached from behind her and pulled on the reins. Mist slowed to a walk. Joach rolled off the mare and swung the reins forward to guide the horse. Mist huffed thickly into the night, her nostrils flaring, eyes wide and frightened. The smoke and the roar of the fire kept her skittish, hooves dancing, wanting to run again. Elena patted her neck and climbed off the horse, too. Joach was right. Mist would run until her heart burst if given her head. She took the reins from her brother and kept Mist walking. Joach laid a palm on the horse's wet flank. "She's overheated. We can't ride her again tonight. But I think we made enough of a head start." Elena stared back at the fiery heights. She remembered the flames consuming her home, then leaping to the horse barn, and a heartbeat later, burning embers blew from the barn's roof into the trees, igniting the dry orchard. After the drought of summer, the undergrowth was ripe tinder for the torch, and the fire spread with an unnatural speed. She had watched her world burn to ash, set to flame by her own hand. Unconsciously, she rubbed at the scant remainder of the stain on her right palm. Joach noticed the tears that had begun to flow across her cheeks, but he misunderstood. We'll get out of here. I promise. She shook her head and waved to the growing fire. I killed them. She again pictured the wall of flame rushing toward her parents. No. Joach laid a hand atop hers on the reins. You didn't, Elena. You saved them from horrible pain. Maybe they could have survived. Joach shuddered. Mother and father had no chance. I saw how quickly those snake monsters devoured Tracker. Even if they did somehow survive, I don't think it would have been a blessing. Elena hung her head, silent. Joach raised her chin with a finger. You're not to blame, Elle. She twisted away from her brother's touch and turned her back to him. You don't understand. Her tongue resisted admitting the guilt in her heart. I wanted to leave. I wished it. She swung back to him, tears ran hot across her cheeks. She pointed to the flaming orchard. I hated this place, and now it burns by my hand. Joach took her in his arms and held her tight as she shook with sobs. Elle, I wanted to leave, too. You know that. All this is not your fault. She spoke to his chest. Then who is to blame, Joach? Who caused all this? She stepped from his embrace and held up her right fist. Why did this happen to me? Those are questions for another time. Right now, we need to reach Millbend Creek. He stared back at the flames cresting the ridge behind them, flames licking up toward the moon. If we can cross the creek, we should be safe from the fire. Then maybe we can think. Elena bit at her lower lip, suddenly afraid of the answers she might yet discover, knowing that Joach's words of consolation might prove hollow and that what occurred this black night might yet be laid at her feet. She sniffed and rubbed her nose. As Mist nickered in fear beside her, Elena ran a hand over the mare's quivering nostrils. Shoo, sweet one, you'll be fine, she whispered to the horse. Suddenly, Mist jerked back, almost ripping the leather reins from Elena's fist. The startled girl was lifted off her feet as the horse reared, neighing in terror. Mist bolted down the slope, dragging Elena with her. Whoa, Mist! Whoa! Elena scrabbled to get her feet under her. Bushes, twigs, and stone tore at her coat and knees. Let her go, Elena! Joach called in pursuit. But Elena was not about to let this one piece of her home disappear into the night. She clenched the reins tight in both fists. As she bounced and ran along, she managed to plant a foot on a boulder, then yanked savagely on the leather reins. Mist's head flew backward, and the horse's rump flipped forward down the slope. Elena threw the reins around the trunk of an orchard tree and secured them, praying the bridle would not snap. Thankfully, it held. Mist floundered, then fought back to her feet. Joach slid to a stop next to her. What was that all about? Shoo! Elena said. Through the roar of the fire, a new noise grew. At first just a whisper, then more clear. The beating of heavy wings, like someone waving a thick rug, approached. Mist nickered and pulled against the reins, eyes rolling to white. Elena found herself ducking lower, and Joach crept under the branches of an apple tree. Both scanned the sky. Smoke obscured the stars, but the cloak of soot swirled as the winged creature beat past. It was something large, with a wingspan longer than two men. Just the tip of one wing, a bony structure spanned by membranous red folds, poked through the smoky shield for a heartbeat, then disappeared again. The sight iced Elena's blood. What flew this night was not a denizen of the valley, but something that roosted far from here, far from the view of good men. It flew toward the fire. After it passed, Joach spoke first, his voice a whisper. What was that, Elena shook her head. I don't know. But I think we'd better hurry. Rockingham pressed a handkerchief over his nose and mouth while holding a burning torch as far from his body as possible. His throat ached with soot and smoke. He flipped the torch into a dry hawthorn bush at the edge of the orchard. The bush blew into flame as he danced back to the hard dirt yard of the homestead. He stumbled to where Desmarum leaned on his staff. The seer held one hand up in the air, testing the wind. One more. Desmarum pointed to a pile of dead leaves raked near the edge of the field. I've lit enough fires, Rockingham said, wiping ash from his hands onto his pant leg. Sweat and smoke marred his face. The whole hillside is ablaze. One more, the seer said again, pointing to the pile. His dark robe, singed black at the edges, swirled in the night breeze. Damn this one's cursed eyes, Rockingham thought. He stayed rooted where he stood. The fire already burns fierce enough to flush the children out of the orchard hills and into the valley floor. We don't need to scorch the whole mountain. Let the valley go to ash. All that matters is the girl. Rockingham wiped his face with his handkerchief. The orchards are this valley's livelihood. If these farm folk even get a hint that we spread this fire. Desmarum spoke to the fire. We blame the girl. But the townsfolk, they'll be our net. The fire will force her to Winterfell. And you expect the townspeople to capture her if she shows her face? If these bumpkins think she burned the orchards, you'll be lucky to get her back in one piece. Desmarum pointed his staff to the stack of dead leaves. She must not escape us a second time. Rockingham grumbled and grabbed another torch. He lit it from a small fire still sputtering in the husk of the burned barn and crossed to the pile of raked leaves. He shoved the flaming torch deep into the mound. As he backed away, rubbing his hands together to remove the grime, the parchment dry leaves instantly bloomed with flame, snapping and growling hungrily. He coughed at the thick smoke billowing from the pile. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind blew toward him, and a tumble of flaming leaves swirled around him like a swarm of biting flies. He swatted at the burning embers, his expensive riding cloak singed in several places. That's it. He yelled, stomping a flaming twig under his heel. I'm heading back to town. Smoke stung his watering eyes. His nose, clogged with soot, itched and burned. He sneezed a black foulness into his handkerchief. Waving an arm through the smoke, he tried to spot Desmarum through the smudged curtain. Desmarum! He called. No answer. The old man had probably hobbled to the road. Rockingham fought his way across the smoky yard, using the smoldering skeleton of the homestead as a guide through the haze. He coughed and spat into the dirt. Then his foot hit something soft. Startled, he jumped back a step, then realized it was Desmarum. The old man was kneeling in the yard, his staff dug deep into the dirt. Rockingham noted a flash of pure hatred in the seer's milky eyes, but the venom was not directed at Rockingham but at something behind him. Rockingham froze, suddenly awash with the overwhelming sensation of cold eyes drilling into his back. He swung around. What he saw through the smoke forced him to fall screaming to his knees beside Desmarum. The beast towered just beyond the flaming pile of leaves, scabrous wings spread wide, eyes stung red in the firelight. Standing twice as tall as Rockingham but thin as a wraith, its translucent skin was stretched taut over bone and gristle. The spasms of 4 black hearts could be seen in its chest, pumping black rivers through its body. The fires illuminated other internal details, a churning and roiling foulness. Rockingham's stomach seized in nausea, and even with the fire's heat, a cold sweat pebbled his forehead. The creature's wings beat a final time, again sending a flurry of burning embers toward him. Then the wings pulled back and folded behind the creature's thin shoulders. The beast stalked into the yard, its clawed feet gouging the packed dirt. Its bald head and muzzle swung between the two men, yellow fangs protruding from its black lips. Tall, pointed ears twitched in Rockingham's direction. A hand reached toward him. Daggered claws slid free of fleshy sheaths, a green oil dripping from their razor tips. Rockingham knew poison when he saw it and knew what stood before him. He had never seen such a creature, but rumors of them were whispered in the halls of the Gulgothal stronghold, the Skelton, lieutenants to the Dark Lord himself. It opened its mouth to speak, baring teeth filed to points. A black tongue lashed out, as long as a man's arm. Its voice was high and sibilant, with a hissing quality to its words. Where is the child? Where is the child the Overlord seeks? Dismarum raised his face, but he still refused to meet its gaze. She is ripe with power, he waved a hand to encompass the fire. And burned her way past us. She flees through the trees. The Skelton lowered its head and lunged closer to Dismarum. It used a talon to raise the old man's face farther into the light. Rockingham watched the seer strain back his neck to keep the sharp tip from piercing his tender skin. She escaped? Why was the master not told? Dismarum's voice was as thin and whispery as a reed in a wind. We have laid a trap for her. We will have her before the sun rises. The Glorious One wants her, quickly. The Skelton spat in anger, his spittle hissing like a living thing on the packed dirt. Do not displease the master. She is ensnared in the walls of this valley. We will succeed. The beast leaned closer to Dismarum, its tongue lapping at the seer's nose. Or you will suffer for your failure. The Skelton retracted the talon at Dismarum's throat and pulled its hand away. The seer bowed his head to his chest. The Dark Lord was wise to send you. With your help, we cannot fail. But Rockingham recognized the true hatred in Dismarum's words. The creature cocked its head back and forth, studying the old man like a bird examining a worm. I know you, old one, don't I? Rockingham saw Dismarum shudder, whether with fear or rage he could not tell. The Skelton then turned to Rockingham, its red eyes bright with mischief. And you, fresh one. I remember you. Rockingham didn't know what it was talking about. He could not have forgotten meeting such a creature, not in 1,000 years. The Skelton rested a finger on Rockingham's chest, he trembled at the touch, fearing the daggered claw. The creature leaned nearer and cupped the base of Rockingham's skull. Suddenly it whipped forward, pressing its black lips tight to his. No! Its tongue snaked between his lips as he tried to scream. Rockingham fought the intrusion, but the Skelton held him firm as it probed deeper. He spasmed in its grip, his throat constricted, and his heart thundered blood past his ears. Just before Rockingham's mind snapped, it ended. The Skelton pulled back and stepped away. Rockingham fell to his hands and knees, spitting and gagging. The Skelton spoke above him. I can taste her spore in you. Rockingham vomited into the weeds. 8. The juggler pushed into the room behind the bardswoman. 16 coppers did not buy much, he noted. The sleeping quarters were dark, but the chambermaid crossed to the lantern and flamed the wick. Light did not benefit the small space. The walls were in need of fresh paint, and the sole bed appeared to be the main source of sustenance for the handful of moths flitting toward the lamplight. The only other piece of furniture was a stained cedar wardrobe off to the side. He stepped over and creaked open one of its crooked doors. Dust and moths escaped. It was empty. The room was also in need of an airing out, as it smelled of old candle wax and unwashed bodies. But its single narrow window, looking out on the inn's courtyard, had its wooden frame painted shut. Raised voices and the clopping of many hooves rose from the yard 3 stories below. The orchard's blaze still raised a stir among the townsfolk. But the fire was of no concern to him. The juggler waited for the chambermaid to slip out of the room after he graced her palm with a coin. He swung the locking bar in place and stood by the door until her footsteps faded. No other steps approached. Satisfied that no one eavesdropped, the juggler turned to the bardswoman, who had settled her bag at the foot of the bed. She kept the covered lute in her hand and sat softly on the bed's rumpled coverlet. She kept her face slightly tilted away, her straight hair a blonde drape between them. "The name you used, Erril," he said, anxious to get to the core of the mystery. "Why did you call me by that name? It is who you are, is it not?" The woman, small as a waif, gently placed the lute beside her lap, but she kept one hand resting on the instrument. He ignored her question. "And who might you be?" Her voice remained meek. "I am Nalan, of Lake-Ihara." She raised her eyes to him as if expecting him to recognize the name. Lake-Ihara? Why did that stir a memory? He tried to remember, but he had been through so many towns and villages. "And where is that?" The woman shrank farther from him, withdrawing inward. She slid the lute from its cover. Again the redwood seemed to stir in whirls in the lamplight. "How soon you forget, Erril of Standy," she whispered to her lute. He sighed, tiring of this dance. "No one has called me by that name in hundreds of winters. That man is long dead." He crossed to the window and pulled away the threadbare curtain. Men with torches milled in the courtyard. Many others carried buckets and shovels. A wagon pulled up, and men crowded into the rear. The 2 draft horses pulling the wagon had to be beat with switches to haul such a load. Erril watched the wagon lurch away toward the road. To the west, an orange glow rimmed the foothills. He suddenly shivered, remembering when he had last stood in this cursed valley. Then, too, he had stared out an inn's window toward fires in the hills. He spoke with his back turned. "Why do you seek me?" In the reflection of the glass, he saw the bardswoman bow her head and finger the strings of her lute. The lonely notes softened the hard edges of the room. "Because we are the last." Her notes continued to draw him from this room, pulling him to a faraway place. He turned to her. "The last of what?" He mumbled. "The last whispers of power from the distant past, of Chi." He scowled. He had come to revile the name of the spirit god who had abandoned Alasi to desecration by the Gulgathal. His voice hardened. "I bear no such power." She tilted her head, totally obscuring her small face with the fall of her hair. "You have lived for 5 centuries, yet you doubt your power? It was all my brother's doing. He did this to me." She whispered a word. "Shorkin." Erril started slightly at the mention of his brother's name. He raised an eyebrow and looked closer at the woman. "How do you know so much about me?" "I have studied the old stories." She reached out a slender finger and pulled aside a stream of blonde hair to reveal a single violet eye. "And ancient words, 3 will become 1 and the book will be bound. Old words from a forsaken time." Her eye narrowed at him. "You are no longer like the man described in the stories. That man rescued the book, protected it. He searched the lands, trying to raise resistance to the Gulgathal overlord. That man is rumored still to be roaming the land. Like I said, old stories. No, the same story." She let her hair fall back over her face. "It continues to this day." Erril sat on the windowsill. "How did you recognize me?" She cradled her lute in her lap and strummed the strings a single time. "The music." "What? What does your lute have to do with this?" She caressed the edge of the lute with the tip of a finger. Beyond the teeth, deep in the depths of the western reaches, there once stood an ancient grove of Coacona trees. "Do you still know them, the Coacona, the spirit trees? Or have you forgotten them, too?" "I remember one that stood in the center of Aloha Glen." His mind's eye pictured the sun setting through the tiered branches of the single Coacona tree, its blossoms like sapphires in the twilight. It grew higher than all the thin spires of the city. Nalan sat straighter on the bed and revealed her face fully for the first time. There was a sudden longing in her voice and eyes. "Does it still flower?" "No. Last I saw it, the brine of the sea had rotted its roots." Erril noticed his words seemed to wound her. "I believe it is dead," he finished softly. Ariel saw a tear roll down her cheek. She continued, a sadness edging her words. The grove was called Lakeihara, the heart of the forest. Ariel stumbled to his feet, suddenly remembering. Lakeihara. Like a river cresting its banks during a flash storm, the memory came to him. He pictured his father smoking his pipe at the kitchen table, one hand rubbing his full belly. The clarity of the memory weakened his knees. He pictured the spiderweb of broken blood vessels on his father's nose, the way his breath whistled as he pulled from his pipe, the creak of his chair on the plank floor. My father, he mumbled. My father once told me about his journey to such a place in his youth. I always thought it a fable. He boasted of nymphs wedded to tree spirits, wolves as tall as men, and trees as thick around as our house. Lakeihara is not a fable. It was my home. Ariel stayed quiet, picturing his own home. The memory of his father brought back a rush of old images, pictures he had been trying so hard to forget, he and his brother playing hunt-and-seek in the fields, the harvest celebration when he first kissed a girl, the way the plains seemed to stretch forever in all directions. I'm sorry, he said to her. What happened to your home? Her shoulders wilted. It is a long tale of a time before your people first stepped upon the land. A curse was placed upon our spirit trees by a foul race called the Elven. She seemed to draw inward, away from the dusty room. Ariel could hear the ancient pain that still ached her heart. These Elven of whom you speak, he said, speaking into her silence. I have heard other tales of the silver-haired wraiths. I thought them creatures of myth. Time transforms all truths into mere myths. She raised her eyes to him briefly before again lowering her face. You of all people should know this, Ariel of Standy. To most, you are myth and legend. Ariel remained wordless. She continued her story. Over countless years, we sought a way to stop the death of our trees. But the blight, the ancient curse of the Elven, spread. Leaves turned to dust in our fingers, branches sagged, riddled with grubs. Our mighty home dwindled down to a small handful of koakona trees. Even these last few were doomed to die until a mage of your people came and preserved the last of our trees with a Kyric blessing. But as Chi's power vanished from the land, the blight returned. Our homes once again began to die. Trees that had thrived since the land was young failed to flower. Strong limbs began to droop. And with our trees, our people began to die. Your people? My sisters and our spirits. We are tied to our trees as you are to your soul. One cannot live without the other. You. She brushed her fine hair from her face. I am of the Niphi. You're a nymph? A tiny scowl scarred her lips. So your people have called us. But my father said you couldn't live more than 100 steps from your trees. How can you be here, half a world away? He was wrong. Nayland placed a hand on her lute. We must be near our spirit, not the tree. A master woodwright of the western reaches carved this lute from the dying heart of the last tree or my tree. Her spirit resides in the wood. Her music is the song of ancient trees. She calls to those who still remember the magic. But why? The time of magic is long dead. Her song draws others like her, those with traces of magic, to her, as a lodestone draws iron. I have been traveling the countryside playing her music, probing for those with power. Her music allows me to see into the mind's eye of the listener. I saw what you remembered as I played, the towers of Aloha Glen, the fields of your home in Standy. I knew who you were. But what do you wish of me? A cure. For what? For Lakeihara. I am the last. With my death, so die my people and our spirit. I must not let that happen. How am I supposed to help you? I don't have that answer. But the oldest of our spirits and her keeper had a vision on her deathbed. Ariel sighed and rubbed at his temple with his one hand. I am sick of visions and prophecy. Look where it has brought me. Her voice swelled with hope. It has brought you to me, Erril of Standy. You are placing too much significance on this chance encounter. No, the evening is full of portents. Like what? The elder's dying vision was of Lake Ihara sprouting to green life from red fire, a fireborn of magic. She pointed out the window. Fire. And now you, a creature of magic, are here. I am not a creature of magic. I am a man. I can be maimed like any other. He pointed to his missing arm. I can die like any other. Only the blessed gift of aging is denied me. And that bit of magic is more curse than gift. Still, it is enough, she said firmly. Fire and magic run the night. Her eyes glowed the same color as the jewel-like blossoms of the lone tree in his lost Aloha Glen. It is a beginning. 9. The screech of the winged beast split the darkness like a butcher's axe. The creature had been tracking them throughout the night. With the cry echoing in her ears, Elena added her weight to help haul Mist up the wall of the dry gully. Jocha's arms strained on the lead as he pulled on the horse. It has our scent, her brother said between clenched teeth. We need to leave Mist and run. No! Elena said fiercely as she slid down the dry streambed to get behind the horse. Mist's back hooves had sunk to the pasterns in the loose dirt, bogging down the horse. Exhausted, Mist did not even struggle to free herself. Elena fought her way to Mist's rump. She ran a hand across the horse's feverish skin. Sweat dripped and steamed in the cold air from the beast's quivering flanks. I'm sorry, Mist, she whispered as she reached for the horse's tail. But I'll not let you give up. Elena gripped the horse's tail and hauled it back over the horse's rump, bending it cruelly. Now move your butt, girl. She smacked Mist's hindquarter with one hand and yanked harder on the tail with the other. Mist snorted explosively and bucked herself free of the dirt, throwing Elena to the bottom of the gully. Landing on her backside, she watched with satisfaction as Joch, guiding and pulling on the reins, hauled the horse out of the trap. A second screech suddenly burst across the foothills. It sounded closer. Hurry, Elle. Joch called to her. Elena didn't need his prodding. She was already on her feet and digging her way back up the loose wall of the streambed. Once up top, Joch pointed. Millbend Creek is only a few leagues that way. Elena shook her head. We need to hide, now. The creature is too near. She grabbed Mist's reins from Joch and pulled the horse in the opposite direction, toward the blazing fire. Elle, what are you doing? The smoke will cloak us better and confuse the nose of the hunter. Now hurry. I know a place we can hide until it loses interest. Joch followed, his eyes on the burning orchard. That's if we don't get fried first. Elena ignored her brother, trying to keep track of familiar markers. The smoke and her thundering heart confused her concentration. Was this the right way? She thought she recognized this area of the orchard, but she wasn't sure. She searched as she raced with Mist in tow. Yes. Over there. That old stone shaped like a bear's head. She wasn't mistaken. This was the place. Darting to the left, she waved to her brother to follow. Hidden in a wild hollow ahead lay her goal. Suddenly the blanket of smoke obscuring the stars overhead billowed as something huge shot past just a stone's throw from their heads. Elena could almost feel its weight pressing down on her as it flapped over them. It flew toward the gully from which they had just fled. Jocha's eyes were wide in the meager light from the nearby fires as he stared at her. She recognized in them the terror that gripped her own heart. If they had tried to make a dash for the millbend, they would have been easy targets. Joch nodded for her to continue, no longer objecting to their path toward the flames. Elena led the way, quickly but as silently as possible. She allowed herself a soft sigh of relief when she spotted the old man. Leading Mist, Elena entered the small patch of wild forest sunk in a shallow hollow, an uncivilized oasis among the orderly orchard rows. She pushed through the brambles and led the way to the center of the hollow. "Sweet mother," Joach whispered as his eyes first saw the old man, "I can't believe it." Hulking before them stood the dead husk of a massive tree, not one of the spindly-trunked apple trees, but one of the ancient giants that towered here long before humans first entered this valley. 8 men with linked arms couldn't reach around its trunk. The top of the tree had long since fallen away, leaving only this ragged stump with a single thick branch pointing toward the sky. "I found it while exploring," Elena said. She spoke in hushed tones, not to avoid the ears of the winged hunter but in respect for what stood before her. "I call him the Old Man." She led the way to a long black split in its bark. "It's hollowed out inside, a natural cave. We can." A screeching roar of rage exploded across the valley. The hunter had realized that its prey had slipped its snare. Without another word, Elena and Joach tumbled inside the embrace of the old man. Even mist didn't balk at sliding inside with them. The hollowed chamber in the heart of the wood was roomy enough to have allowed a small herd of horses to enter with them. The first thing that struck Elena as they sheltered within the tree was the old man's smell. The pervading reek of decaying apples under the boughs of the orchard never penetrated the fresh, woody scent of the tree. The air here was redolent with pine oils and a hint of chestnut. Though the tree was long dead, its scent persisted, as if the old man's ancient spirit still hovered within the husk of the once proud giant. Even the choking smoke wafting now through the orchard could not push away the old man's presence. Elena reached a palm to rest tenderly against the wood. Somehow she knew the old man would protect them this night. As her right hand touched the wood, she felt a cool calmness spread up her arm to her heart. And for just a moment, she thought she heard words whispered in her head, like a voice reaching up from a deep well. "Child of blood and stone. A boon seek my children." She shook her head at her foolishness and removed her hand from the tree. Wrapping her arms about her chest, she dismissed the voice. It was just this night of terror echoing in her head. Joach stepped beside her, and without a word, they each reached a hand toward the other. Joach squeezed her fingers tightly as they both listened to the night. Eventually the screeches faded in the distance. They had fooled the beast and confused its tracking, and it had apparently abandoned its chase, at least for now. Joach peeked his head out of the tree's heart and surveyed the orchard. "We must leave now," he said. "The fire is on us. We'll be trapped in it if we don't hurry." Elena nodded, though she regretted leaving the companionship of the old man. She led Mist out and was instantly assaulted by the sting of smoke on eyes and nose. She glanced over her shoulder. The fires lit the entire horizon behind her. Its devouring howl rolled toward them from the heights. "We must hurry," Joach said, pushing through the wall of brambles. "We still have a long way to go to reach the creek." Elena followed. Soon they cleared the hollow and raced across the orchard. Elena kept glancing behind her. They were hunted again, but this time by roaring flames. Her last sight of the old man was its one outstretched branch. It was a fire, like a drowning man in a sea of flames, waving for help. With tears in her eyes, she turned away. Strange words still echoed in her head, "Seek my children." "I can't believe Bruxton's boy would do such a thing." The wagon driver, a gnarled root of a man, pounded his buckboard with his fist. The other men gathered in the back of the wagon grumbled hot words. Several shook shovels above their heads. Rockingham leaned over the pommel of his winded horse toward the wagon. His father sent for the seer. He pointed a thumb to Dismarum, who rode a smaller filly tethered to his mount. The old man bent with his cowl over his face, rocking as if half asleep. "His father sent for us to try to get the boy and girl some help." "But those children, you're saying his father actually caught the two together? He saw the abomination with his own eyes?" Rockingham nodded. "In the barn. Like dogs, they were, not caring that they were brother and sister." A satisfying flurry of gasps arose from the rear of the wagon. Rockingham suppressed a twinge of a smile. This was too easy, wicked words to incite the hidden fears of every family. He pulled his riding cloak tighter over his shoulders. Down the dark road ran a cool wind from the mountain heights. Rockingham glanced to the nearby smoldering foothills. The blaze still occasionally spouted plumes of flame as it stretched through the orchards. A squeaky voice rose from somewhere in the cart. "And when you got there, what happened?" Rockingham righted himself in his saddle to again face the wagon. "We found the boy with an axe. His mother lay bloody at his feet, his father already long cold on the dirt." Sweet mother, ... Several townsmen pressed thumbs to forehead in a warding against evil. And the girl child, she had already set torch to barn and house. The boy came at us with his axe as soon as we appeared. I was forced to guard the blind seer and retreat. How could this happen? The wagon driver said, his eyes wide with shock. I knew those kids, sweet, they seemed, and polite, with nary a mean streak. Desmaram spoke for the first time, raising his cowl to face the torchlight of the wagon. Demons. Evil spirits hold their hearts. Now almost the entire wagon raised thumbs to foreheads. One man even leaped from the wagon and ran back toward the distant town. His footfalls faded into the night. Bring them to me unharmed, the seer continued. Do not kill them, or the evil will flee from their dying hearts, perhaps to one of your own children. Beware. Desmaram lowered his cowl and raised a bony hand to wave Rockingham ahead. Rockingham kicked his horse forward. Desmaram's filly followed. Rockingham called to the stunned wagon behind him. Spread the word. Search. Bring the tainted children to the garrison. As soon as the wagon was hidden by a curve in the road, Rockingham slowed his horse until he rode beside Desmaram. The trap is set, he said to the old man. Desmaram remained silent. Suddenly the beating of leathery wings burst from over the tree line. Both ducked as it passed overhead. It continued toward town. Pray it's a snug trap, Desmaram mumbled as the winged horror faded into the dawning light of the east. Elena rode behind Joach, her arms wrapped around his waist as he guided Mist across Millbend Creek. As the horse splashed through the wide, shallow creek, an occasional spray of water jetted high enough to wash across Elena's calves. The water's frigid touch reminded her of the winter to come. But Mist nickered boisterously, the water seeming to calm the horse's fears. We should be safe once we're across, Joach said, his voice cracking with fatigue and smoke. The creek is wide, and I doubt the fire will be able to leap the distance. At least, so I hope. Elena remained silent. She hoped, too. Behind her, the fires spread like fingers of a hand through the orchard, seeking them. At one point the fire had almost trapped them in a dry gully between two foothills. They were forced to mount Mist and race back along their trail, barely escaping the edge of the fire. But, thankfully, at least no sign of the winged beast had appeared again. By the time they reached Millbend Creek, the moon had already set, and in the east, a pale glow warned of morning. Joach, she said, how much farther to Winterfell? I'm not sure. If only I could see some familiar landmarks through this cursed smoke. But I'd still say we should reach the town by daybreak. Joach tapped Mist's flanks with his heel to encourage her up the creek's bank to the dry ground. We'd better walk her again from here. He slid off the mare and raised a hand to help Elena off. She climbed down and almost collapsed to her knees, her legs so bone-tired. Her feet throbbed, and all her joints quaked with exhaustion. She felt raw all over, as if someone had flailed the skin from her body. Joach supported her. We could rest for a few breaths, Elle. She wiped at her soot-stained face and nodded. Stumbling to a mossy boulder by the creek bank, she sat. Nearby, Mist nosed at some green shoots by the creek and began to pull at them with her teeth. Joach sighed loudly and plopped on the bank's edge. He leaned back on his hands, staring at the river of smoke flowing across the stars. She hung her head. Since last afternoon, all she had ever believed in, the very ground she walked on, had become a treacherous bog. Nothing seemed real. Even Joch and Mist, both only an arm's length away, seemed insubstantial, as if they might turn to dust and blow away, leaving her alone among the trees. She hugged her arms around her and began to rock back and forth on her stone seat and shiver. Her tears could not be denied. She was barely aware of Joch rising from the creek bank and crossing to her. He wrapped her in his own arms and held her, halting her rocking. She still shivered in his grip. He squeezed her tighter and pulled her head to his chest. He did not whisper a word, just held her tight. Her shivering began to quell, and she leaned into Joch. She knew it was not only her brother who held her this night. In his close embrace flowed the love and warmth of her mother, and in the strength of his arms were the bone and muscle of her father. No matter what had happened this night, they were still a family. She wished to remain in his arms until the morning sun crested the mountain peaks, but Mist suddenly huffed loudly and danced away from the river, ears perked in confusion. Joch released his sister and rose to his feet, alert for what had startled the horse. Elena stood and grabbed at Mist's reins. Joch crouched at the mossy edge of the bank and scanned the creek bed. "Do you see anything, Joch?" "No, nothing." This night's got her spooked. Elena could understand Mist's edginess. She crept carefully to stand by Joch's side. She peered upstream and downstream. The creek gurgled over smooth rocks between fern-shrouded banks. Nothing seemed unusual. "Maybe you're right," she began to say, but stopped. She blinked, afraid it was a trick of her tired eyes. A silver glow, like reflected moonlight, bloomed in a calm eddy of water at the foot of the bank. But the moon had already set. As she stared, the glow swirled contrary to the current. "What is that?" she asked. "Where?" She pointed to the light as its swirling slowed and spread like spilled milk across the water. Joch glanced to her. "I don't see anything." "The light in the water." "You don't see it?" Joch took a step away from the edge and tried to pull Elena back, but she stayed rooted in place. There's nothing there, . She stared as the glow thinned to a wavery sheen on the water, then in a wink, it vanished. She rubbed at her eyes. "It's gone," she said quietly. "What?" "Nothing was there." There was something. "Well, I didn't see it." But considering this night, whatever it was probably meant us harm. No, Elena spoke before even thinking but knew that she spoke the truth. No, it was not a danger. "Well, I've had enough strange occurrences for one night. Let's go. We've still a long walk to reach Winterfell." Joch peered a final time at the water, then with a shake of his head proceeded downstream. Elena followed with Mist in tow. She again pictured the spreading glow. Maybe her eyes had been playing tricks, but for an instant, just before the light had vanished, a single image coalesced, etched in silver, a woman with stars for eyes. Then in a whisper, nothing but dark water and rock again. She rubbed at her sore eyes. A trick of light and exhaustion, that's all it was. But why, when the image had flashed in the water, had her stained hands suddenly burned like fire as if she had touched the sun? Then in an instant, like the image, the heat, too, had vanished. And why didn't Joch see the woman or even the glow? Mist nudged her with her nose. She trudged faster after Joch. There were too many questions. Maybe in Winterfell she would find answers. 10. Dawn came cold to the tiny room of the inn. Erril lay wrapped in a blanket on the floor of the room, his knapsack acting as a pillow. He had been awake to see the first rays of the morning sun stir the dust motes in the room to a slow dance. It had been a long evening. He and Naylan had talked well into the night before both finally agreed that a few hours of sleep were needed to face the morning. Naylan had fallen quickly asleep on the bed, still in her clothes, the lute held to her breast like a lover. Meanwhile, Erril found only islands of slumber, and even those few naps were beset with terrible dreams. Finally forsaking even the pretense of sleep, Erril had watched the sun dawn into morning. As he stared at the encroaching light, his thoughts spun on 1,000 pins, through old memories, questions, and fears. Why had he stayed with this daft woman? He wondered. After her eyes had closed and her breathing slowed, he could have easily stolen away. But her words kept him trapped in the room. Was there some meaning in his encounter with this knife-eye woman, as she contended? Was there some hidden portent in the blazing orchard fire? And why did he return to this cursed valley? But he knew the answer to this last question. In his heart, he couldn't hide from what drew him back to this valley. Last night was the anniversary of the book's binding, and worse yet, the loss of his brother. Errol could still picture Shorkin, Gresham, and the boy, whose name he never had learned, crouched in the wax ring as drums beat in the distance. The memory, like a painting whose oil still ran wet, remained vibrant and bright. 500 winters ago, he had stood in a similar inn, the book firm in his grip, as an innocent's blood pooled at his feet. Unknown to Errol, the marching of years had stopped for him at that moment. It took him many turnings of the seasons before he realized the curse bestowed upon him that evening, never to grow older. He had to watch those he had grown to love age and die while he stayed forever young. He had seen in each of their eyes the occasional glimpse of ire. Why must I age and you live? Finally, the pain of witnessing this over and over again had become too great, and he took to the road, to call no place home, no one friend. Each 100 winters he returned to this valley, hoping to find some answer. When will this end? Why must I live? But so far, no answer came to him. As the land aged, he watched the scars of that fateful night's battle heal in the valley. The people forgot, the dead lay unremembered, their graves unmarked. He returned each century to honor those fallen to the Dreadlord's march. They deserved at least one person to preserve the memory of their bravery and sacrifice. Errol knew he could fall upon his own sword and end this curse. The thought had passed through his mind many nights as he lay awake. But his heart would not let him. Who would then remember the thousands who had died this night so many winters ago? And his brother Shorkin, who had died giving the book life, how could Errol abandon his own responsibility when his brother had given so much? So each 100 winters he returned. Errol heard Nayland stir. He watched her raise a hand and wipe the cobwebs of sleep from her face. Errol cleared his throat to let her know that he, too, was awake. She pushed up on one elbow. "'Tis morning so soon?" "Yes," he said, "and if we want to find a seat in the Commons to break our fast, we should be about soon. I've heard men bustling in and out all night." She slipped from the bed, shyly straightening her frock. "Perhaps we could just eat here." I prefer to avoid crowds." "No. They only serve in the common room." Errol pushed into his boots and stood. He cracked a kink in his neck and peered out the window. To the west, the morning sky was smudged with snaking trails of soot, and a pall of smoke hung thick across the valley roof. Above the heights, thunderheads stacked behind the mountain peaks. A storm threatened, but rain would be a blessing to the valley this day. Errol still saw a few spates of flame licking upward. Closer, the foothills were scarred and blackened, with only an occasional shoal of green life. Nayland stepped beside him and brushed her hair with her fingers. "A foul morning," she whispered, staring out the window. "I've seen the valley far uglier than this." He pictured the morning after the battle for Winter's Eyrie. Blood had run red through the 1,000 creeks, screams echoed off the craggy mountains of the Teeth, and the stench of charred flesh had fouled the nose. No, this was a pleasant morning in comparison. "It will heal," he said to Nayland as he turned from the sight. He shouldered his knapsack. "It always does." She collected her bag and strapped her loot to it. She joined him by the room's door. "Not always," she said softly. He glanced at her. Her eyes stared far from the room. He knew she was picturing the blighted grove of her home. He sighed and opened the door. Nayland slipped out the door into the hall. She led the way down the stairs toward the common room. The voices and loud talk that echoed up from the inn's main room sounded as boisterous as when they had left late last night. Something still had the townspeople all stirred up. As he and the bard's woman entered the commons, a scrawny man with a shock of red hair and ash-stained clothing stomped a foot on the player's stage. No pan lay at the stage's foot, so Errol knew this was not an early morning performer. "Listen, people!" The thin man shouted to the crowded tables, his voice high and strident. "I heard this from the captain of the garrison himself." Someone carrying a shovel yelled to the man, "Forget it, Harold. First we stanch the fire. Then we'll worry about those children." "No," the man argued. "Those young UNS are demon spawn." He spat the last words toward the crowd. "So what? Demons don't keep food from my family's mouth. We need to salvage what we can of the season's crop, or we'll all starve this winter." The man on the stage was now red-faced, his shoulders shook. "Fool! It was them kids that set those fires. If we don't find them, they'll keep torching other folks' orchards. Is that what you all want? The whole dang valley ablaze?" This last argument silenced the protester in the audience. Naylan had crept into Erril's shadow. She looked up at him questioningly. He shrugged. "Just wagging tongues. Sounds like they're looking for a scapegoat." A grizzled old man at a nearby table overheard his words. "No, my friend. Words come out of the hills. It was those Morinstall whelps. Evil's taken their hearts. Errol nodded and offered a weak smile as he stepped away. He pulled Naylan toward the bar, trying to avoid being drawn into local affairs. He slid 2 stools close for them to sit on. The innkeeper manned his post behind the bar, but this morning an actual smile played around his usual scowl. The fire was an obvious boon to the inn. Nothing like a commotion to fill his coffers with coin. Errol caught the eye of the innkeeper, who sidled down the bar toward their seats. "Nothing but cold porridge left," he said as an introduction. Errol saw the innkeeper's eyes drift to Naylan. As his gaze drifted over her slight form, he licked his fat lips. She shrank from him. Sneering, the innkeeper turned back to Errol. "Course for an extra 5 coppers, I might be able to scrounge up a bit of blackberry preserve for your little lady here." "Porridge and bread will be fine," he said. "Bread's an extra copper." Errol frowned. "Since when didn't porridge come with bread?" The innkeeper was obviously taking advantage of the crowd. "That'll be fine," he said coldly, "unless you're going to charge us for the spoon." The ice in his words must have reached the portly man. He backed away with a grumble. When their food arrived from the kitchen, it was fetched by a timid maid, her eyes bloodshot and tired as if she had worked through the entire night. Errol snuck her an extra coin. At these prices, few patrons would be tipping the maids this morning. He saw her eyes brighten as she snatched the coin and made it vanish into her pocket, her hands as quick as a carnival magician's. Behind him, the men continued to argue a course of action. It seemed they were stuck in a stalemate when suddenly their arguments were interrupted. 2 men bustled in from the courtyard, faces flushed from the morning chill. The smaller of the 2, gnomish in comparison to his giant companion, walked with a limp and swung his weak leg wide as he marched into the common room. He led a huge shaggy bearded man with wide shoulders. Outfitted in a heavy, fur jacket and calf boots, the bigger fellow's coal-black eyes searched the crowd warily, his lips thinned with threat. He had a rangy look to him, as if the company of people made him edgy. Errol guessed him to be one of the mountain folk, a nomadic people living among the frozen peaks of the Teeth. Seldom did they venture to the lowlands outside of trading season when the passes thawed. To see one so close to winter was rare. The smaller man waved a fist into the air. "We have news." News. Since the previous argument had become a stalemate of grumbles and complaints, all eyes turned to the newcomers, including Erril's. "What have you heard, Simpkin?" Someone called from the tables. "Not heard." Scene. The tiny man named Simkin shook his head and proceeded to elbow his way through the crowd, creating a path for the lumbering mountain man. Once he reached the stage, he crawled onto the platform, waving the larger man forward impatiently. With Simkin's added height from his position on the stage, he was now almost eye to eye with the mountain man, able to rest a hand on the tall man's shoulder. Simkin turned to face the crowd. This fellow saw the demon. The crowd broke into dismissive hissing, though a few placed thumbs to foreheads just in case. "Quit your tall tales, Simkin," someone yelled. "No, listen. It's true." "What did he see?" "Your wife." The crowd erupted in laughter, though there was a clear vein of nervousness in their response. "Tell them." The tiny man poked the mountain man's shoulder with a finger. "Go ahead." Errol spotted a momentary flash of anger in the man's eye at Simkin's poke. One didn't goad the mountain folk. Still, the bigger man cleared his throat, a sound like bark being ripped from a tree. Then he spoke, his voice as deep as the caverns that burrowed through the icy peaks. "It flew through the pass of tears at twilight, near our home. Pale as the fungus that grows on dead trees and white of wing as 3 men stretched. As it flew past, its red eyes glowing, our beasts panicked and a woman of my fire gave birth to a stillborn babe. None dared call a mountain man a liar, not to his face, at least. They were known for the truth of their speech." The crowd stayed hushed at his words. Errol sat straighter on his stool during this exchange, a spoonful of porridge frozen halfway to his lips. Could it be, after so long? None had been seen for centuries. Someone spoke softly from the back of the room. "You came all this way to warn us?" The mountain man's voice deepened to a rumble. "I came to kill it." Errol lowered his spoon and was surprised to hear his own voice call to the mountain man. Was this beast gaunt like a starved child, with skin so thin you could see through it? The mountain man swung his beard in Errol's direction. Aye, the fading light cut through it like a knife. Sick, it looked. Naylan whispered at his sleeve. "Do you know of the creature he speaks?" Another man spoke from the crowd. "You there? Juggler, what do you know of this beast?" All eyes were now on him. Errol regretted his quick tongue, but there was no way now to take back his words. "It means disaster," he said to the crowd and threw his spoon on the bar. "You have no hope." The crowd became agitated. Only the mountain man stood quiet among the milling men. His eyes remained fixed on Errol, narrowed and determined. Errol knew his words had not swayed the giant. The blood of the mountain folk ran with the ice of their peaks and the stubbornness of their granite home. The threat of death seldom shook their resolve. Errol turned away from the giant's stare. Naylan caught Errol's eye and leaned closer. "What manner of beast is it?" His voice was a whisper, meant only for his own ears. "One of Golgotha's dreadlords, a Skaltum. The sun rises." The Skaltum stalked across the dank basement chamber of the garrison toward Dismarum. It shook its wings like a wethound in the rain. The rattle of the leathery bones echoed loudly in the room. "ISS all prepared?" Dismarum shied a step back. The stench in the cell of rotten meat and filth drove him away as much as the threatening menace of the Skaltum. Rockingham is on horseback. He spreads word of the girl through town. She'll be found soon. She has nowhere else to go but here. Pray so. The black heart hungers for her. Do not fail him again. Dismarum bowed slightly and backed toward the door. He blindly reached for the latch and swung the door open. Morning sunlight, barely discernible with his weak eyes, streamed down the nearby stairway and edged through the doorway, spilling in around him. Dismarum smiled inwardly as the Skaltum backed from the light. Unlike some of the Dark Lord's minions, these creatures could survive the sunlight's burn, but the beast still preferred to avoid its warm touch. Their translucent skin darkened when bared for long stretches of time to the sun. It was considered disfiguring among its foul kind to be so marred. The seer kept the door open longer and wider than necessary, chasing the skeleton to the back of the chamber. How Desmaram would relish the chance to stake the beast in the noon sun and see it squirm. His hate for the winged beasts had not been dulled by the years. Finally, the creature hissed angrily and stepped toward Desmaram. Satisfied that he had pushed as far as he should, Desmaram swung the door closed. For now the creature had its uses, but if the seer were given the chance, he knew how to make even a skeleton howl. Keeping his hand on the damp stone wall, he followed the hall to the stairway. Torches brightened the stairs enough for him to see rough outlines. Using his staff, he worked his way up the worn steps. As he progressed, his knees ached with exhaustion. He was forced to stop several times to rest. Closing his eyes and breathing hard, he tried to remember what it was like to be young, to see with sharp eyes, to walk without the stitch of pain in his bones. It seemed like he had been old forever, crumbling with hoary age. Had he ever been young? During one of these breaks, a soldier coming down the stairs almost barreled into him. The officer pushed against the wall to allow him room to pass. "Pardon me, sir." Desmaram noted the man lugged a feeding bucket for the prisoners in the cells below. It stank of sour meat and mold. Even his weak eyes could see the maggots roiling within the slop. The young soldier must have noticed the seer's nose curl in distaste. He spoke up, raising his bucket. "Luckily, there's only one prisoner down there. I'd hate to have to haul more of this filth." Desmaram nodded sourly and continued up the steps, leaning heavily on his poiwood staff. He wondered who the young officer had crossed to warrant this punishment. There was only one occupant among the labyrinth of cells, the skeleton. And it wouldn't be feeding on the scraps in the bucket. He heard the soldier whistling as he descended into the bowels of the garrison. Desmaram continued up into the main hall. Just as he reached the next landing, the young soldier's scream rang up from below, only to be cut off abruptly. Desmaram sighed. Perhaps the meal would put the skeleton in a better mood. He climbed the remainder of the stairs without stopping, ignoring his complaining joints. Right now, he wanted to put as much distance as possible between him and the creature below. Leaning on his staff, he pushed into the main hall of the garrison. The high doors were open to the large courtyard, bathed in morning sunlight, where horses and wagons jostled for space. Soldiers milled among the clopping hooves and creaking wheels. The clang of beaten iron could be heard coming from the smithy on the far side of the yard. Desmaram turned his back on the doorway and struck out across the hall, stomping his staff on the flagstone floor. More soldiers bustled around him. Swords slapped thighs, and the odor of oiled armor clogged his nose. He proceeded unimpeded through the melee. No soldier dared come within an arm's length of his robed figure. As he passed the 3 doorways that led to the soldiers' sleeping quarters, he noted the rows of empty cots. All were on duty. On this morning, the streets bristled with armor and blade. Suddenly a familiar voice called out from behind him. "Desmaram! Hold up, old man!" It was Rockingham. Desmaram swung to face the man. Rockingham had changed out of his singed riding clothes and now wore the colors of the garrison, red and black. His polished black boots climbed to his knees, and his red overcoat was festooned with brass hooks and buttons. He had oiled his mustache and finally washed the soot from his face, but as he approached across the stone floor, Desmaram's keen nose still smelled the smoke on him. Rockingham stopped in front of the seer. "We may have too many patrols out," he said. "How so?" Desmaram asked in irritation, his nerves still jangled by the skeleton. "With this much activity, we might spook the boy and girl away from town." Rockingham pointed out the door. "You can't walk 2 steps without bumping an armsman. I'd be spooked myself to enter this town." The seer nodded and rubbed his eyes. Perhaps the foolish man was right. If he weren't so exhausted, he might have realized the same. "What do you propose?" "Pull the soldiers back. I've spread the word. The people are inflamed. They'll do the hunting for us. Dismarum leaned hard on his staff. She mustn't slip our snare. If she shows her nose in town, she'll be nabbed. The fire and the talk of demons have the townsfolk roused. Every street is watched by 100 eyes. Then no more hunting. Dismarum swung away. We'll wait for her to come to us. As he limped across the flagstone, he pictured the skeleton crouched in its warren of cells, like a starved cur awaiting its bone. To think of betraying its lust and the master it served was a madman's folly. But Dismarum had waited for so long. 11. From above the tree line, Elena spied the red roof of the town's mill ahead. By now, the fire had been left far behind, though the smoke still chased her and her brother across the morning sky. The sight of the pitched roof gave renewed vigor to Elena's steps. She caught up with Joach, dragging a protesting mist by her lead. Almost there, Joach said. What if Aunt Phila's not at the bakery? She always is, don't worry. The two of them had already decided to seek out their widowed aunt, who owned and operated Winterfell's bakery. Their mother's sister was a stern woman with a backbone of iron. She would know what to make of the previous night's horrors. As Elena followed her brother around a bend in the creek, the mill came fully into view. Its red brick exterior and narrow windows were a comforting sight. She often ran errands here for her mother, collecting a bag of flour or bartering for cornmeal. Its large paddle will turn slowly in the deep silver current as the creek plummeted down a short wash. Just beyond the mill stood the Millbend Bridge, a stone span that forded the creek and connected the town road to the wagon ruts that led up into the sparsely populated highlands. Joach held up a hand to stop Elena from proceeding out from under the canopy of the trees. Let me see if anyone's at the mill. You stay hidden. Elena nodded and pushed Mist's nose to back her several steps. The mare shook her head in protest, a hoof stomped the ground. Elena knew the horse itched to get out from under the branches and reach the meadow that still grew green beyond the trees. Shoo, sweet one. Elena scratched Mist behind an ear. Her whispered consolation settled the anxious horse, but not herself. She watched Joach steal across the open expanse to the mill's door. He tried the iron latch. She saw him tug at it. It was locked. He climbed atop a flour barrel and peered through one of the windows. Then he hopped off, scratched his head, and disappeared around a corner. Elena hated seeing the last member of her family vanish from sight. What if he never returned? What if she was left alone? Pictures of life without any family bloomed in her head. What if she was the last Morinstall alive in the valley? She clutched her arms around her chest, holding her breath. As she waited, a cack or a bird sang from a nearby branch, a lonely song. The scent of dewflowers, open only during the first rays of the sun, perfumed the morning, strong enough to penetrate even the smoky pall. As she watched for Joach's return, she saw a rabbit burst from hiding in the prairie grass and bound toward the trees. Disturbed by its passage, a flight of butterflies blew into the air. It was as if summer held eternal sway in this little meadow. She sighed. As horrible as the night had been, she had somehow expected the land to be wildly changed once the sun rose, trees twisted, animals corrupted. But valley life continued undisturbed, like any other morning. Strangely, she found this reassuring. Life continued and so could she. Movement near the mill caught her eye. Joach reappeared from beyond the mill and waved her from hiding. Thank you, sweet mother. Elena flew forward, wanting to narrow the distance between them as soon as possible, though Mist kept grabbing mouthfuls of grass as Elena pulled her on. When she reached her brother, he shook his head. Empty. Must be out trying to stop the fire. What if Aunt Phila is out, too? Elena asked as Mist attacked the leaves of a thrush bush. No, Our aunt's a tough old lady, but the men wouldn't let her battle the flame no matter how much she might kick a fuss. She'll be home. I suppose you're right. Let's go. Joach led the way to Millbend Bridge. Elena had to keep tugging Mist to get her to follow, but the mare was determined to get a full belly before leaving the meadow. Finally, she did manage to get the horse on the bridge. The mare's hooves clopped loudly on the stone as they crossed. As they reached the top of the bridge, Elena glanced back to the mill. She spotted a curtain snap shut across a window on the second floor. "Joach, someone is in the mill." She motioned to the curtained window. Odd. They had to have heard me. I even pounded on a window and back. Maybe it was one of the miller's children, frightened while their parents were out. I know Cecil and Garash. And they know me. I don't like this. Joach wore a stern expression. From down the road, the wheels of an approaching wagon clattered toward them. Joach scooted them off the bridge and into the trees on the north side of the road. He pushed Mist back until they were well hidden. "But it might be someone we know," Elena said. "Someone to help us. And it might be one of those men from last night." Elena bent closer to Mist. From their shadowed hiding place, she could spy the open wagon as it passed. Men dressed in red and black crowded the buckboard and rails, garrison men. She remembered that the thin man from last night had claimed to be from the town's garrison. Neither she nor Joach called out to the wagon as it clattered past. Joach motioned for her to slink deeper into the forest. She came upon a deer trail that gave them room to maneuver Mist around. From here, they could just discern the wagon. Soldiers hopped from the back to take up posts by the bridge. Two men marched toward the mill. "We'd better get out of here," Joach breathed in her ear. Just as they turned to leave, Elena saw the mill's door pop open. She watched the miller and his wife rush toward the soldiers. She couldn't hear what the miller said, but his arm kept pointing toward the road to town. "I don't understand," she said. "Get on, Mist." Joach boosted her onto the mare's back. He jumped up behind her. "We need to reach Aunt Fila before anyone else sees us." "Why?" "Our family has plenty of friends in town." Joach shoved an arm toward the bridge. "Like the miller and his wife." Frightened, she tapped Mist's flanks to get her trotting down the deer trail. "Then what are we going to do?" "Travel the wood. Aunt Fila's place is closer to the north end of town. We'll circle through the trees that way. There will be less of a chance of being spotted." She remained silent. As much as her heart railed against his words, her mind knew them to be true. For now, only their family could be trusted. Aunt Fila had a level head and a keen mind. She and her 3 grown sons would protect them and help straighten all this out. She kicked Mist to a quicker gait. The sooner they reached Aunt Fila's bakery, the safer they would be. She watched the smoke trail across the sky from the scorched orchards in the distant foothills. What had happened to her valley, to her people? She remembered her moment of revelation as she stared at the calm meadow by the mill. She had been deluded. Life was not the same in her home valley. It had twisted into a cold and foreign place. Ariel left his porridge on the bar and nodded his head toward the door. "We'd better strike for the road." Naylan cowered on a stool beside him. She was obviously still shaken by the rush of men who had crowded around them, trying to force more details of the Dreadlord from Eril. His assurance that he knew no more than they about the creature, just old stories he had heard on the road, did little to dampen their curiosity. They persisted until finally Eril had unsheathed one of his juggling knives and waved away the last of the stragglers from his side. By now, the talk of the commons had turned to what to do about the demon-spawned children. And this was a feeble discussion since most of the men had already left, thumbing their foreheads in superstition, to protect their own households from the cursed threat. Only one patron still kept his eyes drilled toward Eril. Hunched over a mug of warmed ale, the mountain man did not seem in any rush to leave the inn. His stare made Eril edgy. Eril stood up and turned his back on the giant. "We should go," he repeated. The knife-eye did not move. Eril reached for Naylan's elbow, but she shied away. Can't you feel it? He continued. The air is heavy with threat. The town is like dry tinder, and everyone is scurrying about with lighted torches. We need to leave. What about the Skaltum? She said meekly. Maybe we'd be safer in town until it's killed. It won't be killed. Why? The Skaltum are protected by dark magic. A deep voice grumbled from just behind his shoulder. What is this dark magic you speak of? Erril jumped at the words, startled that so large a man could move so quietly up on him. Nalan's eyes widened in fright. He turned to face the mountain man, finding himself craning his neck back. Excuse me, but our words are private. I go to hunt a beast that makes you cower, the big man answered with a coarse grumble, his nostrils flared. If you have honor, you will tell me what I need to know. Erril's cheeks reddened. There was once a time when no one would question his honor. He felt a burn of shame that he had not felt in countless winters. Nalan spoke from her hiding place behind Erril's back. Perhaps he's right. The man deserves to know. Erril clenched his one fist. It would be best to leave this matter be, mountain man. The giant drew back to his full height. Erril had not appreciated how bowed the man had been when among the townspeople. Behind him, he heard a maid drop a glass in fright at the sight of his towering bulk. Considered tall himself, Erril found himself at eye level with the giant's belly. I am called Krale Darvan, of the Centaflame, he said sternly. The creature has wounded the fire of my tribe. I cannot return without the head of the beast. Erril knew the fervor in which the mountain folk held honor. Among the treacherous icy passes, trust was crucial to survival. Erril pressed his fist to his own throat, acknowledging the oath pledge. Krale mimicked the motion, a slightly startled look to his eyes. You know of our ways, man of the lowlands. I have traveled. Then you know my will. Tell me of this dark magic. Erril swallowed, suddenly embarrassed by the lack of information he could extend to this man. I don't really know. The dark magic's touch came to our land when the Golgotha invaded our shores. Scholars of my time believed its pestilence drove Chi away. When Kyric magic faded in the land to isolated whispers, the dark magic grew stronger. I have seen horrors during my travels that would shrivel the bravest man. Krale's brow crinkled with his words. You speak of times before my flame ventured from the northern waste. How could that be? Erril balked. He had spoken without thinking. One night of talking freely with Nalan and the years of practiced constraint on his tongue had fallen away. Nalan spoke behind him. Before you stands Erril of Standy, called the Wandering Knight by storytellers. Krale's eyes narrowed in distaste, but an edge of fear crinkled at the corners. You tell tales when I ask for truth. He is not myth, she said. He is the truth. Suddenly Krale thrust his hands forward and placed both palms on Erril's temples. Erril knew what this meant and did not fight the large man. Nalan, though, unacquainted with the custom, gasped. The innkeeper, who had been sweeping broken glass across the common room, called to them. No roughhousing in here. Take your argument to the street. Krale kept his hands steady. Erril remained still as he spoke. I am the one she named. I am Erril of the clan Standy. Krale closed his eyes for a heartbeat. Then his lids whipped open wide. He stumbled a step away, crashing into a table and overturning it. You tell the truth. The innkeeper, red-faced, his jowls shaking, raised his broom. What did I say? Out before I call the town guard. Krale dropped to a knee. A floorboard cracked to splinters under his impact. No. It cannot be. His voice boomed across the room. Tears flowed to his beard. Erril was shocked by the man's reaction. He knew the mountain people had the ability to read the truth in another's tongue due to some form of elemental rock magic that throbbed from the roots of their mountain home. But this reaction? Mountain men never shed tears, not even when horribly injured. You have come. Krell's voice was a rumbling moan. He sank to the floor. Then the rock speaks the truth. My people must die. 12. The damp pants were too long, and Elena was forced to roll them up at the ankle. The tail of her green woolen shirt hung to her knees. Joach had stolen the clothes from a shepherd's drying line. As she shoved the locks of her red hair under a hunter's cap, she complained to Joach. I look ridiculous. Must we really do this? They stood hidden under a willow tree, its branches a screen around them. A small brook gurgled past the tree, stirring the branches on one side. This'll make it harder to recognize us. She watched Joach scrub his face with his nightshirt. Once clean, he pulled into a ragged jacket with yellow patches on the elbows. They'll be watching for two on horseback. We should leave Miss tied to the willow tree here. I don't like leaving her alone, Elena said. What if some thief comes upon her and steals her? Elena purposely straightened her purloined shirt and gave Joach an accusing look. He ignored her glare. From here, it's only a short walk to Aunt Fila's. We can send Bertol back for her. Elena pictured Aunt Fila's hulking son. Bertol could get lost in his own backyard. What if he can't find her? The mare will be fine. There's plenty of grass, and she can reach the water. But it's like we're abandoning her. We're not. She's safer here than with us. Her brother was right. Still, she hated breaking up her family. After last night, she found some small security in their closeness. Wearily she patted Mist's flank. Don't fret, we'll be back soon. Mist glanced up from where she chewed at the shoots of the scraggly grass that grew under the willow. She flicked her tail at Elena for disturbing her. See, she's fine. Slightly hurt, Elena tucked her shirt under her belt. Let's go, she said with a sigh. Joach pushed through the sweep of willow branches. He held them wide to allow Elena to duck through, then let them brush back into place. Elena glanced over her shoulder. The mare was just a pale shadow in the tree's shade. She sniffed and followed after Joach, who had stopped by a thin path. The dirt rut ran from the edge of Winterfell to a swimming hole popular among the town children. The pool, its waters now icy cold, lay abandoned for the season, so the path was empty of prying eyes. With the sun close to its highest point, the path was bright after the shadows of the forest. As they approached closer to town, the path widened enough for Elena to walk abreast of her brother. She noted how Joach's eyes darted back and forth and how stiffly his legs moved as he hiked. Her brother's nervousness leaped to her. She found her hands tugging at her shirt and adjusting her cap. Look, she said, pointing down the path. There's the butcher's shack. Ahead, buried under the eaves of the forest's branches, stood the ice house of the butcher. The limbs of the trees helped keep the sun's warmth from its roof. Joach only nodded and hurried ahead. By the time they passed the ice house and reached the end of the path, both were white-faced and sweating thickly. The town of thatched roofs and brick buildings loomed ahead. Chimney smoke drew black lines into the sky, joining with the haze from the orchard fire. The town seemed uncommonly quiet. Usually bustling with the strident voices of stall merchants and shoppers, the streets ahead were silent except for an occasional shout. Joach turned to her and offered a sick smile. Ready? Walk fast, but not too fast. She nodded. Hold my hand. His hand reached for her palm, then froze. No. We might draw attention. Maybe we should even walk a distance apart. She found tears coming to her eyes. Please, Joach. I need you close. Okay, he said with a relieved rush. It seemed similar emotions warred within him, too. But we'd still better not hold hands. She squeezed back her tears and forced her head to nod. Aunt Fila's bakery stood only a handful of blocks from the edge of town. If Elena concentrated, she'd swear she could even smell the baking bread from where she stood. Actually, the whole town of Winterfell greeted her with its familiar smells: the roasting breakfast meats, the hickory wood smoke, the yeasty pungency from the cider mill nearby, even the sweet, loamy smell of horse dung from the unwashed streets and stables. Elena straightened her shoulders. "Okay, I'm ready," she said in a calmer voice. Joach bit at his lower lip and stepped toward a back street that led into the merchant's quarter. Elena swallowed the hard knot of tears in her throat and followed her brother closely. The first shop they came to was the butcher's shop. His wares of carved pig, yellow mutton, and headless chickens buzzed with flies. The butcher himself could be seen through the doorway, a bloody cleaver in his hand. His coarse black hair always reminded Elena of a pig's spiky stubble, especially set against the man's pale skin, shining with sweat and oil. Elena found herself cringing. The butcher, loud of voice and smelling of offal, always made her nervous. He had a way of staring at Elena as if judging the quality of meat on her bones. This being the first shop greeting them upon entering Winterfell, Elena found herself clutching her baggy clothes tighter around her. A sense of unease crept toward her heart. She and Joach walked on the far side of the street. As soon as they passed the butcher's shop, a voice spat toward them from a shadowed doorway just ahead, startling them. "You there, boys? Hold it right there." Both of them froze. Joach stepped between her and the speaker. A soldier dressed in a red and black uniform, his sword still sheathed, sauntered from the doorway. His dark hair and brown eyes warned that he was not a local conscript but one of the foreigners manning the garrison. His knotted nose spoke of past fights that Elena suspected were not in the line of duty. "Where you coming from, boys?" Joach made a subtle motion for Elena to back farther behind him. "We was out checking our traps, sir." The soldier's eyes drifted behind them toward the forest. "Didn't happen to see a boy and a girl with a horse, did you?" "No, sir." The man's dark eyes settled on Elena. She kept her head pointed to her feet and her stained hand buried deep in her pocket. "How about you, young nun?" Elena, afraid her voice would betray her, just shook her head. "Then be off with you too." He waved them past with a swing of his chin. Joach slipped past the soldier with Elena on his heels. She risked a glance behind her and saw the soldier, a hand raised to shade his eyes, surveying the forest's edge. He then drifted back to his shaded doorway. Neither spoke until they had turned a corner. "So they are hunting for us," Joach whispered. "But why? What did we do? Let's just get to Aunt Fila's." Though they tried to keep their steps steady, their pace became hurried as they neared the corner beyond which Aunt Fila's bakery stood. Elena nearly had to run to keep up with her brother's frantic steps. Joach swung around the corner first and stopped so short she barreled into his back, pushing him a step forward. Elena could now see around the corner. Where Aunt Fila's bakery had once stood, smelling of fruited pastries and sugared cakes, only a smoldering skeleton of scorched posts and blackened beams remained. Elena's first thought was that somehow her magical fire had leaped from the orchards to strike down her aunt's shop. But the milling crowd that sported torches quickly dismissed this worry. "She's in league with the demon," someone yelled from the crowd. "Mark her forehead with an evil eye," screamed another. "Anyone related to those cursed whelps should be banished from town." "No. Hung." Elena saw her Aunt Fila kneeling before the burned bakery. Her face, covered in smoke, ran black with tears. One of her sons, face down on the cobblestones, lay in a pool of blood. Elena's vision blurred with tears. Though her fire had not directly burned her aunt's shop, it had still destroyed more of her family. She took a step toward the crowd. Joach stopped her. "No." They could have slipped back around the corner and maybe escaped, but Elena's motion and Joach's word drew the eyes of the crowd. Most simply ignored the two children dressed in crude clothes. But Aunt Fila's son Bertol stared with eyes wide in recognition. He raised a finger to them. There's my cousins. See, we weren't hiding them in our shop. One of Aunt Phila's hands flew up toward her son, as if trying to force back his words and his betrayal. Her eyes touched Elena's for a heartbeat, full of sorrow and pain. The crowd lunged toward them. Joach tried to pull Elena with him, but strong hands suddenly grabbed them from behind. Elena screamed but could not break free. She and Joach were shoved toward the crowd. Elena stared up into her captor's eyes. It was the butcher. Thick of limb, he held both of them easily. His lips were white with hate, his eyes red with murder. "Call the guard!" Someone in the crowd called as they descended on her and Joach. "We've caught the demon spawn." Yarral frowned at the mountain man, who still knelt in tears at his feet. Nayland seemed abashed at his outburst, one small hand covering her mouth. "Kral," Erril said, "I know nothing to doom your people. Stand up and put aside this foolishness." Kral only moaned, his face turned to the floor. The innkeeper approached with his broom raised across his wide belly. "Out with the lot of you." He made a sweeping motion with his broom, then pointed its handle at Kral. "Out before that lout passes out on my floor." Kral pushed to his feet, now towering like a bear over the rotund innkeeper. "Guard your tongue, keep, or I shall nail it to your door." The innkeeper blanched and took a step away. He raised his broom higher. Don't make me shout for the town guard." Kral started to reach for the innkeeper, but Erril laid a palm on his high shoulder. "He's not worth the effort, Kral. Leave the man be." Erril tugged the tall man toward the door. It was like moving a boulder settled deep in the dirt. But Erril felt the man's shoulder relax, and Kral allowed himself to be pulled from the innkeeper's throat. Erril turned to the innkeeper. "In the future, mind your manners among the mountain folk." With Kral in tow, Erril led the way to the inn's door. Nayland followed them outside, where the cobbled streets were oddly empty except for a pair of soldiers slouched at a corner near two tethered horses. One, with his jacket unbuttoned and his gut hanging over his belt, raised a bored eye toward them, then returned his attention to his companion, who continued to brag of the previous night's gambling. Erril ignored them and turned to Kral. "Here we part ways, mountain man," he said. "You seek the Skeltum, and as much as this may anguish you, I pray you never find it. But for me, I seek only the road to the plains." He turned to Nayland, who still stared toward the guards. She nervously scuffed at a cobble with the toe of her boot. "And what path do you seek, bardswoman?" Erril never did get his answer from Nayland, since a townsman suddenly rushed to the pair of soldiers from around a corner. "We've found them!" he yelled. "The demon children! We've got 'em caught like rabbits in a snare. Come quick!" The heavier of the guards pushed off the wall he had been leaning against and nodded to the other soldier. "Go alert the garrison," he said in a bored voice, obviously doubting the agitated man. "I'll check what this fellow has found." The other soldier nodded and untethered his horse. He mounted briskly and hurried past Erril and his two companions, the clatter of hooves deafening until he tugged the horse around a corner. "Show me what you caught," the remaining guard said. "It's those Morinstall whelps, all right," the townsman said, pointing down the street. Their cousin even confirmed it. He led the way for the guard and disappeared between the tailor's shop and the shoemaker's. Nayland was the first to speak. "What will they do with those children?" Erril stared down the road to where the townsman and soldier had disappeared. "The town is incensed. Talk of demons in small towns is dealt with brutally. By the end of this day, they will probably beg for death." "But what if this is all gossip and rumor?" Nayland said. "Then innocent blood will be shed." Erril shrugged. "This has nothing to do with me." Nayland's eyes grew wider. "If you ignore this, then their blood is as much on your hands as on the townsfolk's." "I already have blood on my hands," he said bitterly. Eril pictured the night of the book's binding and the young mage slain in a pool of red with Eril's sword sprouting from his back like a weed among stones. An innocent's blood. I know your story, Eril. That was the past. This is now. Nayland's eyes narrowed with anger. Do not let one wrong stain your hands forever. Eril's cheeks heated up, whether from anger or shame, even he couldn't tell. Thankfully, Kral interrupted. If these whelps be demon spawn true, he said, then the skeleton may be close. I will go see. Nayland nodded her head. I wish to go, too. Both their eyes swung to him. One pair of eyes determined and proud, one pair concerned and passionate. Once he would have felt similar emotions at the thought of children in danger. But what did he truly feel now? He looked inward and found nothing. This disturbed him more than their questioning eyes. What had the endless years done to him? He faced Nayland and Kral. Let us find the truth. Elena watched Joch struggle with the ropes that tied his wrists. Thick ropes secured her hands also, but she stood quietly. What was the use of struggle? She stared at the remains of her aunt's bakery. The circle of townsfolk jeered and mocked. She knew most of them, had schooled with many of their children. Still their faces twisted with hate. Even if she and Joch could shed their bonds, where would they run? This was her home. This was her people. A small stone flew from the crowd and struck her forehead, causing her to stumble. It stung and blood flowed from the welt. She saw her cousin Bertol reach for another stone, but Aunt Fila slapped his hand. At least one person still cared for her. Tears began to flow, not from the pain, but from all that she had lost. Joch stopped his struggle, obviously succumbing to the futility, too, and edged closer to her. He had no words. The butcher strode from the crowd toward them. He reached a hand toward Elena. Joch tried to step between but was cuffed away by a meaty palm. Elena saw blood spill from her brother's lips as he fell to his knees. The butcher ripped the hunter's cap from her head and released the cascade of her red hair. See, he said. See the witch. This is the demon that destroyed our lands and murdered good people. Do not be fooled by her pretty face. The butcher ran a finger across her cheek and down her throat. Or her innocent body. He suddenly grabbed her shirt and ripped it open. Buttons danced across the cobbles. Elena cried out at the violation. The crowd gasped at the butcher's actions. Joch fought to reach the man, but hands held him down. The butcher traced a finger along the bare budding of her breasts. So innocent in appearance. His voice had become thick and husky. But so foul its lusts. He swung away from Elena. I can sense her evil trying to worm into me, tempting me with impure thoughts. He faced Elena again. Back, witch, you will not win me over like you did your brother. The butcher shaded his eyes and backed from her. The crowd was hushed by the display until Aunt Fila pushed forward. Enough! She yelled to the crowd. She crossed to Elena and pulled the torn shirt closed over Elena's chest. Elena could smell the scent of flour and sugar on her aunt's apron. She must have been working in the kitchen when the town rose up and mobbed her bakery. Elena leaned into her aunt's embrace. Aunt Fila faced the crowd. She is a child. Can't you see how terrified she is? Does a demon fear rope and mortal man? What proof is there that she did anything? Words and gossip. That's all. The crowd still rumbled with anger. The orchards. Someone called out. We lost almost a quarter of the crop. Aunt Fila did not retreat. She pushed a lock of gray hair from her face. Her words were ice from the mountains. I have lost more this day than the lot of you put together. It is my son that was cruelly murdered trying to save my shop. It was not the child that harmed me this day, but madness. She stabbed a finger at various townsfolk. What if it was your child up here? Or yours, Jurgana? Stop this madness. Look to your hearts. The crowd became subdued with her words. I know this girl and this boy. There is not an evil bone in their bodies. You know them, too. When has either of them displayed anything but good manners and a sweet countenance? Fie! Cried the butcher. We all heard talk of what a strange child she is, skulking in the woods by herself. Consorting with demons, I don't doubt. She just now tried to bewitch me. Lies. Aunt Phila pointed a finger toward the butcher, her lips tight with suppressed anger. There lies your evil. His behavior speaks of his own foulness, not the children's. To assault a small girl in such a manner. That is evil, not the child. By now many eyes had turned toward the butcher with disgust. Elena allowed herself a moment of hope that perhaps Aunt Phila would win past this insanity. But then she heard words sound behind her in a voice from a moldy tomb, a familiar voice. Good woman, stand back from the girl. She has tricked you all. She is a witch, and I will give you proof. Elena twisted around to see the cowled figure of the old man who had murdered her parents. Soldiers stood behind him. Elena's knees weakened as his dead eyes settled upon her. Using his poi-wood staff, the old man hobbled toward her. Stand back! He suddenly hissed toward the crowd. Aunt Phila ignored him and stepped between the crooked man and Elena. You were the one who accused these children. Elena's tongue froze with fear. She nudged her aunt's arm with her elbow, trying to warn her away from the man, but was ignored. The old man waved his staff to his dark partner. Rockingham, remove this child to the garrison. There, we will conduct our interrogation and prove her demonic heart. Rockingham strode forward with 4 guards beside him. Aunt Phila grabbed Elena's shoulder and tugged her away toward the crowd. Like you did the Sesha girl 2 years ago. Her screaming still rings in my ears. Aunt Phila raised an arm and waved it to the crowd. Who is willing to give another child to these monsters? This is our valley, our town. Around Elena, townsfolk erupted with echoes of her aunt's words. Elena's heart stirred, freeing her tongue. Aunt Phila. They are the ones who murdered mother and father. The crowd heard her words. A gasp arose from the mingled townspeople. Rockingham and the 4 soldiers balked as the crowd grew belligerent. Several townsmen unsheathed knives. Elena saw the town's tailor slice free Jocha's ropes. He dashed to Elena's side and untied her bonds. Freed, she rubbed her raw wrists. I told you Aunt Phila would help us, Joch said, his face flushed. Elena noticed Aunt Phila's eyes widen at the sight of her stained right hand. Her aunt reached to cover it. Keep this hidden, she whispered quickly and drew the oversized shirt sleeve down around Elena's hand. Her aunt then turned her attention back to the brewing altercation. The soldiers took a tentative step forward but were outnumbered by the townspeople. Leave the child be. Someone yelled. Another raised a knife in the air and cried, protect the children. Aunt Phila bent to Elena's ear. You're safe now, dear. Don't fear. I won't let them harm our family anymore. But Elena hardly heard her aunt's words. Her eyes were glued to the old man. She watched him raise his staff and tap it twice on the cobblestones. No one else took notice of the decrepit man's action. But Elena remembered the signal. It was the same one he had used when he called the white worms upon her and her brother. No, Elena's voice squeaked. She clutched Jocha's arm, causing him to wince. We must run. But it was already too late. Someone in the crowd screamed in terror. All eyes turned to the smoke-stained skies. From beyond the roofline, it came. A huge shape flew into view. Wide wings smote the air. Elena recognized the leathery beat of its wings. Its screech scattered the townspeople, who scurried like mice before a pouncing barn cat. Though previously invisible in the night skies, there was no mistaking the sound of the creature that had plagued her and her brother as they fled through the burning orchard. Now revealed, Elena wished for darkness to return again and remove the loathsome sight from her eyes. Its very image seemed to taint her spirit. "See!" the robed man screamed. He pointed with his other arm, revealing a smooth stump where his right hand had once sprouted. "There is her demon consort, come to rescue her." The crowd erupted with screams, fleeing as the beast dove toward Elena. Only Joach and her aunt remained as it crashed to the street, taloned feet clawing the cobblestones. Through its skin, black blood could be seen churning in thick rivers. It folded its wings back and hissed at the townsfolk crammed into doorways and behind shop displays. Then its poisonous black eyes, glowing with malice, swung toward Elena. Aunt Fila moved between her and the beast. "Run, children," she said as she faced the creature. "Seek your Uncle Bull." Even before Aunt Fila had finished her command, Joach was yanking Elena toward the burned shell of the bakery. Like a snake, the creature sprang forward and snatched up Aunt Fila. "No!" Elena cried as it broke her aunt's back, the snap distinct among the yelling. Then it tore Aunt Fila's throat open with pointed teeth and flung her body to the ground. "No," she moaned again as Joach pushed Elena away. He was too slow. The creature shot out a claw and seized her brother by the neck. "Joach!" She screamed as her brother was ripped from her side and hauled away choking, his eyes bulging. 13. Bull leaned over his dusty book. The weak midday light shed only feeble fingers through the grimed window. The single candle on his desk, melted to a nub, waved a small yellow flame. He had been reading all night, striving to glean the knowledge he needed. The stacks of moldy books and rows of cubbyholed scrolls were his only company. "Fire will mark her coming," he mumbled as he combed white hair from his tired eyes. He squinted at the other words on the page. His lips, hidden under a thick mustache, slowly translated the ancient words. The portents of the sisterhood spoke of this day. He glanced outside. The windows of his cottage, built high above the valley in a lonesome place called Winter's Eyrie, had glowed red all night with the flames of burning trees. Poor child. She should have been better prepared, warned. Rubbing his white beard, Bull turned back to his tome, but as he paused with a finger gently turning a rat-nibbled page, his heart trembled a beat, then a loss larger than his house filled his chest. He placed both palms on his desk, keeping himself from tumbling to the plank floor. An intense sorrow threatened to swallow him away as he felt his twin sister die. "Fila!" he moaned to his empty room. Tears rose to his lids and fell to the yellowed pages. Usually so fiercely protective of these fragile texts, he let the salt of his tears smear old ink across the page. He clutched an amulet through the coarse weave of his shirt. "Fila!" he called again. And as always, she came to him. The corner of the room by the hearth glowed softly like a will-o'-the-wisp. The weak glow retreated inward, growing brighter as it shrank in size, until finally it formed the figure of his sister. Dressed only in sweeping eddies of white light, she frowned at him, more exasperated than sad. "It's time, Bull." As his tears welled, her image swirled. "Then it's true," he said. No tears. She still wore her no-nonsense grimness. "Are you prepared?" I expected more time, years still. We all did. But it begins now. Time to put aside your books, old man. You leave me this chore? He asked pleadingly. To do alone? Her stern look softened. Brother, you know I have my own role. I know, to seek the cursed bridge. But do you truly think you can find it? If it exists, I will find it, she said fiercely. He sighed and looked upon his sister. Always the will of cold iron, he said with sadness, even in death. Always the caster of dreams, she answered with a hint of a smile, even alive. Their lips formed twin smiles at the old argument, both so alike and yet so different. The pain of loss shone clear in each one's eyes. Phila's apparition began to grow faint at the edges. I can't hold here any longer. Watch over her. Her image faded to a vague glow. Her last words trailed as the light was vanquished by the library's shadows. I love you, Bull. Goodbye, sister, he mumbled to a room far emptier and lonelier than before. Elena rushed towards her struggling brother. Time seemed to thicken and slow like sap in a winter's maple. She watched Joch's face turn a purplish hue, his throat closed in the claws of the skeleton. Elena leaped and grabbed at the creature's wrist, a cry trapped in her chest. Blind with fear, she dug her fingers into its clammy skin, refusing to lose her brother to the beast. Let go! She shrieked to the world. In answer, her hand burst with flame. Heat like the touch of molten rock flowed from her fingers. She clenched her fist and found her fingers flowing through the beast's wrist, through skin, muscle, and bone. The creature howled and tugged its arm away, pulling back only a seared stump. Screeching, panicked by it tumbled away from Elena and her brother. Joch stumbled forward, pawing the severed hand from his neck. He threw it to the street. Sweet mother! He blurted and dashed to Elena's side. Elena's eyes flashed to her hand, expecting to see blackened bones and burned flesh, but all was normal, not even a hint of the red stain remained. Was she free of that curse? Run, Elle! Joch cried. He hauled Elena toward the charred beams of the bakery. But the howling beast was not the only menace on this street. Joch skidded to a stop and pulled Elena to him. Between them and refuge stood the cowled man leaning on his staff. He wore a smile, as if this all served his purpose perfectly. Come to me, child. I've waited long enough. With surprising speed, he whipped the heel of his staff toward Elena's head. Elena, her mind still muddled by the flow of power through her hand, could not quite comprehend the danger. She stood frozen until Joch knocked her aside. With a gasp, she fell to the street, her knee striking the hard cobblestones. From the corner of her eye, she saw the staff smite Joch a glancing blow on the shoulder. She scrambled to her feet, roused now, and began to flee. Joch, however, failed to follow. Elena swung to a stop and stared. Her brother's upper body tried to heave his legs into motion, but like two rooted trees, his legs would not obey. He looked up, eyes filled with horror, and saw that Elena had stopped running. Go! He yelled. She stumbled back as she saw the bewitching spread through her brother's body. Now even his arms couldn't move, and in a heartbeat, his neck and head froze in position. Only a single tear rolled down his cheek. Do you abandon your brother, child? The old man beckoned to her with a gnarled finger. Come. Townspeople fled past Erril as he fought his way toward the screaming. Like a rock in a fast-flowing river, he was buffeted by elbows and knees and could make no headway. Finally, Kral pushed forward and used his large bulk to forge a path ahead. One of the townspeople, Erril judged him a butcher from his bloody apron, tried to pound Kral aside. But with a shrug of the mountain man's shoulder, the heavy man flew far. His head hit the brick wall, and he fell limp to the ground. Kral ignored him and continued on. Run! Another townsman called to them. The demon has come. Kral gave Erril a stern stare, then hastened his pace forward. Erril, with Nalan in his shadow, followed in the mountain man's wake. After several heartbeats, the street emptied around them, the crowd now fleeing behind. Use caution, Kral, Erril said softly. We're close. They crept to the next corner and used a farrier's wagon for cover. Erril peered over the edge of the cart to the street beyond. His blood went cold. Only a stone's toss away, before the burned-out skeleton of a building, stood a beast he had hoped never to see again. Wings stretched taut in pain, the skeleton howled and held a wounded arm to its chest. Wounded? Erril slunk back under cover. Who could harm such a beast? Erril saw Krell begin to pull the axe from his belt. It was too small a weapon against a dreadlord. Erril raised a palm toward the mountain man, warning caution and patience. Krell's brows knitted heavily. Naylan knelt beside them, peering down the street from under the wagon. There are the children, she whispered, pointing between the spokes of the wagon's wheel. Who is that man, the robed one? Erril looked and spied the two youngsters crouched before a cowled figure near the edge of a scorched building. Though the cowled one's face was hidden in shadow, Erril recognized the black robe. His lips thinned with menace. A dark mage. Come to me, child, the robed figure said, his voice finally carrying to them as the shrieking of the skeleton waned. Or your brother dies. The skeleton stalked toward the young people. Its voice cut through the air like a thrown dagger. Give me the boy. I will rip his limbs, one by one, from his body as the other brat watches. Another man, dressed in the red and black of the garrison, quaked by a rain barrel. Do what the master's beast says, Dismarum. We don't need the boy. Still your tongue, Rockingham, the one called Dismarum spat. Whatever look the dark mage gave the man caused him to pull farther behind his barrel. The skeleton repeated his demand. Give me the boy. I will taste his young heart. Demon! Krell growled beside Erril, his voice thick with venom. Before Erril could raise a hand to stop him, Krell leaped forward over the wagon, his axe already raised above his head. The skeleton twisted to face the sudden assault. The dark mage retreated toward the shadows of the burned building, his hand reaching for the young girl still frozen in place. Fool of a mountain man! Before Erril could ponder his own response, his feet and heart betrayed him. He found himself springing after Krell, his own sword drawn, prepared to join the battle. Elena's eyes were fixed on Jocha's. Though she was not bewitched like him, she could not flee. Other ties held her trapped to this spot. She refused to leave her brother's side, even when the cowled man reached a clawed hand toward her. But before his fingers could touch her skin, an elbow suddenly struck her chest and threw her backward. A one-armed swordsman thrust between her and the old man. Tall, wide-shouldered, with the ruddy complexion of the plains people, he raised his sword. You won't have her, dark mage. Before the cowled man could react, the winged beast screeched, drawing all eyes. The swordsman shoved Elena down as a wide wing ripped over their heads. Flee, girl! He yelled in her ear. But her legs did not obey. Her heart, still attached by invisible bonds to the frozen Joch, would not budge. She crouched numb in the street. Cringing, Elena saw a giant attack the winged monster, wielding an axe in a blurring pattern of honed edge and muscle. The winged demon retreated from his assault. Suddenly a new hand rested on her shoulder. She looked up into the concerned face of a tiny woman. Come with me. Leave Erril to rescue your companion. She shook her head. My brother. Was all that came to her tongue, an arm pointing toward Joch. But the woman was stronger than she appeared and pulled Elena to her feet. Naylan! The swordsman called. He crouched on one knee, his sword raised toward the robed figure. Get her to safety. The woman called Naylan laid an arm over her shoulders and whispered in her ear. Her words, almost a soft song, were unintelligible, yet somehow pierced through the cloud in her mind. They reminded her of the words whispered to her by the old man in the orchard. Elena found the woman's song freeing her legs, and she allowed herself to be guided away from the battle. Nelahn coaxed the girl to the wagon's shadow. Could this be the one? The knife-eye wondered. She sang in the child's ear, words she had been taught to woo the minds of humans. She brushed a strand of red hair from the child's face and stared into eyes the color of green growth. Could it be? Once the girl was safely hidden, Naylan returned her attention to the street. Eril had climbed back to his feet, and now the dark mage cringed from the sword's touch. Eril kept the cowled one from slipping away, but Nayland noticed that they were both watching the battle raging between the Skeltum and the mountain man. Kral attacked savagely, his swings wild and furious. But every strike was simply repelled by the beast's tough skin. No blood was shed. Yet even though Kral's axe simply bounced off the creature, Nayland noticed that the Skeltum appeared shaken by its previous injury. It kept the stumped arm far from harm, using wings to protect its flanks. "Drive the Skeltum into the sunlight," Eril called to his large companion. "There, you can wound it." With a furious feint, Kral switched the direction of his assault and soon had the creature retreating toward a square of sunlight. But the Skeltum seemed to realize the approaching danger and began to fight back. Its intact hands swiped black claws at the axeman. Kral danced back. Quick and agile on his feet, the mountain man managed to escape injury, but he also lost ground. The beast now stood farther from the sunlight. The Skeltum screeched in satisfaction, regained its confidence, and continued to thrust toward Kral, driving him around, almost toying with him. Soon their positions were reversed. The mountain man, sweating fiercely now, backed step by step toward the sunlight. Kral gasped for air, bent in exhaustion. The beast spread its scabrous wings wide in victory, then swooped for the kill. Nayland raised a hand to her mouth in fright. Kral suddenly darted backward with amazing speed into the sunlight. The creature drew up to the square of bright light and hissed at Kral. The beast balked at the sun's touch, staying just behind the shadow line. It stalked in a circle around the mountain man. "There's nowhere to run, little man-thing," it said with laughter on its tongue. Nayland realized the creature was correct. The area of sunlight was a square island. Shadow lay on all sides. And in the shadows waited the beast. Kral searched around, desperate for a solution. Nayland did the same. If the mountain man should fall, Eril would be trapped between the Dreadlord and the Dark Mage. That must not happen. She twirled on one heel and grabbed up the tin top of a pickle barrel. Darting into another patch of sunlight, she caught the sun's reflection in the tin and tilted it so the sun's rays reflected into the face of the Skeltum. The beast screamed and tried to dart away. Nayland angled the tin to keep the beast in the light. Kral seemed to realize his advantage and plunged forward with a bellow of rage. He swung his axe at the monster, striking the beast square in the neck. Exposed to the sun, the skin of the beast lost its dark protection. The blade sank home. The beast stumbled back, pulling free of Kral's weapon. It clutched its neck as a river of black blood flowed from between its claws. Swaying on weakening legs, it tried to unfold its wings but instead fell forward into the sunlight, its foul blood hissing and bubbling as it stained the cobblestones. Kral crossed to the collapsed creature, his axe raised high above his head. Eril did not watch Kral finish with the Skeltum. He turned his full attention back to the Dark Mage. The sight of the black robe sickened his stomach. How could any man give himself to the black magic that had poisoned the land? Eril felt his blood heat with an anger he had not felt in over a century. He found it a not unpleasant sensation. "Your pet is dead, mage." He spat at the hunched man. "Release the boy, or suffer the same fate." With his cowl bowed, the mage crept behind the boy and leaned heavily on his staff as if exhausted. "You interfere in matters you could not begin to comprehend." The Dark Mage raised his other arm, revealing the stump of a wrist. Shadows rushed to the mage and flowed up his robe to his arm. The darkness then pulsed to his empty wrist and congealed there. Like a black rose budding, an ebony fist grew atop his stump, formed of black shadows. "And you make threats that you cannot possibly fulfill." Eril's eyes narrowed. "Just test me." The Dark Mage opened his malignant fist. Fingers that drank the light stretched out. "One final time, give me the girl. You don't know what she is, what she means. I refuse to do your bidding, foul one." Eril raised his sword but held his position, fearful of injuring the frozen boy. The dark mage switched his staff to his black fist. From his loathsome hand, the darkness swept down the grey wood until the entire shaft flowed with shades of night. As Erril prepared for battle, the cowled figure instead put his hand of flesh on the boy's shoulder. "Leave the boy be," Erril shouted, and rushed the man, determined to stop him before he harmed the youth. The dark mage threw his head back, his cowl falling away, and for the first time, he stared Erril full in the face. Their eyes met, freezing Erril's heart. "No!" Erril stumbled to a stop. This could not be. His sword slipped down, scraping the cobblestones. The robed figure raised his staff and struck the street. Blackness erupted up from the cobblestones to swallow mage and boy. The voice of the dark mage echoed up from the shadows. "Erril, have the ages taught you nothing?" In a blink, the well of shadows vanished like a black flame extinguished. Where the boy and the mage had stood, the street now lay empty. Erril sank to his knees as the young girl shouted behind him, her cry full of anguish and tears. Erril, though, barely heard her. His eyes still saw the face of the dark mage. It was a familiar face, the same broken nose, the uneven cheekbones, the thin lips. And then there was the stumped wrist. He remembered the man crouched with his brother in a warding of wax drippings so long ago, the night the blood diary had been forged. The dark mage's true name tumbled from Erril's lips. Gresham. Book 2. Hearth's End. Hearthstone. 14. Tolchuk sifted through the stones in the gully, which was bone dry from the summer's drought. He glanced to the thunderheads building like an army beyond the peaks of the Teeth. The summit of the tallest of the mountains, the Great Fong of the north, swirled in black cloud. Soon the gully would be roiling again with muddy water from the stormy mountain heights. He turned his attention back to the scree of boulders. Thunder rolled down from the perpetually frozen summit. He must hurry before the rains began. But low cliffs blocked the sun's light, making it harder to spot the yellowish glint of sandstone. And this gully, dry all summer, had been carefully picked through for many moons. He fingered the boulders apart, his grayish claws scraping each rock, searching for the characteristic color. His nostrils splayed wide as he hunted for the burning odor of raw sandstone. There were more likely spots to find such rocks, but Tolchuk preferred this route. Due to the scarcity of sandstone here, none of his people were around. Tolchuk liked the isolation, free of the taunts from the other Ojires. Especially now, with his Magra ritual, the ceremony marking him as an adult among his tribe, beginning tomorrow. He needed a sandstone for tonight's preparations, one picked out by himself on the eve of his Magra. He bent to a thick plate of stone and dragged a claw along it, gouging its surface. He sniffed his nail, no, just sandstone. As he lowered again to push through the rubble of the wash and scree, a rock the size of a melon struck him in the shoulder, knocking him to the boulder-strewn ground. He landed hard and rolled to his side. Francois leered over the lip of the cliff. A sneer cracked Tolchuk's thick lips to expose his smooth, yellowed fangs. He pushed to his feet. With his back bent, his head reached only halfway up the cliff. He kept one hand knuckled on the ground for support. He twisted his neck and frowned toward his enemy. Francois squatted like a craggy boulder by the cliff's edge, his wide yellow eyes bulging. Bent like Tolchuk, balancing on the calloused knuckles of one hand as was custom for the Ojires, his bristled, straw-colored hair crested the top of his head and trailed in a spiky stream down his arched back to disappear under his leather coverings. He smiled, his chipped fangs exposed. A winter older than Tolchuk, he was always baring his teeth, displaying the chips on his fangs that marked him as having mated. All the females worshipped Francois, brushing their full rumps against his sides as he lumbered past them. No female brushed against Tolchuk in invitation, no matter how much he kept his back bent and knuckled as he walked. Tolchuk knew he was ugly. Smaller than other adult Ojires, his eyes were too almond-shaped, and slitted, rather than the bold circles of Francois. His nose also stuck out too far, and his fangs were too short to excite a mate. Even his hair did not bristle on its own. Tolchuk was forced to use beeswax to make it spike. But no matter how much he tried to hide it, everyone knew his shame. Francois reached for a stone with his free hand and hefted it. "I'll chip those teeth for you, half-breed," he said with glee. Tolchuk burned at the insult. "Francois, you know the law. I am Magra, not to be disturbed. Not until the sun sets." He threw his stone, but Tolchuk dodged it easily enough. As much as his mixed breeding scarred his appearance, it gave him agility. Francois picked up another rock, this one larger than the last. His eyes narrowed with menace. "Leave me be, Francois. You fear. You are not Ojiri in your heart." Even though Tolchuk was used to ridicule, this was too foul an insult to leave unanswered. To call an Ojiri a coward. Tolchuk put aside his charade and straightened his back until he towered on two legs, something no Ojiri could ever do. It was this ability that forged his name, Tolchuk. In the ancient tongue it spoke his half-breed status and his shame, he who walks like a man. Now erect, his head stretched to the height of the cliff. He saw Francois wince in disgust at the sight of his back straightening. Francois drew the rock back, preparing to attack. Without thought, Tolchuk shot his hands out and grabbed Francois' supporting arm. He dragged him, shocked, over the edge of the cliff and threw him to the bouldered floor of the gully. Tolchuk instantly regretted his sudden action. Francois was not an Ojiri to provoke. Francois landed on his face in a sprawl across the rocky grade. Thick-skinned and wide-boned, Francois immediately scrambled up. Tolchuk stepped back as Francois rolled to his feet. He sneered at Tolchuk and raised a finger to his bruised lip. Francois probed his mouth, his eyes widening with shock as his finger came out bloody. A fire grew in Francois' glare, his eyes dilating until the yellow in them became black. Tolchuk had never seen such rage. Francois howled a battle cry, his bellow washing down the gully. Tolchuk now saw the reason for the fury. One of Francois' fangs had been broken off by the fall, a disfiguring injury that could cost the Ojiri significant rank among the tribe. Francois screamed again in rage and leaped for Tolchuk's throat. Tolchuk ducked and rammed the bony crown of his head into the midriff of his attacker. The force of the impact knocked the air from Francois' chest. Gasping, Francois flew back, landing hard on his backside. But Tolchuk's attacker was an experienced fighter, in training with the warrior clan. Francois rolled back to his feet and lashed out with his calloused hand, grabbing Tolchuk by the ankle. Yanking on Tolchuk's leg, Francois toppled him to the ground. Tolchuk tried to bear the brunt of his fall on his shoulder. But his efforts still resulted in a crack to his skull. Pinpricks of light swam across his vision. Blurry-eyed, he saw Francois leaping on top of him. Tolchuk tried to roll away but failed. Francois landed on him and immediately began kicking at Tolchuk's exposed belly. Tolchuk writhed, trying to limit the damage. Francois' back claws dug ribbons of skin, while his front claws jabbed at Tolchuk's eyes. Tolchuk fought to free himself, but Francois outweighed him. If he could not break away soon, he would be gutted. Tolchuk grabbed for Francois' wrist, but from the corner of his eye he spotted Francois' other hand slipping a hard-horn dagger from his belt. When Ojiris struggled for mates, matching claw to claw, it was considered deceitful to use a weapon. Thick of hide and hard of bone, seldom did these mating contests result in the death of an Ojiri. Within a tribe, Ojiri did not kill Ojiri. Only during a tribe war, when the Ojiri clans fought for territory, were weapons employed. It took a weapon to kill an Ojiri. Francois raised his dagger, his eyes still aflame with hatred. "Half-breed," he said between clenched fangs, blood flowing from his lips. "Today you haunt us no more." This pause to gloat was Francois' undoing. Tolchuk realized Francois planned to do more than just bloody him. Tolchuk grabbed a boulder in each of his hands and slammed them together against Francois' ears. Tolchuk heard the crack as rock met skull. The simultaneous blows at the only weak spots on an Ojiri's skull were dramatic. Tolchuk only meant to stun Finchua, to knock him unconscious until his reason returned. As the rock struck, blood fountained from his attacker's nostrils, spraying Tolchuk with its heat. He watched Finchua's eyes roll to white and heard his breath gurgle on swallowed blood. The dagger tumbled from Finchua's fingers. His body followed the knife to lie limp on the boulders. Tolchuk pushed the rest of Finchua's bulk off his legs and scrambled up. Blood flowed across the boulder from Finchua's nose and open mouth. His chest did not move. Tolchuk stood stunned, unable to breathe. What had he just done? Ojiri must never kill Ojiri within a tribe. He raised his hand and saw the bloody rock still clutched there. A corner had broken away when it struck Finchua's skull. A yellow glint sparked from the rock's heart. Sandstone. The rock tumbled from his numbed fingers. Mogweed stood at the edge of the green forest that was the western reaches. He slouched against a trunk, reluctant to leave his forest home. A breeze shook the dry leaves overhead, rattling them like the husks of dead beetles. Beyond the trees to the east, the wide expanse of climbing foothills seemed naked, covered only in yellow meadow grass. And beyond the foothills and open meadows climbed the peaks of the Teeth, the mountains he must cross to reach the lands of man. Mogweed felt the rough bark with his cheek. But how could he leave here? He raised a hand and stared at the thin fingers and smooth skin. He shuddered at the sight, then glanced to the clothes hanging from his body. A huntsman had shown him how to wear the strange garments. Gray leggings over linen underclothes, and a red coat over a gray wool shirt. He wore them correctly. Still, each stitch and weave of the fabric chafed against his tender skin. And the black boots were the worst. He refused to don them. Instead, he carried them in a leather sack on his back. As long as he was in the forest, he would feel the loam between his toes. He knew that once he left the shadow of the trees, he would have to put the boots on his feet. He needed to appear to be a man. Once dressed, only his eyes would betray his heritage. With slit pupils instead of round, his eyes spoke his true nature. He stood there, one arm against the tree, until he was nudged by a nose. Quiet, Fardale. I need a moment to prepare. He glanced down in irritation at the tree wolf. As massive as a man, Fardale sat on his haunches, his tongue lolling from the side of his mouth. His dense black hair, frosted with browns and grays, seemed like the dappled forest shadows given form and life. The wolf's pricked ears listened to the forest around them. His raised muzzle sniffed the air, checking for danger. Mogweed's nose crinkled with bitter envy. Fardale's thick black fur was the only clothing he needed. No further adornment was necessary to complete his disguise. To almost anyone, Fardale would appear to be an ordinary tree wolf, again except for his eyes. Like Mogweed's, his pupils were slitted, too, more like a forest cat's than a wolf's. Their eyes were a sign of their true heritage, Aselura. Fardale glanced toward him, their amber eyes meeting. A slight glow seemed to warm toward Mogweed from the tree wolf's eyes. Vague feelings formed in his head, whispers of thoughts and images from his wolf brother, a sun setting. A hungry belly. Legs wanting to run. Mogweed knew the meaning in these images. Fardale warned that daylight waned and that they still had much ground to cover before nightfall. I know, Mogweed answered aloud. He, too, could speak with the whisper of his soul, as Fardale had done, as all Aselura could, but his tongue needed practice. He would be among men shortly and must perfect his disguise if they were to make their journey safely. He shuddered again. But I hate leaving home. Images answered, a mother's teat, heavy with milk. The scents of the forest, varied and thick. Dappled shadows burned away by raw sunlight. Fardale also regretted abandoning their forest home. But they must. The elder root of their clan had ordered it, and his words must be obeyed. Still, did they truly need to listen to the Ancient One's command? Mogweed took a deep breath and dropped his pack to the dirt. He bent and fished out his boots. Sitting at the edge of the forest, he slipped his boots over his feet, cringing as each foot sank into its leathery coffin. "We could just stay," he said to his companion, his voice a bare whisper. "Live as outcasts." Fardale growled, and the wolf's thoughts shot deep into him, a poisonous tree frog. A pond scummed over with algae. A hoary oak rotted with yellow molds. The forest was poison to them now. To refuse the elder root would bring no joy to them in the forest. Mogwai knew Fardale spoke the truth, but still a fire grew in his belly. "I know, Fardale. But they've banished us. What do we owe them?" His words were etched with heat, but he kept most of his rage penned up within his breast. This was another reason he spoke with his tongue. He did not want Fardale to sense the true depth of his fury. Fardale raced to his paws and lowered his head threateningly. His eyes glowed red, a trapdoor spider. A littermate attacking another. A crow stealing a mottled egg from a nest. Fardale still accused him. "I was just trying to free us of the curse," Mogwai answered. "How could I know it would turn out so horribly?" The wolf turned his head away, breaking eye contact, signaling the end of the conversation. Mogwai blushed, not with shame, but with anger. "Damn you," he thought. Fardale had been a choking yoke around his neck for long enough. The urge to leave the wolf behind and go out alone to seek his fortune among the human race thrilled through him. Why did he need his own people anyway? They had always shunned him. He might better find his fortune among humans. Mogwai found his feet pulling him out from under the limbs of the trees and into the mid-afternoon sunshine. He glanced around him. Free of the protective trees, the sky was so wide, so huge. Mogwai's feet stumbled to a stop. He crouched before the big sky. Like a massive weight, it seemed to crush him toward the ground. He turned back to Fardale. "Are you coming?" He tried to sound acerbic, but fear laced his tremoring words. Going out into such a wide world without someone to lean on terrified him. For now, he still needed Fardale, but only for now. Fardale slipped from the forest's shadow. The wolf's slitted eyes scanned the horizons calmly, the sight having little effect on him. He simply padded across the rocky soil, his fur reflecting the sunlight in oiled sheens. Mogwai's eyes narrowed. Fardale was always the cool one, the brave one, the noble one. One day, Mogwai hoped to see him break and prayed he would be the one to cause it. Mogwai watched Fardale casually lumber past and continue into the barren foothills. With his neck still slightly bent away from the large sky, Mogwai followed his twin brother, cursing his sibling's stout heart. "One day, dear brother, I will teach you to fear." 15. Tolchuk carried the limp form of Finchua in his arms. He stood upright, his back straight, needing 2 arms to cradle the heavy body. As he approached the village, he saw several females rooting for grubs in the thin soil. When they spotted him, their noses cringed with disgust at Tolchuk's upright posture. Ojiras normally used their backs and only one arm to haul tree trunks or other heavy objects, leaving the remaining arm to support their lumbering gait. Shocked by the sight of him, it was only when he continued closer that the females spied his burden. Eyelids flew wide, and a cacophony of bleating arose from their throats. The females fled, loping away. The musky scent of their fears still hung in the crisp highland air. Tolchuk took no notice, but trod up the worn path toward his tribe's caves. His back and arms burned with exertion, but this was a small price for his atrocity. He had committed the worst violation of Ojiri law, and Ojiri never kills a fellow tribe member. During war, Ojires could kill Ojires of other tribes, but never of one's own. As he had stood over Finchua's bloody form, he had considered running, such was his shame. But by doing so, Tolchuk would dishonor his dead father. And his birth was already enough of a disgrace for his family. How could he add to it by such cowardly actions? So he had collected Finchua and begun his hike toward their caves, determined to face his tribe's punishment. Ahead, at the foot of towering granite cliffs, Tolchuk spotted the black hole of his tribe's home, easy to miss among the shadows clinging to the craggy and pocked rock face. The females had already alerted the village. Near the entrance to the caves, a crowd of Ogires clustered, almost the entire tribe, even the bent backs of the old and the scurrying feet of the young. A few oak staves of the warriors bristled among them. Silence stood like a tribe member among his people. One weanling pulled a thumb from his tiny mouth and pointed at Tolchuk, but before the child could utter a sound, his milk mother clamped a large hand over his mouth. No one spoke when the dead walked among them. Tolchuk was thankful for the silence. He would soon face those many questioning eyes again and speak his crime aloud, but first, he had a duty he must discharge. Tolchuk's heart beat hard in his chest, and his legs began to shake. But he did not falter a step before his people. If he should hesitate, he might lose his momentum, and the growing fear could catch hold of his heart. So he forced each foot to follow the other and marched toward his home. One thick-limbed adult Ojiri burst through the wall of onlookers. He leaned on an arm as thick around as a tree trunk. He raised his nose to the wind carrying toward him from Tolchuk. Suddenly the huge Ojiri froze, his muscles tense like a rocky ridge. After seasons of living in dim caves, Ojira's vision weakened as they aged, but their keen sense of smell grew more acute. The adult Ojiri raised his face to the cliff walls surrounding him and bellowed his grief, the sound shattering the silence. He had recognized the scent of Tolchuk's burden. Fanshua's father knew his son. Tolchuk almost stopped. How could he confess his guilt? The muscles of his jaw ached as he clenched his teeth together. He kept his eyes fixed on the hole in the cliff's face and continued his march. Fanshua's father galloped toward him, his thick rear legs hammering the stone escarpment. He slid to a stop, showering Tolchuk with a flurry of loose shale. He reached his free hand over to touch his son's limp arm as it dragged along the ground. Fanshua? Tolchuk ignored him, as was the custom among his people. The grieving were not to be seen. He continued to march toward the yawning entrance. But Tolchuk's silence was answer enough to the father. His son was not just injured, Fanshua was dead. Behind him, Tolchuk heard a keening wail from the father's throat. He saw the other members of his tribe turn their backs on the grieving father. Now stumbling with both exhaustion and fear, Tolchuk swept through the parting crowd of Ojires. No one touched him, no one hindered him, let death pass quickly by. He carried his burden through the entrance into the darkness of the caves. The roof of the large common chamber stretched beyond the reach of even the scattered cooking fires. But fingers of rock dripped from the ceiling to point accusingly toward him. With his head bowed, he worked his way through the cooking section of the village. A few females stood hunched by their fires, wide eyes reflecting back the twitching flames of their hearths. He crossed the living areas of the various families. Smaller entrances jutted off the common space to the private warrens of each family. Males of the tribe poked their heads out suspiciously as he passed, fearful that someone sought to steal one of their females. But when they saw what he carried, they disappeared back inside, fearful that death might hop into their warren. As he passed the opening to his own family's caves, no Ojiri peeked outside. He was the last of his family. His home caves echoed emptily since his father had gone to the spirits 4 winters ago. Tolchuk ignored the familiar scent of his home. He knew where he had to go before he could wrest his responsibility, to the cavern of the spirits. He continued to the deepest and blackest section of the cavern. Here a slit-like opening cracked the back wall of the cavern from floor to ceiling. For the first time during his trek, he dragged to a stop, frozen by the sight of that opening. The last time he had neared this dark path had been when his father had fallen during a battle with the Kuukla tribe. Tolchuk had been too young to go with the warriors. When they returned, no one told him his father had died during the fight. He had been playing toddle darts with a child still too young to fear and loathe him when they had dragged his father's speared body past him. He had stood there stunned, a toddle dart in his hand, as they hauled the last member of his family into the black crack on its journey to the cavern of the spirits beyond. Now Tolchuk had to walk this path. Before his legs grew roots of fear and locked him in place, he pulled his burden closer to his chest and continued. He was forced by the bulk of his burden to turn sideways to edge into the narrow slit. He squeezed down the black path, holding his breath. Sliding his back on one wall, he traveled the well-worn path until a weak blue glow flowed from beyond a bend in the corridor ahead. The light seemed to sap the strength from his legs and arms. His resolve faltered. He began to quake. Then a voice whispered from ahead. "Come. We wait." Tolchuk stumbled in mid-step. It was the voice of the Triad. He had hoped to drop the body in the spirit chamber and slip off to confess his atrocity to the tribe. The Triad were seldom seen. These ancient ones, blind with age, dwelled deep within the mountain's heart. Only for the most solemn ceremonies would the Triad crawl from their residence beyond the spirit caves to join the Ojiri tribe. Now the three ancient Ojires waited for him. Did the Triad already know his foulness? "Come, Tolchuk." The words trailed to him from ahead like an eyeless worm searching for light. Tolchuk dragged his feet toward the voice. He held the air trapped in his chest. His grip on Finchoi's body grew slippery with sour sweat. Finally, the narrow path widened, and the stone walls pulled back. He was able to twist forward again and walk straight. With his arms trembling under Finchoi's weight, he heaved into the chamber of the spirit. The cavern, lit by blue-flamed torches, stretched away to a black eye on the far side, the entrance to the Triad's domain. No Ojiri except the ancient ones and the dead traveled that path. Tolchuk trembled at the edge of the cavern. He had only ventured to this chamber once in his life, during his naming ceremony when he was 4 winters of age. That day, one of the Triad had branded him with the cursed name "He Who Walks Like a Man," a shame he had had to bear for 12 winters now. He had hoped never to step into the spirit-wrought cavern again, but Tolchuk had been taught the custom. The Ojiri dead were left in this chamber, away from the eyes of the tribe. What became of their bodies was never even whispered or questioned. To talk of the dead could draw tragedy to a hearth. The deceased were the Triad's concern. Tolchuk took a single step into the chamber. In the center of the cavern, the 3 ancient ones hunched like rocky outcroppings sprouting from the stone floor. Naked and gnarled, more bone than flesh, the trio waited. A voice rose from one of the Triad, though Tolchuk could not say which one spoke. It seemed like the words flowed from all 3. "Leave the dead." Tolchuk meant to lower Finchoi's body gently to the stone, to offer as much respect to his slain tribe member as possible so as not to offend the gods. But his muscles betrayed him, and Finchoi's body tumbled from his exhausted arms. The skull hit the stone with a loud crack that echoed across the chamber. Cringing, Tolchuk bent his back into proper Ojiri form. His duty done, he began to step back toward the narrow path, away from the Triad. "No. That path is no longer open to you." Again the voice carried through the air from all 3 Ojires. "You have harmed one of your tribe." Tolchuk stopped. His eyes fixed on the worn rock. The ancient ones knew of his violation of the law. Words slipped from his lips. "I didn't mean to kill. Only one path is open to you now." Tolchuk raised his head just enough to spy the hunched forms. 3 arms were raised and pointed toward the distant black eye, the tunnel that no Ojiri except the Triad entered. "You walk the path of the dead." Mogweed hid eye in the shadow of a huge boulder and stared east toward the mountains. Fardale, with his keener senses, had gone ahead to scout the route forward. After crossing the golden meadows of the low foothills, they had reached a more rocky and treacherous terrain. Gnarled oaks and an occasional spray of pine dotted the higher foothills, but spiked hawthorn bushes covered most of the dusty ground. Luckily, after struggling through rocky gulches and up steep cliffs, Fardale had come upon a more hospitable path leading up to the peaks. The trail was a welcome sight. Ever cautious, Fardale insisted on investigating the trail before trusting it. After the day's journey, Mogweed's clothes stank of sweat and clung awkwardly. He picked at them and wondered how humans tolerated living in the drapings. He closed his eyes and willed the change, wishing for the familiar feel of flowing flesh and bending bone. But as usual, nothing happened. The man-like form persisted. He swore under his breath and opened his eyes and looked east. Somewhere out there lay the cure to the curse on both him and Fardale. Sweating from the climb, he stared longingly at the cold snow that tipped the tallest peak on the horizon, snow that even the hottest summer sun had failed to melt. The mountain, called the Great Fong of the North, towered over its many brethren. The range of craggy peaks, named the Teeth, ran from the frozen ice desert in the north to the barren wastes of the south, splitting the land in two. Raising a hand to shade his eyes, Mogweed searched the range of mountains south. Somewhere thousands of leagues away rose this Fong's twin sister, the Great Fong of the South. From here, the southern Fong remained beyond the horizon. Even though countless leagues separated the peaks, rumor had it that if someone stood on the top of each Fong they could speak to one another. Even whispers could be sent back and forth, spanning the distance. Mogweed frowned at such a preposterous notion. He had more important concerns than a child's fantasy. He hugged his arms around his chest and stared with a bitter expression at the wall of peaks, beyond which stretched the lands of the human race, territories he feared to tread, but knew he must. Clouds began to build among the peaks, caught on the crags as the wind blew eastward. The snowy tip of the Great Fong was blotted out as black clouds churned. Lightning played among the thunderheads. If he and Fardale were to cross the Teeth before winter set its frozen hand upon the land, they needed to hurry. Mogweed searched for his brother among the scraggly trees and brush. What was keeping that fool? A worry gnawed at his stomach. What if his brother had run off, abandoning him to this barren countryside? As if he had heard him, Fardale suddenly appeared at the foot of the rocky slide. Anxious, panting from a sudden run, dancing on his paws, Fardale stared up toward Mogweed, requesting contact. Mogweed opened up. Even from here, the wolf's eyes glowed amber. Fardale's thoughts whispered in his head, the stink of carrion rotting in the sun. Racing legs pursued by gnashing teeth. An arrow's flight through the open sky. Hunters approached. Men? Even though he appeared a man himself and would likely have to interact with men during the long journey ahead, Mogweed was in no hurry to meet any. He had secretly hoped to avoid the eyes of men, at least until they had passed through the Teeth. Mogweed slid down the rocky grade to join his brother. Where do we hide? Racing legs. Paths cut by sharp stone. Fardale wanted them to run, and quickly. Mogweed's legs ached. The thought of fleeing through this rugged terrain sapped his will. He sagged. Why can't we hole up somewhere until they pass, then return to the trail? Razor teeth. Claws. Wide nostrils swelling for scent. Mogweed tensed. Sniffers. Here? How? In the wild forest, the beasts traveled in packs. Ravenous in their appetites, the creatures used their keen sense of smell to track down isolated Acelura and attack. He had not known the beasts could be domesticated by humans. Where do we go? Fardale swung around and bounded up the trail, his tail flagging the way. Mogweed hefted his pack higher on his shoulder and took off after his brother. His tired joints protested the sudden exertion. But the thought of the slavering sniffers and the beast's shredding teeth drove Mogweed past his aches. As he rounded a bend in the trail, he saw Fardale stop just ahead, his nose reading the air. Suddenly the wolf darted to the left, abandoning the trail. With a groan, Mogweed pushed past a bramble bush, thorns tearing at his clothes, and followed his brother. Scrambling up a steep slope of sharp stones and loose dirt, Mogweed soon found himself crawling on all fours like his wolf brother. The footing was treacherous. Mogweed kept slipping and losing hard-won ground. Gasping between dry lips, Mogweed stared up to the crest of the slope. Fardale had already reached the top and stood with his muzzle raised to the breeze. Damn this awkward body! Mogweed dug his raw fingers into the dirt and clawed his way upward. Slowly he fought the slope, careful where he placed each toe and hand. As he worked, a familiar buzzing bloomed behind his ears. Fardale sought contact. Grimacing, Mogweed raised his eyes to meet his brother's. Fardale was crouched at the lip of the ridge, his eyes aglow. With the contact established, his brother's images flowed into him, teeth slashing at heels. A noose of hemp strangling. The hunters were closing in. Fear igniting his effort, Mogweed scrambled up the last few spans of the slope. He crawled up next to his brother. WH, where are they? Fardale turned away and pointed his nose east toward the mountains. Mogweed searched. The trail they had left wound among the steep foothills, a worn track disappearing into the wilder country of the peaks. Where? He clapped his lips shut. He spotted movement on the trail, much closer than he had expected. Men dressed in forest green, with bows slung over their shoulders and sheaves of arrows feathering their backs, marched down the trail. Mogweed melted lower. 3 sniffers, attached by leather leads and muzzled in iron, strained against their master's yoke. Even from this distance, Mogweed could see the wide nostrils fanning open and closed within the iron muzzles as the sniffers drank the scent of the trail. Bulky with muscle and naked of fur, with skin the color of bruised flesh, they fought their leashes. Claws dug at the trail. Mogweed saw one pull back its lips in a snarl as another bumped into it, revealing the 4 rows of needle fangs that gnashed between powerful jaws. Mogweed lowered himself closer to the ground. Go! He whispered to his brother. What are you waiting for? Suddenly a shrieking wail erupted around them, echoing through the hills. Mogweed knew that wail. He had heard it sometimes at night coming from the deep forest. A sniffer screamed for blood. Fardale's eyes glowed toward him. Images intruded, a weanling pup scolded for mewling at night, revealing a hidden den. A nose glued to a trailing scent. The sniffers had caught Fardale's scent on the upper trail. Mogweed bit back a venomous rebuke as Fardale sprang away. He raced after his brother's tail. The run was a blur of scraped skin and bruising falls. Screams chased them, but from how far behind was impossible to judge. Using an old dry creek bed as a trail, Fardale led the way higher into the foothills. The water-smoothed rock that lined the dry bed made slippery footing. Mogweed's boots betrayed him, and a heel twisted on a teetering stone. He fell to his knees, his ankle flaring hotly. Mogweed fought back to his feet as a wail erupted behind him. The beasts were getting closer. Fardale danced anxiously just ahead. Mogweed tried to put weight on his injured foot, but red agony flared up his leg. He tried hobbling across the uneven surface and fell again. I can't run, he called to his brother. Fardale raced to him and sniffed at his boot. Don't leave, Mogweed moaned. Fardale raised his eyes to meet Mogweed's. 2 wolves, back to back, protecting. A scream echoed from behind them and was answered by another wail, closer still. What are we to do? A pack chasing a deer over a cliff. A flight of ducks taking to wing. What? Fardale made no sense. Had his brother already been in this wolf shape too long? Was the wildness of the wolf overtaking his Esilura so? Mogweed winced with pain, his shoulders hunched up in trepidation. You send gibberish. A she-wolf leads a litter. Fardale twisted away and started to climb out of the shallow creek bed. He glanced behind to Mogweed. Mogweed pushed up onto one leg, using just the toe of his other boot for balance. He snatched a handful of Fardale's tail. Between his hopping and Fardale's yanking, he scrambled out of the creek bed. But it took time, and Mogweed's lips were pulled thin with pain. Once up, he collapsed against the trunk of a pine, gasping. Maybe we should stay put, he said. Climb a tree. Wait for the hunters. In these forms, they may not know us as Esilura. Fardale's eyes narrowed. The eye of an owl. Flesh torn from bone. Mogweed groaned. But, of course, Fardale was right. These were forest men of the western reaches, not so easily tricked. Their only hope lay in avoiding men until they crossed the teeth. It had been hundreds of winters since their people had ventured out of the forests and into the eastern lands. With luck, men on the far side of the teeth would have forgotten the Esilura. A scream echoed up from the lower washes of the creek bed. Racing legs. The scent of the nearby pack. A mother's teat near one's nose. Mogweed shoved off the tree. He hobbled beside his brother, one hand planted on Fardale's shoulder for support. It was slow progress, but as his brother had hinted, they didn't have far to go. Fardale helped Mogweed over a rise to where even the thorn bushes failed to grow. Beyond the rise, only granite and shale spread before them, weather-worn rock where once an ancient glacier had carved a path through this region. Steep hills of gray rock were etched with black crevices. The barren sight sucked hope from Mogweed's chest. No, he whispered to the tumble of rock and shale. His brother was crazy. He stumbled back from the blighted area. I would rather take my chances with the sniffers. Mogweed turned eyes of disbelief toward Fardale. A fledgling caught in a tanglebriar, its young blood sucked through piercing thorns until it lay still. Behind lay certain death. A raging river beyond which the pack howled. As dangerous as it may seem, ahead lay a chance. Suddenly a wail erupted behind them, and now even the crashing of hunters' boots could be heard. A voice called out, echoing up from the hidden creek bed. "Looky here. See them tracks? Looks like them shapeshifters climbed out right here. Come on, Blackie. Get at 'em." The crack of a hand whip and the howl of the sniffers speared through the thin air. "Get them damn shifters." Fardale's eyes drilled into Mogweed, full of satisfaction. Fardale had been proven right. The keening frenzy of the sniffers had alerted the forest hunters to what scent had caught the beast's attention, Esilura. Or in the foul, thick-tongued language of the humans, shapeshifters. A moan escaped Mogweed's clenched teeth. Why had he ever left his forest home? He should have just stayed and tried to make the best of it. So what if he remained an outcast? He would at least have survived. But in his trembling heart, Mogweed knew the journey was necessary. The thought of being forever trapped in this one shape for all time scared him more than the howling sniffers or what might lie ahead. Balanced on one boot, weak words tumbled from Mogweed's lips. "Go, let's go." With Fardale's shoulders for support, Mogweed and his brother crossed the threshold of thorn bushes and entered the land of scarred rock, a land all those of the western reaches knew to avoid, the land of the Ogires. 16. Tolchuk balked at stepping farther into the chamber of the spirits. He stood silently with Finchois' body sprawled at his feet. The trio of ancient Ogires slowly swung and marched with bent backs toward the distant tunnel. Words trailed back to him from the triad. "Follow. This is your path now." Tolchuk had known he'd be punished for his assault on Finchois. Ogiri law was strict and often brutal. But this? He stared at the black eye in the far wall, the entrance to the path of the dead. He now regretted his choice in returning Finchois' body. He should have just fled into the wilds. The last of the skeletal old Ogires crept within the far tunnel. A single word echoed to him. "Come." Advancing into the chamber of the spirits, Tolchuk straightened his back and pulled upright. He had dishonored his tribe and no longer deserved to appear as an Ogiri. The need for pretense had died with Finchois. He stepped over the body of his tribe member and crossed the cavern. Torches of blue flame hissed at him. His many shadows writhed on the walls as he passed, like twisted demons mocking his gait. At the entrance to the tunnel, before his fright could drive him away howling, he bowed his head and pushed into the darkness. The scrape and shuffle of the ancient Ogires led him farther into the bowels of their mountain home. No torches marked the walls here, and after rounding a bend in the tunnel, blackness swallowed him up. Only the scrape of claw on stone guided him forward. Down this stone throat, his dead father's body had been swallowed, dragged by the triad to the land of the spirits. Now, like his father, it was Tolchuk's punishment to travel this path. He was as dead as Finchua to his people. What lay at the tunnel's end was known only to the triad. For as far back as Tolchuk could remember, the members of the triad had never changed. He had once asked his father what happened if any of the triad died. His father had boxed him aside and mumbled that he didn't know since no member of the triad had died during his lifetime. Tolchuk knew little else about the three elders. To speak of them was frowned upon. Like mentioning the name of the dead, it was considered sour luck. Still, the triad were a constant in the life of the tribe. Old and crook-backed, the three Ojires guarded the spiritual well-being of his people. Only they and the dead knew what lay at the end of this black tunnel. Tolchuk's feet began to slow as dread clutched his heart. His breathing rasped from his constricted throat, and a pain began to gnaw at his side. He crept more slowly down the twisting course as the air grew warm and dank. A whispering odor of salt and crusted mold penetrated his wide nostrils. As he continued, the tunnel closed more tightly around him, as if trying to grab him and hold him from retreating. His head scraped the stone of the ceiling. Its touch sent shivers through his skin. He bowed his head away from the roof. The tunnel continued to lower as he wound into the depths of the mountain's heart. Finally, Tolchuk was forced to hunker down and used the knuckles of his hand for support, returning again to an Ojiri's shuffling gait. Tolchuk's knuckles were scraped and raw from crawling by the time a greenish light began glowing from the tunnel ahead. As he dragged himself forward, the light grew. He squinted in the light after so long in darkness. The end of the tunnel must be near. Deeper down the tunnel, the path began to widen again, and the source of the glow became clear. The walls of the tunnel crawled with thousands of thumb-sized glowworms emanating a pale green glow the color of pond scum. The worms undulated and throbbed, some in bunches tangled like roots, some on solitary trails that left an incandescent slime. The mass of worms on the walls thickened and spread. As he continued, even the floor eventually churned with their grub-like bodies. Dark splotches of crushed glowworms marked the footprints of the ancient Ojires. Tolchuk followed, trying to place his feet in the same steps as the others. Squashing the worms with his bare feet disgusted him. The sight of the writhing bodies made his stomach tighten. With his attention on the worms, he was well into a large cavern before he was even aware of leaving the tunnel. Only the guttural intoning of the triad drew his attention. The three Ojires were huddled in a group, facing each other with heads bowed. His eyes glanced beyond the triad, and beheld a towering arch of ruby heartstone. Tolchuk fell to his knees. Heartstone was a jewel that the mountains seldom released to the miners. The last heartstone discovered, a sliver of jewel no larger than a sparrow's eye, had caused such a stir among the Ojires that a tribal war had begun for its possession. That war had killed his father. The towering span dwarfed the three Ojires huddled before it. Tolchuk gawked at the bulk of heartstone, his neck straining back to see the distant peak of the arch. Carved into countless facets, the surface reflected back the worm glow into countless colors, hues so stunning that his rough tongue had no way of describing them. He stood, basking in the light. Where before the oozing sheen of the glowworms had sickened him, the reflected light now stirred something deep in his chest, penetrating even to the red core of his bones, and for the first time in his life, Tolchuk felt whole. He sensed his spirit in every speck of his body. The bathing glow, like a cascading waterfall, washed clean the shame he felt in his body. He found his back straightening more fully than he had ever allowed it. Muscles knotted since he was young unclenched. He found his arms raising as he stretched his back up. He was not a half-breed, not a fractured spirit. He was whole. Tears coursed down his face as he sensed his complete spirit in the beauty his skin and bone hid. He breathed the radiant air deeply, drawing the reflected glow into him. He never wanted to move from where he stood. Here he could die. Let the triad cut my throat, he thought. Let my lifeblood sweep the worms from around my feet. Bone and muscle were just a cage, while his spirit buried within could not be sundered by axe or dagger. It was whole and always would be. He wanted nothing more of life than this moment, but others intruded. Tolchuk. His name only skittered at the edge of his awareness, but like a pebble dropped into a still pool, the word rippled away his sense of well-being. His name was repeated. Tolchuk. His neck twisted in the direction of the voice. As he moved, his tranquility shattered. He shook his head, searching for what he had lost. But it failed to return. The Heartstone arch continued to spark and glint, but nothing more. Tolchuk's back began to bow, muscles knotting, as he discovered the 3 pairs of eyes studying him. Now it starts. The Triad's voice was more a moan than words. Tolchuk bowed his head. His heart thundered in fear. One of the Triad crossed to him. He felt his wrist gripped by the bony paw of the Ojiri. Tolchuk's hand was raised, and something cool and hard was placed in his palm. The Ojiri backed away. "See," the Triad commanded. Again the word seemed to come from all 3, like a hiss of wind between narrow cliffs. Tolchuk glanced to what lay heavy on his palm. It was a chunk of heartstone the size of a goat's head. What is this?" His own voice sounded so loud in the chamber that Tolchuk bowed his head from the noise. The answer swirled from the clustered Ojires. "It is the heart of the Ojires, the spirit of our people given form, but..." Tolchuk's trembling hand almost dropped the stone. He had heard whispers of this rock. A heartstone that conveyed the spirits of the Ojires to the next land. He held the rock out toward the Triad, straining for them to take it away. Stare. Their eyes seemed to glow in the warm light. Stare deep within the rock. Swallowing to wet his scratchy throat, he raised the stone toward his eyes. Though it glinted a thick red hue, it failed to spark and shine the way the arch did. He stared at the rock and failed to see anything of consequence. Confused, he began to lower the stone. "Search beneath its surface," their voices hissed again. Tolchuk clenched his face and narrowed his eyes. He concentrated on the heartstone. Though of exceptional size, it seemed an ordinary jewel. What did they want of him? If they wanted him dead, why fool with this? Just as his eyes started to turn away again, he spotted it. A flaw in the core of the rock. A black blemish buried deep within the jeweled facets. What is? Suddenly the flaw moved. At first he thought he had shifted the stone himself. But as he watched, he saw the dark mass buried deep in the stone spasm once again. Frozen with fear, this time he knew he had not moved. He squinted and held the rock higher to the light. He now saw what the layers of jewel tried to hide. Deep in the rock was a worm. It could be a cousin of the wigglers coating the cavern walls, but this one was as black as the flaming oil found in pools deep under the mountain. What was this creature? As if the Triad had read his thoughts, an answer was given. It is the Bane. It feasts on the spirits of our dead as they enter the sacred stone. 3 arms pointed to the heart. That is the true end to the path of the dead, in the belly of a worm. Tolchuk's lips grimaced to expose his short fangs. How could this be? He had been taught that the Ojiri dead, assisted by the Triad, passed through the stone to a new world in life. He hefted the stone with its black heart. He had been taught a lie. This is where it all ended. I don't understand. The Triad continued. An Ojiri, many lifetimes ago, betrayed an oath to the land spirit. For this betrayal, we were cursed by the Bane. Tolchuk lowered the heartstone and hung his head. Why tell me all this? The Triad remained silent. A deep rumble shook the mountain roots, thunder from the distant top of the peak, what the Ojiras called the mountain's voice. The threatening winter storm had finally struck. As the echo died away, the Triad's words flowed again. You are Magra, of proper age. Even the mountain calls for you. He raised his eyes toward the ancient Ojires. Why me? You are Ojiri and not Ojiri. Spirits of 2 peoples mix in you. I know, Tolchuk said. A half-breed. Ojiri and human. The trio of Ojires swung their eyes toward one another, quietly conferring. Tolchuk's ears strained toward them. Vague whisperings escaped their huddled mass, loanwords and scattered phrases. Lies, he knows not of the book of blood, crystal fangs. A final phrase slipped to his ear. The stone will kill the Witch. Tolchuk waited, but no other words reached him. His heart thundered in his chest. He could not stand silent. What do you want of me? His words boomed in the quiet cavern. The trio turned 3 sets of eyes on him, then their answer flowed to him, free our spirits. Kill the Bane. Mogweed and Fardale huddled under an outcropping of rock. The shelf of stone offered little shelter, but the late afternoon storm had struck so suddenly and savagely that no other refuge could be found in these barren lands of the Ojires. Arms of lightning grabbed the mountain peak and shook the rock. Booming thunder crushed them both deeper under the stone roof. Whistling winds swept down from the heights, driving a hard rain. After the hunters had balked at following them into the Ojiri land, Mogweed had assumed that the only risk of death lay in a chance meeting with one of the hulking denizens of these barren peaks. He had not thought to worry about the weather. Tiny freezing drops stung Mogweed's exposed skin like the bite of wasps. We must seek a better shelter, Mogweed said as Fardale shook his thick coat. We'll freeze to death by nightfall. Fardale kept his back to Mogweed, staring out into the rain-swept gullies and cliffs. He seemed oblivious to the cold rain sluicing down from the cloud-choked skies. Like the feathers of a goose, his fur simply shed the rain, while Mogweed's clothes absorbed the dampness and held its cold touch firm to his skin. Mogweed's teeth chattered, and his swollen ankle throbbed in his soggy boot. We need at least a fire, he said. Fardale turned his eyes to Mogweed, their amber glow more cold than warm. An image coalesced, a warning. An eagle's eye spies the wagging tail of a foolish squirrel. Mogweed pulled farther under the rocky overhang. Do you really think the Ojires would spy our fire? Surely this storm has driven them deep within their caves. Fardale scanned the rocky terrain silently. Mogweed did not press his brother. The cold was much less a threat than a band of Ojires. Mogweed slipped his bag from his shoulder and plopped it on the floor of their shelter. He crouched down in an alcove farthest from the wind and the rain and hugged his knees to his chest, trying to offer the smallest target to the bitter gusts. For the 1000th time this day, he wished for even an iota of his former skills. If only I could change into a bear form, he thought, then this rain and cold would be nothing but an inconvenience. He stared at his brother's shaggy figure and grimaced. Fardale had always been the luckier of the twin brothers. Life had smiled on him with even his first breath. Born first, Fardale had been declared heir to their family's properties. To match this position, Fardale was gifted with the tongue of an orator, knowing the exact thing to say when it needed saying. Whispers of his potential to become elder root of the tribe were soon bandied about. But Mogweed always seemed to say the wrong thing at the worst time and chafed his clansfolk with each movement of his tongue. Few sought his company or counsel. All this, while grating, was not what had truly bothered Mogweed about his brother. What drove Mogweed to shaking rages was Fardale's simple acceptance of their cursed birth. Born as identical twins in a world of shapeshifters, their birth had been a cause of excitement and celebration. Twins had been born to the Esilura before, but never identical ones. Mogweed and Fardale were the first. No one was able to tell them apart, not even their parents. Each brother was the exact twin of the other. Among the clan, the brothers were initially a novelty and a delight. But the brothers had soon learned that whenever one twin altered his form, his brother's body would spontaneously warp to match and maintain their identical natures, whether this change was welcome or not. This led to an ongoing war of control. If one twin should let his concentration weaken, his form was open to unexpected shifts by the other brother's will. In a world where freedom of form was simply a matter of life, Mogweed and Fardale were chained together by birth. Where this burden in life was simply accepted by Fardale, Mogweed had grown bitter, never content to stomach their fate. He had devoured old texts of their people, searching for a way to sunder the chains that tied brother to brother. And eventually he had discovered a way, a secret known only to the ancient Eselura of the deep forest. Mogwyd sighed aloud. If only I had been more cautious. From an ancient worm-eaten text, he had discovered a little-known fact of Eselura nature. When two Eselura lovers were entwined in mating, neither partner could shift at the peak of their passionate fire. Mogwyd had pondered this revelation for many moons. He sensed that a key to freeing himself from Fardale's yoke might lie in this small fact. Then a plan began to swell in his mind. He knew that his brother had been courting a young female, the third daughter of the elder root. Most Eselura over time developed a predilection for a certain form, and she had a preference for the shape and speed of the wolf. This young she-wolf, with her long legs and snow-white fur, had caught Fardale's eye. Soon talk of a union was in the mouths of many gossips. As his brother's romance bloomed, Mogwyd clung to shadows. Here, perhaps, lay a chance. He studied, plotted, and waited. One night, under a full moon, his patience won out. Mogwyd crept after his brother and from the cover of a nearby bush watched Fardale's dalliance with the lithe she-wolf. His brother nuzzled and coaxed the young female, her white fur aglow in the moonlight. She returned Fardale's affection and soon stood for him. As Mogwyd spied, Fardale mounted her, at first tenderly, with sweet nips at her ears and throat, then with rising passion. Mogwyd waited until a characteristic howl escaped his brother's throat, then acted. Mogwyd willed his own body to shift into that of a man, praying that his brother would be locked by his throes of passion into his present wolf form. His plan succeeded. Under the rocky overhang in the land of the Ogires, Mogwyd stared at the pale skin of his hands. His plan had succeeded too well. That cursed night, Mogwyd had shifted into the form of a man, while Fardale had remained a wolf. But Mogwyd soon learned that the cost of breaking their identical natures came with a price, a steep price. Neither brother could shift again. Both brothers were eternally trapped in these separate shells. If only he had been more cautious. Nearby, Fardale growled in threat, drawing Mogwyd's attention fully back to the present. His brother's hackles were raised, and his ears were pulled flat to his lowered head. The rumbling growl again flowed from Fardale's throat. Mogwyd scooted closer to his brother. What is it? Ogires? Even bringing the name to his lips caused a tremble to shiver through him. Suddenly a black-skinned creature stalked from out of the sheets of rain directly in front of them. An iron muzzle hung loose around its neck, and a broken chain dragged behind it. It lowered its head to match Fardale's stance, its claws dug into the rock. A sniffer. It must have escaped the hunters and continued its own hunt. Mogwyd backed behind Fardale, but the wolf offered little protection. Fardale weighed only a fraction of the snarling predator's massive bulk, a mooling pup before a bear. The beast's shoulders bunched with thick muscle. Free of the iron muzzle, the sniffer opened its jaws, exposing rows of jagged teeth. It howled at them, its cry challenging the thunder among the mountain peaks. Then it lunged. 17. Tolchuk pushed the heartstone clutched in his hand toward the closest of the ancient Ogires. His own heart felt as heavy in his chest as the rock in his hand. I don't know what you ask. How can I possibly destroy the bane? The trio stood stone-still and silent. 3 pairs of eyes studied him. He felt as if his very bones were being read and judged. Finally, words droned toward him. You are the one. Tolchuk did not want to dishonor his tribe's elders, but surely they were mad with age. Who? Who do you think I am? He received no answer, just their unblinking stare. The leagues of rock over Tolchuk's head seemed to press down at him. Please. I am only half Ogiri. The task you ask should be given to one of the warriors, a full-blood. Why me? Words again flowed to him. You are the last descendant of the Oathbreaker, he who betrayed the land and cursed our people with the bane. Tolchuk felt his arms weaken. Would his shame never end? Not only was he cursed as a half-breed, but if the triad spoke true, he was also the offspring of the corrupt Ojiri who had damned his people. He found no words to answer this accusation, only denial, his voice a whisper. This cannot be true. The granite of the mountains edged the triad's tone. You, son of Lenchuk, are the end of an ancient lineage. The last of the Oathbreaker's seed. But what do you mean I am the last of his seed? At your naming, an old healer examined you. Your mixed blood has corrupted your seed. You cannot father Ojiri offspring. Tears threatened to well, so many secrets. Why was I not told all this? His question was ignored. Their next words had the bite of command in them. You are the last. You must restore the honor to your blood by correcting your ancestors' betrayal. Tolchuk closed his eyes and clutched the black-hearted stone in his hand. His tongue caught in his throat. What did this Oathbreaker do? The triad withdrew inward again, necks bent, conferring among themselves. After several silent heartbeats, a whisper of words passed to him. We do not know. Then how am I to correct it? The words repeated. We do not know. Tolchuk's eyes crinkled in confusion. Then how am I to find out? You must leave our lands with the heart. Seek your answers beyond the spirit gate. Tolchuk heard nothing past the word leave. His shoulders shuddered at the thought. This was what he had most dreaded when he killed Funshua, banishment. To be forced to leave his homelands for the larger world, a world that hated and feared his people. Tolchuk shrank under their stares. Where do I go? 3 arms raised and pointed fingers to the massive arch of ruby heartstone. Through the spirit gate. Tolchuk's brows bunched. It was solid rock. How could he pass through there? Come. 2 of the ancient Ojires crossed to the arch. One took up a post by the left foot of the arch, while another crossed slowly to the right foot. The third member of the triad took Tolchuk by the wrist and guided him toward the open arch. What am I supposed to do? Tolchuk asked in a tremulous voice. The Ojiri beside him spoke. Broken from the others, his voice had a trace of warmth, more like a stern father. Before the bane appeared, the gate collected the spirits from the heart and carried them to the next world. Like the spirits, you must hold your desire firm, and the gate will take you where you need to be. It is foretold that when the last descendant of the Oathbreaker crosses through the spirit gate, he will find the path to free our spirits. Tolchuk nodded to the arch, but I'm not a spirit. I can't pass through solid rock. You need not be a spirit. Then how? No answer was given, but a low intoning arose from the Ojires bowed at each foot of the sweeping stone arch. The thrumming of their voices seemed to sweep to Tolchuk's marrow. He felt a slightly giddy sensation. His ears buzzed, and the heartstone in his hand resonated to the Ojires humming. As he watched, wide-eyed, the wall of rock contained within the heartstone arch changed. It still appeared outwardly the same hard granite, but Tolchuk knew it was now an illusion, like the phantom reflection of a cliff in still water. It had the appearance of rock but was no more substantial than the thin film that water sprites skimmed across on a calm pond. As the throbbing hum grew, the heartstone in his hands drew toward the spirit gate like a mate seeking the warmth of a touch on a cold night. The stone's gentle tugging urged his feet to follow. Tolchuk found his legs obeying. With his ears still pounding to the intonations and hum, Tolchuk barely noticed the old Ojiri leave his side. Tolchuk proceeded alone toward the arch. But words trailed to him from the lone member of the triad behind him. Listen to the heartstone. Though blackened, it is still our heart. Listen, and it will guide you when it can. The words wormed through to his fogged mind, but meaning failed to penetrate. He ignored the words. As he stepped close to the gate, the vibrations swept all thoughts aside. He opened himself to its touch, trusting the gate to take him where he needed to be. Blind now, he took the next step, the first step on his journey to free his people on faith. As he passed through the veil of the gate, The thrumming in his ears vanished in a heartbeat to be replaced with the ear-splitting howl of a hunter seeking blood. Mogweed scuttled backward as the sniffer screamed and lunged. Fardale burst from under the shelf of rock, his fangs bared. A roaring howl exploded from the wolf's throat. Mogweed had never heard such a noise from his brother. The howl iced the blood and froze the heart. Even the sniffer balked in mid-charge. Wolf and sniffer now stood only a span apart. Each beast, head lowered, sought a weakness in the other. Mogweed crouched motionless in his hiding place. A bolt of lightning struck a scraggled pine a league up the mountain, splitting the air with thunder. Rain swamped both combatants. The sniffer towered over Fardale, its bulk twice that of the wolf. The razor-edged teeth, daggered claws, and sheer ferocity of the beast left little doubt of who would walk away from this fight. The only unanswered question was if Mogweed could escape while the sniffer sated its hunger on Fardale's corpse. Mogweed searched for a way to slip unseen from the overhang. Suddenly, without warning, as if obeying some instinctual signal, both combatants flew at each other. The snapping of jaws and spurts of furious growls escaped the blur of black fur and bruise-colored skin. Claws and teeth ripped flesh. Mogweed sought to escape his hole, but as he neared the edge of the overhang, he was forced to dance back as the fighters tumbled near. With the combatants so close, Mogweed saw gouts of blood matting down Fardale's fur. How much of it was Fardale's own was impossible to judge. But it was clear the fight could not last much longer. Like the ebbing of a tide, the growling battle rolled away from Mogweed's hiding place, freeing a route of escape. Mogweed edged from the security of the overhang, meaning to make his run. The cold rain again attacked the skin of his face with its rough affection. Mogweed ignored its bite. He kept one eye focused on the fight and the other on the dark path that led away among the rocks. Just as he began to turn his back on his brother, motion hooked his eye. A large boulder tumbled from above to crash near the two fighters. Its cracking impact startled the combatants. Wolf and sniffer paused in mid-fight, bloody teeth poised at throat and belly. Suddenly the boulder reached out and grabbed the sniffer. It wasn't a boulder but an ojiri. Mogweed dashed back under the overhang and crammed himself into the darkest corner. Fardale scrambled in retreat, hindered by a broken forelimb that hung crooked and limp. Standing on three legs, the wolf stood guard at the entrance to the shelter, protecting Mogweed from this new threat. From his hole, Mogweed watched the sniffer, one of the most savage predators of the western reaches, torn to raw-edged pieces at the hands of the ojiri. Once finished, still tangled in the entrails of the sniffer, the creature twisted toward them, its blunt face scarred by splashes of black blood, its yellowed fangs bared. Steam plumed from its wide, squashed nostrils. It boomed, in a crude approximation of the common tongue shared by many of the landspeoples, "Who be you trespassers?" Tolchuk shook as he crouched among the shredded remains of the woodland beast, fighting his bloodlust. His claws ached to rend the wolf who still stood near, and his tongue ran thick with saliva. The odor of blood, with its hint of iron like freshly mined ore, tinged his thoughts. He had heard warriors of his tribe speak of the Farangata, the fire of the heart, during battles, of how the scent of an enemy's blood could ignite an ojiri to further savagery, until all control was lost. Tolchuk felt his heart thundering in his chest, the real thunder crashing around him only a pale imitation of his blood's booming. Blood called for blood. He fought the instinct. Now was not the time for blind actions. Such a path he had followed earlier in the day, and now Francois lay dead in the chamber of the spirits. His shoulders trembled, but he had control of his mind. Since he had seen the small man-thing crawl under the shelf of rock, his wolf guarding him, Tolchuk spoke in the common tongue used in trading with other mountain races. Tolchuk struggled with his words. An ojiri's throat was not built for the subtleties of common speech. The ojiri language was more gesture, posture, and a guttural grunting. Still, Tolchuk knew that there must be some reason for the spirit gate sending him here. He remembered the triad's words, the gate would send him where he needed to be. The appearance of a man in the lands of his people had to be significant. Humans had not ventured into this territory in ages. The skulls of the last still adorned the warrior's drum chamber. So Tolchuk fought his tongue to form the words needed. "Who be you?" he repeated. "What seek you in our lands?" The only answer he got to his questions was a low growl from the wolf, not a threat or challenge, but a tentative warning. Tolchuk sensed from the wolf's answer that the pair meant him no harm, only wished to be left alone. But he also knew that their meeting here was not mere chance. This encounter was meant to be. "Do not fear," he said calmly and slowly. "Come. Speak." His soft words seemed to confuse the wolf. Tolchuk saw the wolf glance back into the shadowed hole under the overhang. When the wolf's eyes settled on his own again, Tolchuk noticed something strange. The wolf's eyes, glowing a soft amber, had pupils slitted like his own, as unnatural for a wolf as his own eyes were for an ojiri. Tolchuk also sensed an intelligence behind those bright eyes equal to his own. All at once, strange images formed in Tolchuk's head like suddenly remembered dreams. A wolf greets another wolf nose to nose. Welcome to the pack. 18. Mogweed stayed crouched deep under the overhang. Fardale must have struck his head on a rock during the battle with the sniffer. The creature out there was not Esilura. He refused to risk moving any closer to get a better look at the ojiri's eyes as Fardale insisted. He was not about to put himself within arm's reach of the beast. He was determined to stay hidden until he died of starvation, rather than have his limbs rend as the dead sniffers had been. But the ojiri's next words gave him pause. "Howbeit that your wolf's thoughts are in my head," the ojiri said in a voice that sounded as if he had a throat packed with grating stones. "What trick be this?" The ojiri could hear Fardale? Mogweed found himself creeping forward just enough to peek out from the shelter. The rain had stopped, and a few breaks in the clouds brightened the streaming landscape. He glanced toward the ojiri, who stood only a few steps away. A wary expression clouded the ojiri's rocky features. Wearing only a leather loincloth and a pack strapped to its leg, it hunkered among the shreds of the sniffer. It looked like drawings he had seen of ojires, but this one did not seem so twisted and misshapen as the etchings had suggested. Perhaps the drawings had been exaggerated. This was the first ojiri he had ever seen, if it was an ojiri. He saw the slitted eyes. Fardale was right. Silura perhaps, but this creature was huge. Silura could not swell their mass when altering form. Flesh was flesh. Esilura's weight stayed the same no matter which form was chosen: deer, wolf, bear, man, rock eagle. The bulk of the Esilura stayed the same. Fardale glanced back to Mogweed. His brother's eyes glowed with curiosity. Fardale's thoughts intruded on Mogweed. A wolf recognizes the howl of its pack. So the ojiri was sensing his brother's touch. Mogweed crawled forward. How was this possible? The ojiri was at least 3 times their weight. No Esilura had ever come close to matching this size. "Come out, little man. Do not be afraid. I will not eat you, Odot." Mogweed noticed the ojiri's eyes had picked him out of the black shadows. The ojiri stared directly at him now. Its vision must be keen, heightened by life in the caverns. "Come." The voice boomed. Mogweed stayed where he was, still partially hidden behind Fardale's form. But the ojiri's words had somewhat calmed the terror around his heart. He loosened his tongue. "What do you want of us?" he called out, his voice a mere squeak when compared to the ojiri's. "Come out. I then see you better." Mogweed tensed. Fardale turned his eyes on his brother. "A hawk with a broken wing can't fly. Forest cats prowl in the bushes." Fardale hinted that they would need help if they were to pass through ojiri lands. Fardale hopped on his 3 legs closer to the lumbering creature, leaving space for Mogweed to climb out. Still Mogweed hesitated. He knew he had no choice, but his legs refused to budge. "I will not harm you, little man. My word be my heart." The beast tapped a bloody claw to its chest. The Ojiri's words had a trace of sorrow and weariness. It was more the voice than the words that finally freed Mogweed's legs. He climbed from under the overhang and straightened to face the Ojiri. Its flat, crushed face, with huge nostrils and thick lips, caused Mogweed's mouth to twist in disgust. Its mountain of muscle and bone trapped Mogweed's tongue. Fardale nudged his brother with his nose. Mogweed swatted him away. "What did you say to an Ojiri?" Fardale huffed loudly and squatted on the wet rock. The wolf turned his gaze on the Ojiri. Mogweed sensed the mosquito itch of ascending. But Fardale's thoughts were not directed at him. Mogweed watched the Ojiri reach a claw up and scratch its thick brow. It shook its head. "A valley far away?" The Ojiri mumbled. "What be that?" Mogweed spoke, realizing what his brother had attempted. His voice squeaked. "It's the wolf's name, Distant Valley, Fardale. He communicates with images." "Wolves do that?" No. Mogweed's confidence grew when it seemed the Ojiri was not going to attack. "He is not a wolf. He is my brother. I am called Mogweed. I be Tolchuk." The Ojiri nodded his chin in greeting. "But how be this wolf your brother?" "We are Esilura, shapeshifters. We can speak through our spirit tongues to one another." Tolchuk stumbled back a step. His voice cracked across the stone. "You be two Torah. Deceivers. Stealers of babies." Mogweed cringed. Why were his people so persecuted? A twinge of anger penetrated his fear. "That is a lie. We are simply a people of the forest, and much maligned by the other races. We harm no one and live our lives peacefully." Mogweed's words sunk visibly into the Ojiri. Mogweed saw Tolchuk narrow his eyes in thought. When he spoke again, his voice was softer. "I hear truth in your words. I be sorry. I hear bad stories. Not all tales are true." The Ojiri sagged, and his shoulders slumped. "I be taught that many times today. We only need to pass through here. That beast you killed drove us into your lands. Please let us pass. I will not stop you. But you will not survive in our lands alone. The Ojiri tribes will hunt you down before you clear the pass." Mogweed winced. "Even now, the beast's screams echo to my brothers." He pointed to the sprawled carcass of the sniffer. "Soon its blood will draw many, many Ojires. Then they will eat you." Fardale pulled back to his feet with the Ojiri's words. He hopped closer to his brother. Mogweed's breath caught in his throat. Ojires would be swarming through here. Tolchuk seemed to sense Mogweed's panic and spoke softly. "This night, I must leave my lands. If you like, I can come with you. Protect you and help hide you in these lands." "Travel with an Ojiri?" Mogweed's mouth was sand-dry. Fardale faced him. Mogweed opened to his brother's sending. A pack grows stronger as it grows in size. Mogweed found himself nodding, but he could not take his eyes from the long fangs of the Ojiri before him. Let's just hope, he thought, that the pack doesn't get eaten by one of its members. Tolchuk stared across the fire at the two brothers. They had traveled well into the night before finally stopping to rest the few hours until daybreak. The wolf brother already lay curled with his nose tucked under a sodden tail. The splinted forelimb stuck out and pointed at the crackling fire. Tolchuk watched his even breathing. Fardale was fast asleep. Movement caught Tolchuk's eyes. The other brother lay wrapped in a blanket on the far side of the fire, but from the open eyes reflecting the firelight, this brother did not sleep. The one called Mogweed had remained wary of Tolchuk throughout the journey. "You need sleep," Tolchuk said in a low voice, still struggling with the common tongue. "I guard. I do not need much sleep. I'm not sleepy. But Mogweed's voice cracked with exhaustion. The man's eyes were bloodshot, and bruised crescents outlined them. Tolchuk studied him. How frail was the human race. Such tiny arms, like budding sapling limbs, and a chest so small he wondered how a man could catch his breath. He spoke to Mogweed, urging sleep. Hard day tomorrow. There be 2 more days of long travel to cross the pass and leave my people's lands. And then what? Tolchuk's brow furrowed with grooves. I know not. I seek answers. When I found you, I hoped for some sign, some meaning to our meeting. But you be just lost travelers. Mogweed yawned, his jaw stretching wide. He mumbled to the fire. We, too, seek answers. To what? Why we can't shift. You cannot change? No. There was an accident, and we became stuck in these forms. Like you, my brother and I are on a journey to try to find a way to free our bodies. We seek a city of trace magic among the lands of the humans, a city named Aloha Glen. The trip you take be a dangerous one. Why not be happy with the way you are now? Tolchuk saw Mogweed's lips curl in disdain. We are Silura. If we remain in one form longer than 14 moons, the memory of our Silura heritage fades until we become that form. I do not want to forget who I am or where I came from, and most of all I don't want to stay a man. Mogweed's voice had risen enough to cause Fardale to stir in his slumber. This was obviously a sensitive matter to Mogweed. Tolchuk crinkled his face, then rubbed his chin with a claw. When he spoke next, he changed the course of their talk. Your wolf, I mean your brother, he sends me the same picture over and over. A wolf sees a fellow brother. Over and over. I do not understand this picture. Mogweed hesitated. The silence stretched. If it weren't for the reflection of the fire revealing Mogweed's staring eyes, Tolchuk would have thought him asleep. Finally, Mogweed spoke. Are all Ojiras like you? This question startled Tolchuk. Were his deformities so obvious that even another race could spot his ugliness? No, he finally said. I be a half-breed. Human and Ojiri blood mix in me. A trace of bitter amusement laced the small man's next words. You are wrong, Ojiri. You are not half-human. You are half Silura. What be this you speak? I know of hunters and other humans of the western reaches. The blood of humans does not flow through you. No race of the many lands can hear a Silura's spirit tongue. Yet you can. Your eyes, they are the same as ours. You must have Silura blood, not human. Tolchuk sat rock still. His heart slowed its beat, and the ground suddenly chilled his bones. He remembered the Triad's hushed response when he had spoken of his mixed blood. The words he knows not had flowed from them. If the Triad had known of his true heritage, why hadn't they told him? Tolchuk shuddered. Mogweed's words had the scent of truth, especially after seeing how weak and small the race of humans grew. A female of the human race could not withstand the mating with an Ojiri. The Ojiri females, while weighing no more than a man, were squat and thick with bone. A human female could not withstand the mountain forcefulness of an adult rutting Ojiri. Even some of the toadish Ojiri females were crushed and broken under excited males. That's why a male kept a harem of the small females. If one was crushed, there were always others. Tolchuk lowered his head into his hands, his mind spinning. Silura altered into the form of an Ojiri female could have survived his massive father. But did she do this deliberately, or had she become fixed in Ojiri form and forgotten her Silura past? Tolchuk would never know. She had died giving birth, or so he had been told. But what was true? Mogweed must have sensed Tolchuk's shock. The man's tongue clucked in his throat, obviously fearful he had offended him. I'm sorry if... Tolchuk held up a hand to quiet him, his jaw frozen. Words stayed buried in his throat. He only stared in silence at the two brothers across the fire. Here, too, was his tribe. He saw the fearful look in Mogwai's eyes. And here, too, like his Ojiri home, was a place he would never be fully accepted. The Ojiri half of him would always offend and terrify this new tribe. Tolchuk watched Mogwai burrow into his blankets and pull a woolen corner over his head. Tolchuk sat numb. The fire offered no warmth this night. He stared at the few stars winking through the breaks in the clouds. The fire popped as it devoured the bits of wood. He had never felt so alone. The next afternoon, Tolchuk regretted his complaints of lonely solitude. Suddenly the mountain paths were too crowded. Mogwai's words had kept Tolchuk's thoughts grinding throughout the night. Only the morning distraction of breaking camp interrupted his shock. It was this roiling consternation and lack of rest that weakened Tolchuk's keen wariness. Before Tolchuk could hide his companions, 3 Ojires had rushed them from a leeward slope of the mountain trail. He stared at the 3 Ojires of the Kuukla clan, the very tribe that had killed his father in the raids. Thick with muscle and scar, these 3 had seen many battles and were well hardened by war. The leader of the pack towered over Tolchuk. "It's the half-breed of the Taktala clan," grunted this giant of an Ojiri. He pointed an oak log that he carried in his free hand in Tolchuk's direction. "Seems even a half-breed can capture a bit of game on these trails." Tolchuk stepped in front of the cowering Mogwai. Fardale, listing on his 3 good legs, remained near the thick thigh of Tolchuk. The wolf growled toward the band of Ojires. Tolchuk kept one hand knuckled on the whetstone to maintain as much true Ojiri form as possible. If he were to have any chance of surviving this assault, he must not provoke their disgust. Relieved to use the Ojiri language again, he forced his tongue to its most masculine guttural. "These are not blood meals. They are under my protection." The leader pulled back his lips to expose his fangs in an expression of amused menace. "Since when does an Ojiri do the bidding of a man? Or is the half of you that is human overwhelming the Ojiri? I am Ojiri." Tolchuk allowed a hint of fawn to slip free of his lips, warning that the words of the leader threatened retribution. This show, though, only seemed to amuse the huge Ojiri. "So the son of Lenchuk thinks himself better than his father? Do not threaten the one who sent your father to the spirit cave." Tolchuk stiffened, and his neck muscles bunched up. If these were true words spoken, here stood his father's killer. He remembered the Triad's words that the heart would guide him where he needed to be. Tolchuk fully exposed his fangs. At this action, the amusement lighting the leader's eyes died away, leaving only a sharp menace. "Do not bite more than you can swallow, little half-breed. Even this insult I'll ignore and let you live if you give your catch over to us." The leader's eyes pointed to the wolf and Mogwai. "They'll make a tasty stew." Though they spoke in the Ojiri tongue, some meaning must have been transmitted to Mogwai. Or maybe it was the hungry lust in the leader's eyes as they settled on the small man. Either way, Mogwai moaned and pulled farther behind Tolchuk. Fardale stood stiff, but his growl thickened. "They are under my protection," Tolchuk repeated. "They will pass unharmed. Only strength of arm will decide that," spat the leader. He slammed the oak log on the trail. The thud echoed off the peaks around them. Tolchuk glanced at his own empty hands. He had no weapon. He bared his empty hand. Claw to claw, then. The giant Ojiri cackled. "The first law of war, half-breed. Never give up the high ground." He kept the log. Tolchuk's brows lowered. What chance did he have against this armed opponent? So this is the honor of the Kuukla clan. What is honor? Victory is the only true honor. The Kuukla clan will rule all the tribes. As the leader huffed and prepared to attack, Tolchuk rapidly scanned the trail for a weapon, rock, stick, anything. But the night's rain had washed the trail clean of debris. He had no weapon. Then he remembered. No, he had one weapon, a stone. He fumbled his thigh pack open and removed the huge heartstone. The leader spotted the rock in Tolchuk's hand. The giant's eyes widened with recognition. Heartstone. Obvious lust trembled the Ojiri's limbs. Give it to me, and I will allow all of you to pass. No. A bellow of rage exploded from the leader, and he raised the oak log high. Tolchuk pushed Mogweed and Fardale aside. Facing the giant, Tolchuk prepared to use the stone as a weapon. He had killed earlier with rocks, perhaps he would prevail here. But he would never be given the chance to find out. As he raised the heart of the Ojires, a shaft of sunlight pierced the clouds overhead and struck the stone. The sun's touch on the stone burst into 1,000 colors. Tolchuk winced at the bright light. Shading his eyes against the radiance, Tolchuk saw the leader bathed in the heart's glow. A soft smoke drew forth from the giant's body and maintained the shape of the leader for a single breath. Then, like a hearthsoot drawn up a chute, the wispy smoke was sucked to the stone and vanished into its radiance. As the smoke disappeared, the clouds closed overhead, and the sun vanished. The stone lost its luster. Tolchuk and the other two Ojires stood like granite statues as the leader's body teetered for 2 heartbeats, then collapsed to the trail. The log rolled from his limp claws. He was dead. The other 2 Ojires stared with eyes stretched wide. Then, as if on some unseen signal, both turned in unison and fled from the trail. Mogweed stepped to Tolchuk. What happened? He asked, his eyes also on the stone. Tolchuk stared at the corpse of his father's killer. Justice. Over the next 2 days, Mogweed noticed a change in Tolchuk. They traveled mostly at night to avoid the eyes of other Ojiri tribes. But even in darkness, Mogweed spied how the Ojiri lumbered as if shouldering a heavy burden. The creature seldom spoke, and his eyes had a distant glaze to them. Even Fardale's sendings were ignored by the Ojiri. So Tolchuk knew of his heritage. Why did this news so damage the creature? Mogweed dismissed his concerns about the Ojiri. He was just relieved that the party had crossed out of Ojiri territory and into safer lands this afternoon. The summit of the pass through the teeth lay just ahead. Beyond the ridge lay the lands of the east, the lands of humans. Even though nightfall approached and they would soon need to prepare a campsite, Tolchuk trudged ahead of the others to the cusp of the ridge. Fardale followed at the Ojiri's heels like a trained dog. Mogweed watched his brother leap with difficulty atop a rock. The splinted forelimb hindered the wolf but did not stop him. Nothing seemed to slow him down for very long. Mogweed reached to his side and felt the iron ribbing of the muzzle through the leather of his pack. He had scavenged it from the dead sniffer when everyone's eyes were busy elsewhere. It might come in handy if he ever needed to control Fardale. He patted the spot. It was best to be prepared. Stopping next to the boulder, Mogweed gazed out at the eastern slopes. The shadows of the peaks stretched across the lands as the sun set behind him. From here, all paths led down. Fardale raised his nose to the breeze coming from the lower lands. Even Mogweed's weaker nose could pick up traces of salt from the distant sea. Such a foreign and intriguing smell, Mogweed thought, so unlike home. But what also colored the air, almost overpowering the subtler sense, was a more familiar odor. I smell smoke, Mogweed warned. Old smoke, Tolchuk said, his voice stronger than it had been during the previous days. He seemed to be studying the scent, drawing it deep into his throat. The fire be at least a day old. So is it safe to continue? Worries of a forest fire slid across Mogweed's skin. The Ojiri nodded. And now that we be out of Ojiri lands, maybe it be time we parted ways. Mogweed started to mumble words of thanks for Tolchuk's help when suddenly the Ojiri gasped and clutched a hand to his chest. What's wrong? Mogweed asked, searching right and left for danger. Fardale leaped off the boulder and loped to Tolchuk's side. The wolf placed a concerned paw on the Ojiri's leg. Tolchuk straightened his back and lowered his hand to his pouch. He removed from among his belongings the huge jewel that had killed the Ojiri. The stone pulsed a ruby red in the dimness. Its brightness stunned the eye. Then, as if it were a cold cooling after supper, the fire receded in the stone until the light vanished. "What is that? You never did tell us." Mowgli tried to suppress the greed in his voice. The jewel had to be of extreme value. It might come in handy if they needed to barter in the human lands. Heartstone. Tolchuk returned the jewel to his pouch. "A sacred stone of my people." Mowgli's eyes still stared at the pouch. "That glow? Why does the stone do that? What does it mean?" "A sign. The spirits call me forward." "Where?" Tolchuk pointed to the spreading vistas of the eastern slopes of the peaks. Fingers of distant smoke climbed into the waning light. "If you will have me, I will journey with you into the human lands. It seems our paths are not yet meant to part. Ahead may lie the answers we both seek. Or our doom," Mowgli mumbled. Book 3. Paths and Portents. 19. Elena stood frozen in the street, her eyes fixed on the spot where her brother had stood only moments before. Empty, blackened cobbles now remained. The town lay hushed around her, as if holding its breath. Her ability to comprehend what had occurred had vanished along with Joch. She did not blink as the one-armed swordsman stumbled over to her. "I'm sorry," he said to her, placing his single hand on her shoulder. His next words flamed with suppressed rage. "I did not suspect the monster's power. Fear not. I will hunt him down and free your brother." The tiny woman who had earlier pulled Elena to safety joined them. "Eril, who was that cloaked one? Did you recognize him?" "Someone from my past," he mumbled. "Someone I never thought to meet again." "Who?" "It is of no matter right now. The townspeople are aroused. It would be best if we fled this cursed valley." Around them, the town was beginning to awaken from the demonic assault. A few calls for arms echoed from neighboring streets. "What about the girl?" the woman asked. Elena still stared. From slack lips, she whispered, "My brother." "We'll take her somewhere safe," Eril said. "Then I'll search for what became of the mage and the boy." The giant mountain man approached and stepped between Elena and her view of the spot where Joch had stood. His intrusion severed some tenuous connection between Elena and the spot. Blackness edged her vision. She swooned to the cobbled street. The swordsman's strong arm caught her before her head hit the ground. "Eril, the child's heart sickens with the horrors here," the woman said. "We need to get her somewhere warm, away from here." Eril spoke near Elena's ear, his breath on her neck as he supported her shoulders. "Naylan, you need to discover if she has any other family." The word family penetrated the blackness around Elena's heart. Her eyes settled on the torn remains of Aunt Fila, tossed like rags in a shadowed corner. Tears frozen in her chest thawed and began to flow. Her breathing dissolved to sobs. Elena remembered her aunt's final words. With great effort she turned to face the swordsman. "I have an uncle," she said, "told me to go there." The woman knelt beside her. "Who told you, child? Where is your uncle?" Eril interrupted. Elena forced her hand to point north of town. "Can you guide us there?" She nodded. Suddenly a deep voice barked nearby. "Look what I found here." Elena and Eril both turned. Elena saw the mountain man reach behind a rain barrel and haul out a thin-framed man dressed in a smudged uniform of the town's garrison. "Who is that?" Elena knew the answer to the swordsman's question. She had seen that pinched face with its manicured mustache and black eyes. Elena fought her tongue loose. "He's the one who killed my family. He was with the old man. He was the one named Rockingham." Errl watched the trembling man dart looks right and left, searching for help or a way out. But Kral had the man's cloak wrapped in a boulder of a fist. His other hand braced an axe. Errl recognized the thin man as the one who had spoken to the dark mage. "Who are you?" Errl demanded. "I am head of the county garrison." Rockingham's voice tried to sound threatening, but his words cracked with fear. His eyes kept darting to the headless carcass of the beast slain by the mountain man. "You would do well to release me. This girl says you're in league with the dark mage. Is that true?" "No. She lies." Errl nodded to the mountain man. There was a way to measure this one's truth. "Test him." Kral nodded and rested his axe against the rain barrel. He reached up and placed his palms against the man's temples. Rockingham shied away, but Kral pressed firmly. A heartbeat later, the mountain man whipped his hand away as if he had touched fire. "Does he speak the truth, Kral?" The mountain man flexed one hand as if it hurt. "I cannot tell. I never felt anything like him. It's as if. Kral shook his head. Nayland spoke up. "What?" "It's as if the man himself were constructed of a lie. His words were mere droplets in a monstrous ocean of untruths. I can't read him." Kral now held the man at arm's length, as if disgusted at the thought of touching his skin again. "Do you think?" A bugle blew stridently from across the town, interrupting Erril's next question. A chorus of horns answered, scaring a flock of pigeons from a nearby roof. The blaring horns sounded from the direction of the garrison. Erril was suddenly aware of townspeople beginning to peek out of windows and from behind doors. The town continued to awaken from the shock of the magical assault. "Perhaps we should take your advice, Erril," Nayland said, "and head out. We have nothing else to gain here." The horns sounded again. "My men are on the march," Rockingham said. "Release me, leave the girl, and you may yet live." Kral shook the man and raised a startled squeak from him. "I don't think you're in any position to give orders," Erril said. "Kral, haul him with us." Elena stirred. "No. He's evil." Erril rested a hand on the girl's shoulder. All he needed was a hysterical child. He softened his words. "He may have answers as to where your brother was taken. If we are to find him, this man may know how." Erril watched her swallow her fear and straighten her slumped shoulders. Determination shone in her eyes. She spat in the direction of their prisoner. "Don't trust him." A spark of respect for the youngster flared in Erril. "I don't trust anyone," he mumbled. Erril turned to Kral and Nayland. "We'll head north and see if we can find her uncle and maybe some answers on what occurred here today." Kral nodded and bound Rockingham's wrists. Once finished, he secured the axe to his belt and slipped a knife to Rockingham's ribs. "To keep your tongue from waggling," Kral growled with a humorless grin. Nayland placed an arm around Elena. "Come, child." Erril led the way north through backstreets and alleyways. The commotion kept most of the townsfolk indoors or patrolling the main streets. Few eyes noted their passage. Bull studied the room, rubbing at the thick mustache that hid his pursed lips. He was just about ready. The piles of books and scrolls had been shoved into cabinets, shelves, closets, and empty corners. He had finally cleared the dining table of his scavenged library. Decades had passed since he last saw the wood of the table. Some of the books had left scarred outlines of their bindings on its oak finish. Spots of yellowed candle wax dotted the surface, giving it a pocked, diseased look. He sighed. That would have to do. He was no chambermaid. Running fingers through his white hair, he smelled the keokoa simmering on the stove. The lentils for the soup should just about be ready. The roast needed basting but could wait a few moments more. Maybe he should collect an extra bunch of carrots from the garden. Frost would soon be here, and they would go to waste otherwise. He glanced out the western window to the sun setting behind the peaks of the Teeth. Storm clouds blustered among the mountaintops, blurring the tips with rain. It would be a wet night. No, the carrots would have to wait. Time ran short. His hand kept fluttering to the amulet hung around his neck by twisted strands of his sister Fila's hair. She would have done a much better job preparing the meal, but such was not to be. Fate had chosen between the twins, and Fila was snatched. She had her own responsibilities now, leaving Bol the more practical concerns. Who had the worse lot in these matters was yet to be seen. The paths from this room pointed to 1,000 different compass points. Like a boulder loosened by centuries of rain and tumbling a path of destruction down the mountainside, there was no turning back for any of them. Fire will mark her coming, he mumbled to the empty room. But what then? A chill slipped past his coarse shirt and woolen undergarments to tingle his skin. He crossed to the fireplace and used a brass poker to stoke the fire to a brighter blaze. He stood before the flames and let his clothes cook in the heat. Why were his old bones always so cold? He never seemed to stay warm these days. But that was not the real reason he stood idle by the fire. The last of his chores still awaited his attention. He clutched the amulet firm to his chest. Please, Fila, take this duty from me. You were always the stronger of us. No answer came. The amulet did not even bloom with its familiar warmth. Not that he expected it. Fila was past the point where this simple trick could reach her. He was alone in his task. He heated his fingers on the waves of hot air wafting from the hearth, trying in some manner to purify his hands for what he must do. He stared at the tiny white hairs on his knuckles. When had his hands become so old, just parchment dry skin wrinkled over knobs of bone? Sighing, he dropped his hands and turned from the fire. If his interpretation of the passages read true, the party would be arriving soon. Bol had built his home as a young man at this exact site for the coming night ahead. The ruins of the ancient school's chamber of worship lay buried under the floorboards. Here is where all would be drawn, and the journey would begin. He must be as strong as Fila this night. Bol crossed to a cabinet constructed of impenetrable ironwood. The door was sealed with only one key. He hesitated, then reached and slipped the braided cord from around his neck. He raised the cord and stared at the amulet. Carved of green jade in the shape of a wine pitcher, it contained 3 drops of sacred water. The water still swam with ancient traces of elemental energies. The amulet had allowed the twin siblings to communicate across long distances and had been vital to coordinating their efforts and plans. He closed his eyes. As sacred as the amulet was, what stayed Bol's hand was its connection to his dead sister. He was reluctant to let this piece of his sister's memory go. Still, he pictured Fila's stern gray eyes and could guess her response to his delay. "Hurry up, old man," she would scold. "You have to let go sometime." She had always been the practical one. A small smile played at the corner of his lips. He twirled the amulet on its cord and smashed it into the seal of the ironwood cabinet. Jade shards flew across the floor. One piece stung his cheek, like a slap for destroying such delicate artwork. He ignored the bite on his cheek. The key had worked. The seal on the cabinet was broken. He reached to the cabinet's handle and opened a door that had been sealed tight over 2 decades ago. A single object lay within the shadowed interior, a rosewood box with flowered traceries of gilt around the edges. Bol did not remove the handsome box but only lifted its hinged top. Resting on a violet cushion of silks lay a dagger older than any of the buildings in the valley, older than most people's memories. Before fear clutched his hand, Bol grabbed the dagger's hilt and lifted it free of its nest in the box. He held it up to the firelight. Its black blade seemed to absorb the light, while a rose of gold carved on its hilt reflected the fire in blinding exuberance. Tears threatened to well as he held the dagger, but his hand did not tremble, and the tears never did flow. Bol knew his duty. He was his sister's brother. "Forgive me, Elena," he whispered to the empty room. 20. A gasp of joy burst from Elena's throat as she ran under the branches of the willow to the horse. "Oh, Mist, you're still here." She hugged the horse's neck, inhaling the mare's familiar smell, a mix of hay and musk. Her family's barn had always smelled just like this. She hugged the horse tighter. If she closed her eyes, in a tiny way, she was home again. Mist nickered and nudged her away, reaching for some tender shoots growing nearby, plainly unimpressed that Elena had returned. This familiar snubbing brought tears to the girl's eyes. Errol spoke behind her, but his words were for Kral. Elena ignored him, still content to place her palms on Mist. The horse stood solid, firm muscle, hard bone, and coarse hair. The mare had not vanished. "Kral," Errol continued, "be careful. Just retrieve our gear and mounts from the inn and head right back here. No one will stop me." "What about the prisoner?" "Tie him to the tree for now." Elena clenched her lips at Errol's words and untethered Mist from the trunk of the willow. "Girl, what are you doing? Leave the horse be." Errol's voice snapped with exhaustion. "I don't want that man near Mist." She pulled Mist's halter and guided the mare to the edge of the canopy of branches. Mist's presence bolstered her confidence. Though she had lost so much, she still had her mare. "And my name is Elena, not girl." Naylan crossed to join Elena, an amused smile on her lips. Her violet eyes and honey hair caught splashes of light from between the branches. The small woman's beauty snatched the breath from Elena. When in town, she had thought the woman somewhat plain, but out here among the trees, she seemed to bloom like a forest flower. Elena would even swear the willow branches moved so the small woman's beauties were accented by rays of sunlight. "She is a handsome mare," Naylan said. Elena dropped her gaze to her toes, embarrassed by her own gawky appearance. This close, Naylan even smelled of honeysuckle. "Thank you," Elena said sheepishly. "I raised her from a foal." "Then the two of you must be very close. I'm glad you were able to lead us here to find her." Naylan offered Mist a bite of apple from the wares they had purchased as they snuck from town. Mist twitched back her ears in delight and snatched the entire apple with her thick lips. "Mist! Mind your manners, Dot." Naylan just grinned. "Elena, can you find the way to your uncle's as easily as you did here?" "Yes, he lives in the next valley. Winter's Airy, up by the old ruins." "What?" Errol wore a shocked look on his face. Kral had already left for town, and Errol had just finished testing Rockingham's bonds and gag. He stalked over to Elena. "Where did you say he lived?" Naylan placed a hand on Elena's wrist. "She said that he lived near some old ruins." "Now quit raising your voice." The swordsman tensed with the rebuke, his face darkening. "Fine. Now, girl. I mean, Elena, are these the ruins of an old school?" Elena shrugged. "We aren't allowed near the ruins, there are lots of poisonous snakes. But Uncle Bowl is always poking among the stones, digging up books and such stuff, that." Errol blew an angry wind from his chest. "Did your uncle ever find anything unusual?" She shrugged and shook her head. "Not that he ever mentioned, but he sort of keeps to himself." "Errol, do you know the place?" Naylan asked. He spoke as if his jaws were stuck. "I visited it the last time I was here." "So you know the way?" "Yes." "Then as soon as Kral returns with your horses, we can set out." Naylan turned her back on Errol and faced Elena. "While we're waiting, maybe you could tell us how you ended up with those evil men?" Elena kicked at the soil with her toe, reluctant to rehash the entire story, the pain still too fresh. Naylan reached up and placed one hand on Elena's cheek. "It's all right now. Errol is a skilled swordsman. He won't let anyone harm you. We need to know more if we are to help your brother. You want that, don't you?" Elena bowed her head and refused to raise her face as she spoke, her voice so low Errol leaned closer to hear. "That man and the one in the robe, they came to our farm last night." Elena glanced to her hand, plain now, as she related the events of the previous night. She purposely left out the part about the red hand. "And then Joach and I rode away before the worms or fire could get us. But when we made it to town, they were waiting and we were caught." "Do you know why they were after you?" Naylan asked. She lowered her eyes. "I don't. No." From the corner of her eyes, she saw a secret exchange pass between Naylan and the swordsman, doubt clear in both pairs of eyes. "Maybe I should ask our prisoner," Errol finally said. "Twist it out of him." Naylan frowned. "I think we all," Elena caught the nod in her direction from the small woman, "have had enough violence for one afternoon. Why don't we wait until the girl is returned to her uncle, before you begin your, questioning?" Errol frowned but finally sighed. "We should wait for Kral anyway. His skills may yet be useful." Naylan turned back to her. "Elena, you should rest. We still have a long ride ahead of us." Elena nodded and moved into Mist's shadow. She fiddled with the mare's halter, trying to look busy. Why had she lied to them? They may not have been able to rescue Joach, but they did save her. She glanced again to her right hand and stared at the plain palm. The red hue had vanished. Gone in the flutter of an eye, just like her brother Joach. She fought back a new wave of tears. As much as she hated the thought of her magical talent, if the power could return her brother, she would gladly accept the curse again. Elena lowered her hand. But it was over now. Wasn't it? Twilight approached. Errol fought to keep his eyes on the path through the woods and to watch for lurking dangers in the dappled shadows. But his mind kept dragging back the image of the dark mage as he vanished on the street. He could not grasp the implications of this encounter. He tried to shove such thoughts away until a time they could be carefully picked at and studied, but he could not. How could Gresham be alive? Had he imagined it? No. It was an older face, but Gresham's nonetheless. He tried to pierce the years to that midnight in the inn when the book had been forged. He remembered the bond between Gresham and his brother. He could still feel the respect and affection he had for the older, wounded mage. How could he balance that with the hatred he felt now? His skin crawled with the memory of the black arts wielded by the mage. Foul trickster. What game have you been playing since ancient times? And what of the book? What did this mean? His horse slowed on a steeper grade of the path, and he kicked at its flank harder than he had meant. The stallion whinnied with surprise and bucked a few steps forward. He patted the animal's neck, calming the beast with his touch. His anger and frustration may have loosened his control, but his horse shouldn't suffer. Errol twisted in his saddle and checked his party. When Kral had returned with the mounts and gear they had left at the inn, Errol had set them a hard pace. The innkeeper had tried to stop Kral, screaming that the mountain man was stealing other patrons' property. But when the guardsmen, busy with the riled townsfolk, failed to respond to the innkeeper's summons, Kral had split a table with his axe, and the innkeeper quickly bowed out of the huge man's path. On Kral's return, Errol had not wasted the waning hours of daylight, fearing any repercussions from the town's garrison. He had loaded everyone up and led the way to the highlands. Behind him, Naylan and the child rode together atop the girl's horse. Kral and the prisoner rode one of the mountain folk's huge war chargers. Its fiery eyes and metal-shod hooves marked it as a steed only a fool would try to stop. Naylan caught Errol's glance and nodded forward. A storm comes. We need to reach Elena's uncle before full night. Errol glanced at the girl. And what role did she play in all this? Surely she was just an unwitting pawn, maybe a virgin for some foul magical working. He had heard whispers during his travels of such sick deeds. He twisted forward again in his saddle, noting the black clouds obscuring the setting sun. Once free of the girl, he could concentrate on the matter of the mage. With a gentle nudge, he urged his mount to a quicker pace. Retrieving the boy was only a small part in his desire to hunt down Gresham. The dark mage had much to answer for. As he led the party toward the highlands, the woods began to change. The autumn leaves of the oaks and alders, blazing with the crinkled hues of a smoldering fire, gave way to a green blanket of alpine evergreens. A sea of discarded needles spread yellow waves across the path. Errol did not need a guide. He knew the path to the ruins buried in the valley of Winter's Eyrie. Why would someone build a homestead in such a lonesome and wind-blown place? In winter, the snows at this height could reach the roof of a two-story house. He knew why the school had been built there. Isolation was necessary when training the initiates to the order. Besides leaving the students with little to distract them from their studies, the distance from others kept the harm from magical accidents of those new to their arts well away from habitable regions. But with Chi's abandonment of the land, why live out here now? Errol cantered his horse over a steep rise, his mount's hooves nearly slipping on the slick cushion of pine needles. He paused at the crest of the rise. From the tiny vale ahead, a single plume of smoke trailed into the twilight sky. Black clouds from the mountains beyond seemed to be drawn toward the plume like moths to a candle. The storm threatened. Flares of lightning winked from the clouds. His eyes followed the smoke to its source. A stone cottage stood in the valley floor, its chimney painting the vale with the smell of wood smoke. His nose tasted the invitation to warmth, and yellow light flickered from tiny windows, adding its welcome. The horse bearing Naylan and Elena drew abreast of his steed. "That's my uncle's place," the girl stated. "Looks like he's home." Errol flicked his reins to walk his horse forward down the slope toward the cottage. "Let's hope he's ready for guests." With pinched lips, Errol studied the surrounding land and judged escape routes and places from which to fight if the need arose. His training as a campaigner in the wars against the Golgotha had become as instinctual as the beating of his heart. He also studied the homestead of this Uncle Bull. From the condition of his home, Errol lost a certain amount of respect for the man. It was a shambles. Moss crusted the shingles. The doors to a small barn hidden to the side of the cottage lay crooked on their hinges. A small pen containing 3 goats had holes chewed into the planks of the fencing. 3 horned heads poked from these holes and stared toward the newcomers. Nasal bleats insulted them as they passed. Errol shook his head, recalling the order and stateliness of his own family's farm on the plains. He turned his eyes to the heights beyond the cottage. Crumbled stone and unnaturally straight lines crisscrossed the neighboring rise. His mind's eye pictured the rows of halls and dormitories of the order's school. Ravaged stones gave silent testimony to the ancient place of study. The door to the cottage suddenly burst open, flinging light toward the trio of horses. A man stood limned in the firelight. "Well, what are you all waiting for? Hurry it up. It's about to storm." The man waved an arm and disappeared back inside. Elena swung in her saddle to face them all, her face scrunched up. "My uncle's not that good with people. But at least he seems to be expecting us," Errol said, suddenly wary. His nervousness grew once they had stabled the horses and entered the cottage. After so long traveling in the chilled highlands, the warmth of the cottage stifled the lungs. But Errol ignored this, his eyes instead fixed on the lavishly laden table. 3 tall candles sprouted like islands from a steaming sea of foods: spit-roasted beef, steamed red potatoes, a thick bean soup with a loaf of pepper bread as big as his head. Platters of carrots and greens dotted the table among bowls of autumn blackberries. 6 cups of cocoa were set before 6 tin plates. "Sit, sit," the white-haired man said. He was setting bowls on the plates for the soup. He stopped to tap a quick kiss on Elena's forehead. "I barely made it in time. Phila would be so angry if I didn't do everything like she ordered." Elena spoke softly, taking the old man's hand in her own. "Uncle Bull, I have bad news. Phila's dead." He slipped his hand from the child's and patted her on the cheek. Oh, yes, I know. Never you mind. Now, sit. Everything will grow cold. Errol found his tongue. You were expecting guests? The man scratched his head with an ink-stained finger. Guests? Oh no. I was expecting you, Errol of Standy. 21. Elena watched the swordsman pick at the beef and red potatoes on his dinner plate, his fork scraping across the tin surface. Elena sat beside Errol and caught his narrowed eyes darting wary looks toward Uncle Bull at the head of the table. But Uncle Bull ignored Errol, his own attention fixed on Naylan at the foot of the table. Though the firelight seemed to have dimmed her beauty when compared to her appearance in the woods earlier, Uncle Bull's eyes seldom spent much time away from her face. How odd, Elena thought, the way Naylan's beauty waxed and waned. Suddenly a loud belch rattled the stoneware. Krell balanced on a small chair across the table from Elena and wiped at his bearded chin with the edge of his sleeve. He stared questioningly at all the eyes now focused on him. The mountain man was apparently oblivious to the social affront his eruption might provoke. What? He asked, placing his fork on his plate and leaning back and rubbing his packed belly. His head swiveled to face them all. What? Elena held a hand over her mouth to stop a giggle from escaping. Rockingham, who was digging at his beef with a spoon, the only utensil allowed him, mumbled to himself, and they tied me up. The captured man's ankles had been roped together and secured to a foot of the oaken table for security. Errol cleared his throat and faced Uncle Bull. Well, it seems that everyone is finished with dinner. Now maybe you would care to enlighten us all on how you knew we were coming, and even knew my name. Who would like dessert? Uncle Bull scooted his chair back with a loud squeak. In honor of the orchard fire, I made a hot apple pie. Anybody interested? That can wait, Errol started to say, but the four raised hands of his companions stopped him. The swordsman's shoulders slumped, and he sighed loudly. Fine. Fetch the pie. Uncle Bull got up and stretched. Perhaps his eyes settled again on the small woman's face. Naylan, wasn't it? Perhaps you could help me in the kitchen. Certainly. Naylan wiped her delicate hands on the scrap of linen in her lap, then rose and followed Uncle Bull from the room. Errol tapped at his mug of Keokoa with obvious impatience. Elena sensed that the swordsman was close to exploding. Ever since Uncle Bull had named him, then refused to answer any questions until they all had eaten, the muscles of Errol's neck had grown corded and tight. Though he must be hungry, he had hardly touched the food he had taken. Don't be mad at Uncle Bull, Elena said. That's just the way he is. Errol stopped his tapping and swung to Elena. Just what is your uncle up to? He'll tell us, but only when he's ready. He used to tell us bedtime stories when he visited. If you tried to hurry his stories along, he would just drag them even longer. So I guess we eat pie, he said sullenly. Elena nodded, chewing at the inside of her cheek. She remained silent about the nervousness she sensed in her uncle. Something was truly bothering him. She had never seen him jump at every noise. A popping log in the fire had practically shot him to the raftered ceiling. And Uncle Bull was normally a robust eater. How he ate so much and stayed so wiry and muscular was a mystery discussed among the female relatives of the family for years, but tonight, like Errol, he had barely touched the piece of roast on his plate. Uncle Bull returned, carrying new plates and forks. Naylan followed with the spiced apple pie. The aroma of simmering apple and cinnamon swelled through the room. Even Errol seemed to brighten at the smell. This new delay that seemed to so irk Errol only lasted a short span. The pie plate emptied quickly, and after much sighing in delight at the sweet taste, the table was surrounded by full bellies. Uncle Bull stood up. I hope all have had their fill. Groans of agreement answered him. Then I guess it's time I showed you your rooms for the night. I'm afraid the men will have to share one room, and Naylan and Elena the other. Errol raised his one hand. About those unanswered questions. Uncle Bull frowned. Join me, Errol, after we get everyone settled, for a smoke by the fire. He turned to Elena. You join us, too, honey. There's words I must pass to you. What you need to say can be said among my companions, Errol growled. Kral's and Nalan's eyes glowed eagerly. Rockingham tried to feign disinterest, but failed miserably. Her uncle rubbed at his mustache. No, I don't think the Brotherhood would appreciate that. What Brotherhood? Elena began, but Errol placed a hand on her shoulder and squeezed her to silence. It's been a long time since I could relax with a pipe, Errol said. I look forward to it. His words had an edge of menace. Good. Now let me show you the rooms. Rockingham listened as the giant closed the door to their room. He could not see the mountain man as Kral then stripped out of his riding gear and climbed onto a cot. The bonds that secured Rockingham to the bed, his hands were tied to the pine headboard, his feet to the posts at the foot of the bed, limited his motion, blinding him to all but the ceiling and a tiny section of the room. Then the single lamp blew out, and even this cramped view vanished. Rockingham lay stripped on his back under a heavy blanket. He crinkled his nose. Though he might not be able to see the mountain man, he smelled him. The odor of wet goats crept across the room to wrap around him. It was like sleeping in a barn. He closed his eyes and tried to breathe through his mouth. It didn't help. He tried to roll away on his side, but the ropes stopped him. His bed creaked loudly with his efforts. I sleep lightly, Kral growled from the darkness. Do not test me. Rockingham stayed silent. What was the use of even trying? The ropes, though not tight enough to chafe, were tied snug. He lay still and found himself staring toward the rafters of the room. And why would he even want to escape? Where could he go? Not the garrison, that was for sure. Once word reached Lord Golgotha that one of his lieutenants had been beheaded and the girl he sought had escaped, his death would be one to terrify the hardest soldier. He had seen what slunk through the bowels of Blackhall's dungeons. He shivered under his thick blanket. His only options were either to disappear and keep running, hoping the minions of the Dark Lord never found him, or to stay with this group and look for a chance to snatch the girl. She was the key to unlock his dungeon. Recovering her would assuage the wrath of the Lord Golgotha. So he had not fought his kidnapping by the one-armed swordsman. Let them take him far from town, all the better. Don't resist. Let them relax their guard. He could wait. A slight grin came to his lips at the thought of returning to Blackhall with the girl in chains. That was worth waiting for. As he dreamed of that moment, an itch blossomed in his crotch. Damn the tavern wench and the lice she harbored. He tried to rub his legs together and calm the crawling. It only worsened. To make matters worse, the giant began to snore. Not a whispery nasal whistle, but a throaty rattle full of mucus and phlegm. Each outburst made him cringe in disgust. Rockingham clenched his eyes closed and squirmed quietly. It was going to be a long night. The tortures of Blackhall's dungeons now didn't seem quite so bad. Errol leaned on the mantel of the fireplace. Where was Bull? The others had retired to their respective rooms, leaving Errol alone with Elena. He watched the girl stare at the fire. As she sat, swallowed by the deep-cushioned armchair, she seemed lost in the flames. A profound sadness shone past the exhaustion in her face. For a child so young to be so violently uprooted, she had a determined bearing about her that illuminated the strength of her spirit. Words of consolation tried to form in his mind, but it had been a long time since Errol had had the need to show compassion. He found his eyes settling on the twitching flames. Time did not always grow wisdom, sometimes just calluses. His reveries were interrupted by the reappearance of the girl's uncle. He had 2 pipes in his hand. The tobacco leaf is from the south of Standy, I believe. I thought a piece of home might be nice, he said, passing a pipe to Errol. Thank you. He raised the pipe to his nose. The smell of cured leaf and powder dried further words. At the back of his throat, he tasted the wide fields of his home. Bull sparked a flame on a stiff taper from the hearth. He lit his pipe, his cheeks bellowing in and out, and he sucked it to flame. Errol accepted the burning wick from the old man, but his hand hesitated in igniting the tobacco. He was reluctant to set to flame this reminder of home. He found Elena staring at him, her sadness palpable. She had lost much more to flame this past day. He touched the wick to his pipe and drew smoke into his chest. Its warmth and familiar taste melted the tension in his body, his knees almost weakening. "Sit," Bull said, pointing to the only other chair by the fire. The old man remained standing near Elena. Errol dropped, sinking into the goose-down cushions. With some reservation, he removed the pipe from between his lips. "How do you know me? How did you know we would be arriving this night?" Bull nodded. "You ask questions of the end of the story. To understand the end, you must understand the beginning. I'm listening." Errol returned the pipe to his lips. "You have already heard me mention the Brotherhood. The Broken Brotherhood, I believe, is their full title. Let me start there." "What is that?" Elena asked softly. Her uncle sent a puff of smoke from his chest, forming a perfect ring of gray smoke. As it wafted across the room on the waves of heat from the fire, a tiny smile formed on Elena's lips. "Some of this you may not understand, sweetheart. But at one time in the land, there was an order of mages who wielded white magic. A spirit named Chi granted them this power, which was far stronger than the weak elemental magic inherent in the land. The order used this power to build a wonderful civilization." "That's not the story I was taught in school," Elena said doubtfully. "Not all that is taught is true." "So then what happened?" "A long time ago, the magic suddenly vanished at a time when it was most needed. The lands were being invaded by the armies and monsters of the Golgotha. The mages and our people fought bravely. But without our white magic, we could not withstand the dark magic of the invaders. Alasi was defeated, its people subjugated, and its history destroyed. Where did our magic go?" Errol answered that question, spite thick in his voice. "It just abandoned us." Bull nodded. Only pockets and pieces of the magic still survived. The order, without power, broke apart. But some of this group banded together to try to find and nurture the magic left in the lands. They had to do this in strict secrecy, since the Dark Lord of the Golgotha sought to wipe them out. So the Broken Brotherhood was formed. "A secret society?" Elena asked breathlessly. Secret was too mild a word, Errol thought. To his knowledge, only a handful of men still alive today knew of the cabal headquartered and hidden among the sunken remains of Aloha Glen. Few men even knew the lost city still existed, its approach guarded by the trace magic still held close to its heart. Many had sought the mythical city, but only a scant few discovered its whereabouts and dared enter. Those that did never returned. "But the Brotherhood made a crucial mistake," Bull said. Errol's eyes grew wider. "What was this?" Bull continued. With their eyes so blinded by the powerful energies of Chi, they couldn't appreciate the magic born to the land, even after the loss of Chi. But of what use are a few weak tricks eked from the elementals of the land? Errol asked. Of what use is that against the dark power of the Golgotha? Bull turned to Elena. Now you see why the sisterhood was formed. Men see only degrees of power, while women see the warp and weave of strength's tapestry. What is this sisterhood? Errol asked. I've lived centuries and never heard a whisper of such a group. Who formed it? It is not an open group like your brotherhood. One must be born to it. What? Bull waved the tip of his pipe. You asked who formed the sisterhood. One person. You may even know her, or of her. Who? Errol sat straighter in his chair. Sysakofa. The word was like a brick dropped into his gut. The witch of spirit in stone. He remembered when last he had heard the blasphemous name spoken by Gresham on the night of the book's forging. The one-handed mage had warned the book would herald the rebirth of the witch. Yes, Bull said. She is my distant ancestor. Very distant. She was an ancient story even when you were a boy. You can trace your lineage to that foul witch? There was nothing foul about her. Bull's cheeks darkened. She was a woman granted powers equal to, and in some ways surpassing, those of men. She even bore the mark of the rose. And men could not handle the thought of a woman wielding equal power. Lies were fabricated to discredit her. Errol noticed Elena start at her uncle's words, but his heart pounded too loudly in his ears for him to give her any further attention. Impossible. She never granted his gifts to women. Who said anything about chi? What? Are you suggesting elemental magic is the equal of chi? Bull blew out his cheeks, sending piped smoke across the room. At times, yes, I believe so. But it was not elemental magic that shared its power with Sysakofa. Then what? You are jumping ahead of the story again. Errol bit his tongue to keep from rebuking the old man. Obviously Bull needed to tell the story at his own pace. Fine. Go on, he mumbled. Near the end of Sysakofa's lifetime, her magic left her, but not before promising to one day return to her descendant when most needed. Sysakofa was warned of a black shadow that would spread across the lands of Alasi. Just when this dark time would occur, she was never told. So Sysakofa formed a society of her female descendants. She taught them to prepare for her magic's return. Sysakofa sensed the elementals would be critical to the eventual rebirth of light to the land, so she trained her sisterhood in the use and respect for the elemental spirits. How do you know so much about the sisterhood? You're not a female descendant. I was born twin to a female, my sister Fila. Being the first male-born twin to a girl, I was allowed into their secrets. My birth was believed to be a sign that she who gave Sysakofa her power would be returning soon. So the sisterhood prepared, studying all they could. Bull swung his arm to encompass the stacks of scrolls and books. They searched ancient texts and gleaned portents from the elementals. And what was learned? We learned the signs of her arrival and some of the key players, like yourself. We also knew the elementals would be involved. 3 will come, it was written. But we knew not which ones or who. This Kral is obviously rich in rock magic. And Nalan. She's a Nephi, isn't she? Yes, Errol said. She has the fire of the root strong in her. I could hardly take my eyes from her. But that last member, he, too, is steeped in magic, but I couldn't tell how. Kral sensed a strangeness about him, too. He must be the third. Uncle Bull drew on his pipe, his lids slightly closed, and sent wisps of smoke between his words. He scratched at his beard. Though there was one oracular text that I thought spoke of the arrival of someone from times past and lands lost, but I must have been mistaken. Unless they meant you, but I didn't think so. Maybe I'm wrong. As I said, much that surrounds the book is vague. You seem to know enough already. So when is this witch supposed to return? Bull's eyes grew wide. Oh, my, she already has. Didn't you know? Errol sat stunned. Bull pointed to his niece. Errol finally noticed how panicked the girl now appeared. Born of the line of Sysakofa and birthed in fire. There sits your witch. 22. After Uncle Bull declared Elena a witch, silence hung like a stone over the room. Elena tried to worm deeper into the goose-down cushions of her chair. She watched the swordsman's eyebrows climb higher on his forehead, his already ruddy complexion darkening further. His eyes settled on her with such force that Elena felt he peered through to her skin. Her arms rose and covered her chest in a tight hug. She shrank back from his eyes but raised her right hand to the firelight. "But I'm not a witch any longer," she said. "It's gone." Her uncle patted a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "It doesn't work that way, honey." Errol ignored their words. "She is just a child. How can I believe you speak the truth?" Uncle Bull crossed from Elena's chair to the fire. Elena could tell from the limp in his gait and the way his shoulders hung low that her uncle neared exhaustion. But his voice remained strong. "Doubt? You have been on the road too long, Errol. Can you not sense the truth of my words? Why do you think the dark mage tried to snatch the girl?" He sensed the power birthed in her. "You ask me to use the actions of a man with a black heart as proof?" Her uncle warmed his hands for several long heartbeats and spoke to the flames. "You know I speak the truth." He turned to face Errol. "We need the blood diary." "So you know of the book, too?" "Of course. How could we not? It's the reason you are all here this night." Errol's pipe hung unused in his fingers, forgotten. "I came to return your niece. That's all." "No. The winds of fate blew you here where you were needed. The witch and the book share the same paths. My brother said nothing of this witch. He said the book had to be forged if there was to be any hope of ending this dark reign of the Golgotha. He knew not of this witch. He said the last word with such disgust that Elena's cheeks reddened in shame. We decided Shorkin didn't need to know." "What are you talking about?" Uncle Bull puffed on his pipe thoughtfully before continuing. "Where do you think your brother learned how to forge the blood diary?" "I don't know. He mentioned something about old texts. The information was spirited to him from the sisterhood. Unknown to Shorkin, we guided his hand." "Impossible." Uncle Bull shrugged, ignoring the swordsman's doubt. Both men just stared at each other. Finally Errol broke the tense silence. "So my brother and I have been pawns in some game to return the heir of Sisakofa to the lands of Alassi. Is that what you're hinting at?" "No, not at all. Your goal is the same as that of the sisterhood, to bring the light back to our lands, to drive the Golgotha from our shores. But do you expect her?" Uncle Bull nodded to Elena. "Even with the blood diary, to be able to singly defeat the armies of the Dark Lord, let alone the Black Beast himself?" Errol's eyes shifted to Elena. The anger in his eyes dissolved away to confusion. Uncle Bull continued. "It is time the Brotherhood and the Sisterhood united. The Brotherhood created and guarded the book. The Sisterhood nurtured the elementals and prepared for the return of the witch. Now is the time both must be forged into one cause and purpose, to defeat the Golgotha and free our lands." Errol swung his eyes back to Bull's wrinkled face. "How?" "The witch and the blood diary must be joined." "And what then?" Errol asked bitterly. "What have you foreseen?" Uncle Bull's next words were whispered, edged with smoke from his pipe. "We don't know. The blood diary is a potent talisman. Even its function is shaded in doubts. Portents swirl about it like a whirlpool, so violent that they become impossible to read. Beyond the union of witch and book, nothing can be foretold. Some foresee salvation, others destruction. But most signs somehow point at both. If the future is so unclear, why chance bringing witch and book together? Because if we don't, the oracles are all unanimous on the fate of Alassi. The land will continue following its dark path to a blackness that will swallow not just Alassi, but this world and time itself. The witch and the book must be united." Elena cowered in her chair. How could she possibly be this important? She didn't want to bear such a burden. Errol seemed equally unsure. "So where do I fit into all this?" "You are the guardian of the book, the eternal watcher. Now you must extend your protection to include the wych. You must guard Elena and take her to the book. Why risk the child? Why not let me fetch the book alone and bring it here? Uncle Bull shook his head. You will fail. It has been prophesied. For any hope of success, the wych must be accompanied by the guardian and the 3 elementals here tonight, that we know. But be warned, even this path is shadowed, and success in reaching the blood diary is not assured. The journey ahead is fraught with many dangers. And I have no choice in this matter. Have you ever? Does this life of useless wandering hold such attraction for you? Erril lowered his head. I wish my own life back before I ever stepped into that inn with Shorkin so long ago. That cannot be. But perhaps on this path you will find a way back to the man you once were. Erril continued to hang his head. Elena, even though terrified by her uncle's words, felt a twinge of sorrow for the swordsman. His very bones seemed bowed down with exhaustion and the weight of years. Make your choice, Erril of Standy. His words were whispered to the floor. I will take her to where I hid the book. Aloha Glen? He raised his eyes. Is there nothing hidden from you? Uncle Bull shrugged. I know only hints, he said softly. Words in books and scrolls. I know nothing beyond this door. The journey to Aloha Glen is a long one. And the city is guarded by sorcery. Before I can go there, I will need to retrieve the ward that unlocks the path to the city. I hid it here in the ruins of the old school. Near the... Uncle Bull waved the tip of his pipe at Erril. Do not tell me. The fewer who know the better. A long silence followed these words. Elena squirmed in her seat. Her mind fought to absorb all she had heard, but most of their words made no sense. Only one thing was clear. Her own fears found voice, and she spoke, cracking the silence among them. I don't want to be a wych. Her uncle tried to smile at her in reassurance, but only succeeded in quivering his mustache. The profound sadness in his eyes shocked her. But instead of comforting her, Uncle Bull crossed in front of Erril, his back to her. Earlier you asked for proof of my words. He slipped something from inside his vest. Do you recognize this, Erril? Elena could still see Erril's face. His mouth dropped open, and words tumbled out. That's Shorkin's. Where did you find it? Elena could not see what was proffered. She tilted her head, but her uncle's back still blocked her view. If you remember, her uncle said, Shorkin had given it to the boy on the night of the book's forging. When you fled with the book after slaying the child, we retrieved it. The boy still had it clutched in his dead fingers. What do you plan to do with it? What I must. Her uncle suddenly swung around and faced Elena. He held a dagger in his hand, the black blade glinted in the firelight. Tears were in his eyes. I never wanted to do this, Elena. He grabbed her wrist and yanked her hand toward him. A small gasp slipped from Elena's chest. What was he doing? She was too shocked to resist. This is an ancient dagger used by the mages to consecrate the blood diary during its forging. He dragged the blade's edge across her exposed palm. Blood welled from the cut before the pain reached her eyes. A sharp cry escaped her throat. She stared in disbelief at the wound. He pressed the hilt of the dagger into her bloody palm. As the blood soaked the knife, the black blade burst forth with a single flash of white light. As the radiance subsided, the dark blade now shone silver in the firelight. Uncle Bull fell to his knees before her. Now it's a wych dagger. Yarl sat straight in his chair. His pipe had fallen to the floor from his limp fingers, scattering smoldering tobacco across the pine planking. Though he had sensed the truth in the old man's words, to see it happen before him numbed his mind and limbs. Long ago, he had witnessed other initiates receive their first cuts from the masters of the order, christening them to their magic. The same blinding light had marked their coming to power. Elena was a witsy. He watched the child drop the dagger to her lap and wipe the traces of blood from her hand. No sign of her uncle's cut remained. It had healed without a mark. Her uncle still knelt beside her. "Forgive me, Elena. But I don't want the stupid knife. You must take it. You will need it to draw on your magic." She held up her right hand. "I already told you, it's gone. See, my hand is normal again." The red color faded away. Errol spoke up. He kept his voice small so as not to further upset the child. She seemed close to panic. "Your rose has faded as you exhausted your supply of power," he said. "You will need to renew." "I don't want to." Tears rolled down her cheek. Her uncle placed his hands on her lap. "I know you're scared, honey. But your Aunt Fila is counting on you." At her aunt's name, her sobs quieted. "What do you mean?" she said between sniffles. Bull rolled back to his feet. "Come, let me show you something. Aunt Fila left a gift for you." "She knew about all this witsy stuff?" "Yes, she did, Elena. And she was so proud of how strong you were growing." She sniffed back the last few tears. "She was?" Her uncle nodded. "Come with me." Bull turned to Errol. "You come, too. This may help you retrieve the ward you hid in the ruins." Errol stood from his chair. Along with Elena, he followed the old man to a nearby case of dusty books. Bull's fingers ran along the spine of bindings like a lover's caress. A sigh escaped his lips. His fingers settled on a carved stone bookend of a dragon's head. He reached and tilted the bookend. A series of slipping pulleys and shifting stones sounded from behind the bookcase. The entire cabinet swung toward them. "Stand back," Bull warned. He swung the bookcase open like a door to reveal a stone stairway leading down. Elena's eyes widened with surprise, her wonder overwhelming her tears. Even Errol was intrigued. "Where does this lead?" Bull reached to a hand lantern resting on a sideboard. He picked it up and adjusted the wick to flame the lantern brighter. "Follow me, and watch your step. The stone is damp and slippery." Errol waved a hand for Elena to follow her uncle while he went last. The stairway, constructed of crude slabs of hewn rock, appeared much older than the stone of the cottage. Spiderwebs wisped in drapes from the low ceiling. The girl and the stooped man passed under the webs, setting them to drifting on currents of disturbed air. Errol, taller than the others, kept wiping them from his hair as he managed the slick stairs. He slapped at his neck as he felt the scurry of tiny legs on his nape. Hearing his slap, Elena looked back at him and eyed him as he rubbed his neck. "Careful. It's bad luck to kill a spider. Go on, child." He nudged her forward with a finger. She wasn't the one with spiders in her hair. Elena listened as she crept down the last of the steps. Her footsteps echoed back from the stones. She crinkled her nose at the smell of stagnant water and mildewed dampness. Reaching the last step, she paused. Uncle Bull stood several steps ahead of her, his lantern held high. The light revealed a wide chamber, its walls sweeping to either side in a crude circle. 12 pillars of rock, like stone guards, sectioned the walls. Between the pillars, in alcoves, hung ancient mirrored plates, most with green water stains marring their silvery finishes. Uncle Bull smiled encouragement. "There's nothing to be frightened of here, Elena." Behind her, Errol nudged her forward. As she crossed to her uncle, the mirrors reflected back sparks of lantern light and movement. Their own reflections shifting in the mirrors made Elena jittery. She snuck closer to the swordsman. She kept catching glimpses of motion from the corner of her eye. One black passageway led away from this chamber toward other dark mysteries. "What is this place?" Errol asked, bringing to voice Elena's own question. We are at the outskirts of the old ruins. Uncle Bull still had his pipe clenched between his teeth. Its glowing tip acted like a pointing finger. He swung in a circle, encompassing the entire room. This was the old chamber of worship for the school. Here young initiates, your age, Elena, would come to pray and meditate for guidance from the spirit Chi. She stared into all the dark shadows. Weren't there supposed to be poisonous snakes around the ruins? She stepped even closer to the man with the sword. Am I supposed to pray to Chi? She said, her voice a whisper. Here? No, sweetheart, Chi is gone. The spirit that gave you your gift is different. How so? Ariel asked. He didn't seem the least bothered by the shifting shadows or the possibility of snakes. Uncle Bull seemed unconcerned, too. He spoke to Ariel as Elena listened for hissing. Where Chi was more a male spirit and only communed with men, we believe the spirit that granted both Elena and Sisycopa their powers is more the feminine twin of Chi. He waved the lantern to the mirrors. Like the mirror image of Chi. But Chi granted his gifts to many men, Ariel said. Why does this spirit only choose this little girl Elena to be its instrument? That has been much debated, while the writings of Sisycopa ponder that very question. The best answer the sisterhood could settle on was that Chi, like all men, can spread his seed far and wide, so he could bring many men into his flock. This other spirit, more like a woman, has only one seed at a time to cherish and nurture. That seed was Sisycopa in the past and Elena today. So this spirit is weaker than Chi, Ariel said. Uncle Bull frowned at Ariel, the tips of his white mustache drooping down. It takes both a man and a woman to birth a child. Who is stronger and who is weaker in this union? It is just sides of a coin. Ariel shrugged. Words for dreamers. What is this spirit? Elena asked, becoming slightly intrigued but still watching for snakes. Where did it come from? Much is still unknown, honey. That's what I hope your Aunt Fila may discover. But Aunt Fila is dead. How can she help now? Uncle Bull placed a hand on her cheek. Aunt Fila is special. Our lineage, even before Sisycopa, has always been blessed with a unique connection to the elemental spirits. Even your own mother, Elena. My mother? Bull nodded. You know how she could always tell the sex of an unborn child or when a cow would calf? Yes, all the neighbors used to come to her. Well, that was her special skill. And Aunt Fila had special skills, too? Yes, and her skills were strong. Your Aunt Fila could fold and knead the magic of the elementals like the bread in her bakery. She could wield many sorceries. Tears again appeared in Elena's eyes as she thought of her parents, of her brother, and of Aunt Fila. Why did she have to die? Hush, sweetie, don't cry. Let me show you something. Uncle Bull led her to an alcove between two pillars. Elena followed, noticing that this was the only section of the wall upon which a mirror did not hang. The alcove, lit by the hand lantern, was not constructed of stacked stones like the walls, but was carved from the rock of the hillside. It contained a pedestal supporting a basin of water. As she watched, a small drop of water rolled down the damp rock wall to dribble into the basin. What is this? Ariel asked behind her. It was a bowl used for ablutions by the initiates. The hands of many ancient mages used this bowl to wash before meditating. Elena squeezed forward and had to rise on tiptoe to peer into the water. What does this have to do with Aunt Fila? This water, seeping from springs deep in the hills, is steeped with elemental powers. Uncle Bull glanced over her head to Ariel. I don't think the school's mages, blind to the elemental spirits, even knew what strength flowed through this water. Maybe they somehow sensed it and so intuitively built their chamber of worship here. What does it do? Ariel asked. As water can carve paths in stone, so this water can carve paths between people. Both Aunt Fila and I had amulets that contain drops from this water, and it allowed us to communicate across distances. Uncle Bull slipped a small jade amulet in the shape of an alchemist's vial from his vest pocket. It hung from a gray twisted cord. He offered it to Elena. She carefully lifted the amulet into the lantern light. "Thank you. It's beautiful." Uncle Bull bent and kissed Elena on her forehead. "It's a gift from Aunt Fela. In fact, the cord is braided with her hair." He reached down and removed a tiny sliver of jade acting like a cork in the vial. "Now go fill it with water," he said, pointing to the basin. Elena looked at her uncle questioningly, then crossed to the tiny pool and dipped the amulet in. The water's cold stung her fingers. She lifted the vial free, and Uncle Bull passed her the jade stopper. "Cork it snug," he said. Elena did so, her brows knit tight as she worked the jade sliver in place. "Now what?" she asked. "With this amulet you can talk to Aunt Fela. You must just hold the amulet tight in your hand and wish it so." A trickle of fear dripped down her back. She loved her aunt, but... I can speak to her ghost? Yes. Her body may be gone, but her spirit lives. I, myself, cannot reach her with my amulet any longer. The elemental power alone is not strong enough to breach the distance to the spirit realm. But Aunt Fela believed you could succeed. Elena's eyes were focused on the amulet. How? Cross to one of the mirrors. You need a reflecting surface. Then gaze inside as you hold the amulet firm and speak Fela's name. Try it. Elena scrunched up her face and stepped to a mirror in a neighboring alcove. She slipped the cord over her head and clutched the amulet in her palm, its sharp edges pinching her skin. Pressing her fist to her chest, she stared into the mirror. Splotches of green water stains marred her reflection, giving her a diseased appearance. Think of her and speak her name, Uncle Bull whispered beside her. His voice sounded so hopeful, and sad at the same time, that she could not refuse him. In her mind's eye, she pictured her aunt's stern expression and the way her hair was always pulled back into a tight knot. Aunt Fela? She said to the mirror. Can you hear me? With her words, Elena felt the amulet stir, much like a chick shifting in an egg just before hatching. But nothing else happened. She turned to Uncle Bull. It's not working. His eyes narrowed, and his shoulders slumped. Maybe she's too far. Or maybe she was wrong, Ariel said. We should. The bookcase door slammed shut above them, startling Elena. She jumped, and her fist reflexively clamped, piercing her thumb on a sharp edge of the amulet. The lantern rocked in Uncle Bull's hand, casting shadows to and fro. He and Ariel stood stunned for a frozen heartbeat. Suddenly a new light burst forth into the room. It came from the mirror in front of Elena. Her eyes, drawn by the light, saw a sight she never expected to see again, her Aunt Fela. The old woman was draped in waves of light, and stars winked behind her. The starry view reminded Elena of something she had seen before. But before Elena could ponder this, Aunt Fela spoke, a panicked look blooming across her aunt's face. Run! She pointed a ghostly hand toward the single dark corridor leading out from the chamber and deeper into the ruins. Flee! Now! Leave the cottage and escape to the woods. 23. With his pillow covering his ears, exhaustion finally consumed Rockingham, and he fell into a fitful slumber. He dreamed he stood on the edge of a cliff above a dark, choppy surf. As he watched the white-tipped waves crash on black rocks below, he somehow knew he dreamed. Clouds and rain blotted the horizon as a storm brewed far out to sea. As is often the case in dreams, the time of day was unclear, the quality of light was such that a change felt imminent. But whether the light was due to wax brighter as in early morning or to wane into darkness, he was unsure. The only thing he knew for certain was that he recognized this place. He had stood here before. He remembered the salt in his nose and the breeze on his face. The Devonberry Bluff, on the coast of his island home. A smile appeared on his face. It had been many years since he had returned to the archipelago. Even this nighttime fantasy was a welcome visit. He soaked the air deep into his chest, and if he squinted, yes, he could just make out the Isle of Monsk in the distance, nearly swallowed by roiling clouds. Suddenly, as he viewed the neighboring island, a feeling of dread clutched his heart. He glanced quickly behind him as if expecting some creature of nightmare to be pouncing toward him, but the rolling green hills stood empty. What was this fluttering of his heart? This was his home. What should he fear? He stared at the view off the cliffs. The sweep of ocean, wind, and rain seemed strangely familiar, more than just a memory of home. This very picture, the distant island disappearing into cloud, the crash of angry water at his feet, the sting of spray on his cheek, not only had he stood here before, but he had stood at this exact moment before. But when? He tried to organize his thoughts, but a rising panic rattled him. He had a sudden urge to run. But before he could act on this thought, his feet began to move on their own, not carrying him away to safety, but toward the edge of the cliff. As in many dreams, he could not stop. It was as if his body were a carnival puppet through whose eyes he peered. He could not stop his feet as they continued forward. As he fought, he watched his right foot step into open space. Now he remembered. Not only had he been here before, he had done this very thing. A welling pain escaped his breast in a scream as his body tumbled off the cliff. Lenora! As the water-churned rocks flew toward his face, words told in his head, in a cold, familiar tongue, laced with black humor. Dismaram's voice said, "Don't worry, Rockingham, I'll catch you again." Laughter echoed as he hit the waves. Rockingham sprang awake in the old man's cottage, tasting blood in his mouth. His underclothes were drenched in sweat as if he had run a long race. He struggled to sit up, but the ropes held him. Suddenly a rough hand clamped over his mouth. He tried to scream, but the palm blocked all sound. "Silence or die," someone whispered in his ear. Rockingham felt the blade of a knife at his throat. He stopped struggling. The weapon lifted from his neck and sliced his ropes free. Rockingham pulled his arms down and rubbed his wrists. The bulky shadow of the mountain man loomed beside his bed. "Get dressed. Hurry!" Kral growled at him. He noticed the small woman, Naylan, fully dressed and peering through the tiny window. "Quickly," she said. "Both are inside. The way is clear. Once we reach the horses, we can draw them after us." "What is going on?" Rockingham asked as he tucked his shirt into his pants. He bent to his boots. "Skeltum," Kral answered. Rockingham sped his efforts, pouncing into his boots. Now was not the time to be caught by the Dark Lord's lieutenants. He had no bargaining chip. "Where is the girl and the others?" Kral ignored the small man's question. He pushed him toward the window, not knowing why the woman had insisted on hauling the prisoner along. Rockingham should have been left to the teeth and claws of the beasts. But Naylan had insisted. Naylan slowly worked the window open. Crashing sounded from below. "Do you think they're safe?" she whispered. He stayed silent, unsure and reluctant to voice his fears. If only he had sensed the approach of the beasts earlier. Kral had found himself with only enough time to hurry down and kick the cellar door shut before the first Skeltum had begun digging at the cottage's door. He had barely escaped back up the stairs himself. "Will they be hidden long enough for us to get to the horses and draw the monsters away?" Naylan asked, propping the window open. "The cellar door is well disguised. Still, we must hurry." With the window now wide open, she climbed through the frame onto the thatched roof. Kral picked up the prisoner and shoved him over the windowsill. The thin man rolled across the roof, almost tumbling from the edge. Kral wormed through the window next, having to blow all the air from his wide chest to give him room to squeeze through the narrow frame. His belt caught for a difficult moment on the sill before finally popping free and allowing him to scoot the remainder of his bulk through to the roof. Like a cow giving birth, Rockingham commented to no one. His flippant words, though, could not hide the wary crinkle of his brow or the way his eyes kept darting to all corners of the roofline. Nayland stood at the roof's edge. The horse barn with its crooked doors and sparse thatching stood just a stone's throw from her. "We could jump from here," she whispered. "Or work our way to the back of the house and climb down the woodpile." As answer, Crowell leaped from the roof to land with a muffled thud on a heap of dead pine needles. He waved the others down. Nayland pointed for Rockingham to go first, obviously distrusting the man. He did not need goading. The speed with which he slipped to the edge of the roof suggested he, too, did not welcome an encounter with what tore through the lower rooms. He hung from the roof's edge for a moment, then let go to land near Crowell. Nayland adjusted her pack and glanced down to them. Crowell took a step forward to catch her if needed. As she hesitated a breath at the edge, a splintering crash erupted from the bedchamber behind her. "Hurry!" Crowell called. But he need not have spoken. Nayland had already launched from the roof. The word "run" blew from her lips as she landed on her feet. Before Crowell could get his large bulk moving, she was off and darting for the horse barn. She flew like a fluttering leaf. Crowell thudded after her, hurting Rockingham ahead of him. He heard glass shatter behind him, and the explosion of burst planks. He twisted his neck and saw a dark form driving through the window above, claws scrabbling at the thatched roof. It seemed trapped, but from the way it thrashed, it would be free in a heartbeat. He drove faster, shoving Rockingham forward. The townsman stumbled, but Crowell caught his shoulder and kept him on his feet. Crowell saw that Nayland had already disappeared into the horse barn. By the time he reached the crooked door with its cracked rawhide hinges, the woman had two of the horses, the girl's gray mare and the plainsman's chestnut stallion, already in tow. His own war charger, Rorschach, would not allow the woman near and stood snorting and digging an iron-shod hoof into the dried manure. His black flanks heaved in excitement, apparently sensing the foul beasts afoot. Crowell clucked his tongue twice, and Rorschach settled his hooves. Nayland slid bareback atop the chestnut stallion and tossed the reins of the small mare to Rockingham. Crowell noted with satisfaction that she had tied a lead from the mare to her stallion, not trusting the prisoner to stay with them. The mare fought Rockingham's mounting, but Crowell, busy with his own beast, could not fault the man's garrison training. He stayed on the back of the horse and managed to gain control. Crowell tossed his saddle and packs atop Rorschach and yanked the strap to secure it. In a heartbeat, he was mounted. He patted one of his packs at his thigh. Its fullness told him that no one had disturbed its contents. He led the way to the barn door and kicked it wide. A large shape crashed to the dirt and rock before him. His war charger, who had run through fire with nary a flinch, reared and snorted in fright. Crowell twisted his fist in the reins and fought to keep his seat. Before him, with wings swept wide, stood another of the Dark Lord's lieutenants. The skeleton hissed at the rearing horse and blocked the way forward. Crowell finally, with a savage yank on the bit, convinced Rorschach to keep his hooves planted. The other horses and riders had edged back deeper into the ramshackle barn. But in there lay no safety. This beast would not be stopped by rotted and warped boards. Crowell kicked Rorschach forward, and for the first time since broken to the bit, his stallion refused his command. He kicked again with more heel. The horse ignored him, terror holding it frozen. Crowell leaned forward in his saddle, his pommel digging into his stomach, to reach his mount's ear. Rorschach, partout sagui weni sky, he clucked in the tongue of the crag horses, a language all mountain folk knew as well as their own. Crowell was the best of the whisperers in his clan. Some said he was born to the fire speaking the language of the crag horses. Still, as skilled as he was, it took all his coaxing to work the fear from Rorschach's heart and to get his mount to attend him. The war charger began to respond to Crowell's hands on the reins. Crowell tapped his flanks, and the horse edged a few paces closer to the skeleton. The winged beast's ears swiveled forward and back, gauging the situation. The claws of its feet had dug deep into the soil. A greenish ooze dripped from the daggered tips of its claws as it opened and closed its fists. Fangs showed from between thin lips, and in the scant moonlight, its eyes were black pits with red-hot coals glowing deep within. The motion of the horse drew the monster's full attention. "Where is the girl child?" The skeleton spat toward him. "Give her over, and we will let you die quickly." Behind its words, Kral sensed fatigue in the beast. Its breathing rasped across the empty space. It had labored hard to arrive here so quickly. With luck, Kral might be able to distract the monster long enough to allow the others to escape. He thumbed free his axe from his saddle harness and pulled it to his lap. Kicking his horse to a lunge, he sped directly at the beast. A roar barreled from his throat in a battle cry of his clan. Kral swung his axe high. As Kral had hoped, exhaustion and surprise forced the skeleton back 2 steps before it could rise to its full height. It was enough, there was room enough for a horse and rider to slip behind Kral and out to the dark woods. "Go!" he screamed at the others. He did not have to call twice. A rush of thundering hooves passed behind his mount's rump. He dared not follow their progress, his eyes fixed upon the claws and teeth of the skeleton. The skeleton, though, saw some of its prey scurrying away. It lunged at Kral just as the last of his companions raced past behind him. A lightning swing of his axe bounced back a flash of poison talons from his face, and a downward bat of his hickory handle knocked away a clawed kick at his mount's belly. Kral guided his horse with slight movements of his legs and shifts of his weight. Rorschach became an extension of his own body. Where horse and man met became a blurred line of muscle and will. The skeleton backed a step, its chest heaving with exertion. "You fight well, man of rock. But the night is mine." Kral danced his axe in his hand, but it was a useless show of skill. He knew his fight with the beast was hopeless. As his previous battle with this beast's brethren had taught him, dark magic protected the skeleton from harm. With the sun far from rising, Kral could not maintain this stalemate. Sooner or later, a claw or fawn would slip through his defense. His best hope was to buy time for Naylan and the garrison man to escape, then lure this beast away from the cottage if he lived that long. The skeleton waited, its breathing becoming less labored as it rested. It was in no hurry to finish him off, toying with him. Apparently it knew the child it sought was not among those who had escaped on horseback. Kral sat straighter in his saddle. He had given Naylan and the others time enough to flee. If he was to die here, let him die swinging his axe and on the back of the steed he had raised from a foal. He swung his axe above his head, meaning to challenge the beast to lunge. It did, cursed predictable beast. Now to bait it away from the cottage. Kral reared his horse, iron-shod hooves striking back the foe. Still hanging on the back of the reared stallion, Kral signaled Rorschach to twist around. The horse spun on its hind legs and crashed back down, jarring Kral forward across the pommel. The skeleton now stood behind them, screaming. The mountain man kicked his horse forward, attempting to race for the tree line beyond the corner of the cottage. But after only a handful of paces, Rorschach ground to a halt, his hooves digging grooves in the rocky dirt. The sudden stop caught Kral by surprise. He struggled to compensate but could not stop his body from tumbling over the head of his mount. He landed with a roll and avoided a snapped bone. Pulling to his knees, Kral looked ahead to what had spooked Rorschach. A second skeleton stalked from the front of the cottage and blocked his escape to the trees. Kral heard the sibilant laugh of the first skeleton behind him. "Come back, little one. We are not done playing." Aesbol struggled to pry a torch from the crumbling stone of the wall. Eril prepared to mount the stairs and investigate the crashing commotion echoing from the cottage above. "Stay your feet, plainsman,"